Hello, everyone, and welcome to the beginning of our kickoff, our coverage of the Merit Poker Carmen series. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin. And I know, right about this time, typically, David, everyone is thinking, well, you're going to bring us coverage of a tournament. But no, today we're doing something a little bit different, aren't we?
We're going to try. First and foremost, it's like we've never been away.
Yeah.
I'm getting severe deja vu here in the box. It's not been too long since the Western Open. Obviously, at that festival, it was just tournament after tournament. But yes, you're right. We were going to try and do something a little different. And what's more different and more exciting than a high-stakes cash game?
Yeah, $25.50, no limit, with a minimum buy-in of $5K, with some locals, some pros, some rec players, a nice little jambalaya, a mix, if you will, of the right types of personalities that I think are going to yield some very big pots. And rumor has it that these guys aren't going to be satisfied playing $25.50, that it won't be long before the stakes get kicked up, so you definitely aren't going to want to miss that. But of course, this cash game happens against the backdrop of the Carmen series, one of many series that happen annually here at the Merit Poker Room. Now, if you're not familiar with this room, both David and I talk about this off stream. Clearly, we're employed, we're here, we're working. But with no bias whatsoever, we can tell you unequivocally that the experience delivered to players here in this particular poker room in North Cyprus is, bar none, one of the best in and about Europe.
I can agree with you with a little bit of extra here, because I was a player 2 days ago, as you'll recall.
That's right.
I know what it's like to be in the room playing poker, getting cards in my hands, feeling the chips. And yes, of course, you're right. The experience here, this wonderful resort, we are treated on the daily to great food, great climate, and just the wonderful 5-star treatment that we get. But yes, in the poker room, it's also 5-star.
Well, that poker room is exactly where we are headed right now. And on the topic of treatment, we are going to be treating you to, as we said, a no-limit hold'em cash game. It is the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Resort Casino, one of several actual structures here on the Merit Complex. And there is your first glimpse at the collection of gamblers that we have put together here at our streaming stage.
Gamesmiths, Ali, gamesmiths.
Gamesmiths. You know, it's a game of skill. Sometimes it's a game of a bit of luck, and that's okay. That's what makes it interesting. Cards are in the air. We are going to have a seventh player coming around shortly.
4 seconds or 5 seconds. Now you can watch.
Fold it around to Miroslav Georgiev into the muck. Now to Nuri Hadioglu. Out of the small blind. Looks like that King Jack is going to be limping in. And Roaf Peping says run it. So we've got our first pot of this cash game. Ace, Ace, Queen, gut shot Broadway draw for Hadioglu.
Of course, but
Flicks in a green chip, and we're off and running, David.
Yeah, almost a spot where you'd like to underbet the pot there on the Ace Queen with the King Jack, just to deny some equity, but obviously having just limped in, which was an interesting decision in and of itself, that he didn't choose to raise it up there from the small blind. Just choosing to limp in, he obviously forced then to fire a 50% bet. A tiddler, and a moose-bouche.
Love that. Now you're appealing to my Epicurean side, Lappin.
An opening salvo.
Yes.
Get with the theme.
The theme of warfare, perhaps, across the felt.
The opera theme.
Oh, yes. I know you've been doing a lot of work on getting brushed up on your opera. The third member of our broadcast team, by the way, James Dempsey, will be in a little bit later, as well as we'll be rotating in and out of the booth. And Hadioglu from the button with the 10-9, attacks, takes it down. Nuri's been playing poker for about 15 years, plays both tournaments and cash games. Regular here at Merit Poker, a professional for many years. And it bears mention, David, that there are many players who are professionals who do come here year in, year out, participate in the tournaments, the cash game festivals, so much on the docket here in North Cyprus, but don't necessarily make their way to other parts of the world. Just kind of keep it under this roof. And as such, they may not be known commodities beyond these borders,
think he will
but
play better.
are very well known to the staff and the
I
other
think he will play
players
better,
here,
yeah.
and are going to be well known to you by the end of this Carmen series, we hope, as you join us on YouTube. Many thanks, by the way,
No.
to those of you who
You
are
can
streaming
hold
our
yourself, I
coverage.
think.
Certainly do us a favor and
think
hit
you
the
can
like
hold
button
yourself.
and the subscribe.
On TV it will be more funny
Yes.
because they will see.
We bring you
after.
free streaming live poker entertainment. Hassan Barakat with 2 black queens facing a raise of 150 from
I
Chundnovsky.
don't care. I don't mind, you know.
Let's play 50-100.
3-bet to 450 ends the affair.
Everybody agree? 51. Nuri, come on.
Little bit, little bit.
Already they want straddles.
Okay, we play
I
30
recognize
minutes
that
of
voice, by
25-50,
the
and
way,
then we kick it up to 50.
David.
Maybe 1 hour. After.
No, 30.
We will play minimum 3 hours, right? They said
Yes.
like this. 1 hour 25 after ideal.
Okay.
It is that of Albert Daher, the Lebanese professional.
I'm playing. What you want? I have 50K behind. I'm playing. Stay home.
Do we have an overbuy
50,000.
situation from Albert? Is he
5-0.
is he buying in for 50,000? Did I hear that right?
Why they don't believe me?
No, shh, don't.
I want 3 cards.
No, 3 card, no pineapple, please.
Oh, no pineapple.
But you're good in mixed games.
Well, it's not compulsory right
That's
now,
what I
but there
wanted.
is a straddle in play here. Dar has decided to kick it up a notch. You
Well,
overheard
it's
there a
hard.
moment ago the threats to make that a permanent feature. I think maybe the final suggestion was to kick it up to 50, 100 after an hour and 25 minutes.
Well, he's already taken it upon himself to kick it up by the only means possible for the time being, which is to straddle. He's going to have 2 6s facing now the 2 9s of Geiger. 4 players are going to take the flop.
Ooh.
2 of them share a 10, and it comes Queen, Jack, 6. Top pair for Gorgiev, and of course, an issue as Daher has 6s a set. And now a full house on the turn after a quick round of checks. Still no betting, by the way, on the turn either. Now the king rolls off.
Yeah, Dar clearly going for the check raise there on the turn, hoping a jack was in the ranges, but unfortunately this is going to end up being a very small pot, one that could have been so much more.
Just look at Albert.
Nobody has anything?
But it was a good check.
Checked around 3 times there. He gave everyone a chance. I guess Queen 10 just felt like they had enough showdown, didn't want to go for thin value.
I was looking for that 9, I had 10-8.
No action.
New Year's. First time TV table, passive, you know, call, no 3-bet.
First hand. What a life. What a life. Scared, I was scared you had the big one. Wow.
Queen Jack, huh?
Queen Jack.
Imagine I check, Queen Jack, you check 6s, they check both behind. Sickle, huh?
Pepping with the tempter here.
You check Queen Jack.
I think I check. I think I check.
This is his 4th time here at Merit. Plays tourneys in the 2 to 3K buy-in range, mainly cash. Been a live cash game pro for about a year. Feels familiar with this field. He's played with at least 5 of
But
them
this table is
lately.
very big.
And unfortunately for him, Albert Daher is the only person that he hasn't played with before, and that may be a bit of a disadvantage as he picks up 2 for the ride here to the A7-6 board. Chundnovsky, top pair, middle pair for Barakat, both out in front of this frisky Queen 5 suited, which is still reaching for chips, David.
I think they saved the place for him.
Yeah, he's got that sort of classic, all the back doors kind of hand, so it makes for a very good C-bet here. He obviously can represent the ace, and then, you know, if he picks up a diamond, an 8, a 4,
Imagine
maybe
to see
even a
his cards
3 or a 9, he may well continue on the turn. So when you have barreling cards, it's kind of nice to continue your story as a pre-flop aggressor. He's chosen to do
What
that.
time did you play yesterday?
Oh, and very interesting here from Barakat, deciding to define his hand in an interesting sort of way here. Second pair, he's bumped it up now. That will get rid of pepping.
Ultimate.
Tricky spot now
I needed a session like this. It's always
for Chandovsky.
You lose?
Where I need to blow some.
I think the back doors may make this a compelling call here. Obviously, F5 gives him an open-ender. He has diamonds.
I feel it when I see 3-bet dark.
My instinct is we're going to see a call,
I
at
played
least
many hands
on this street.
Most of them I said, some of them I didn't say. Shouldn't play those.
Ooh, that's a big card there on the turn as it produces a nut flush draw and a gut shot for the ace-4.
There won't be too many ace-7s and ace-6s in the cutoff range facing a hijack open. I'm wondering if, when check to, will Barakat decide to
I think
go for another barrel here, essentially, you know, somewhat using his blocker 7, but also just sort of trying to represent a stronger hand.
This unserious.
He's not going to be given the chance here. Chandovsky is actually going to lead into this one. He does have the flush draw and the gutter to go with top pair. His hand is good right now.
No, you don't care.
This should shut things down.
I want to like have this mindset where I care.
Healthy size bet into the 1,825 that was out there, and you see Barakat
You have a lot of money, right?
really uncomfortable spot for the 7-8.
Because you rarely play small games.
Yeah, he will be trying to figure out what hand would
But like when I come here and
basically call the continuation bet on the flop,
what should I do?
then call his
You play, but
raise on the flop, and then lead in this situation. I guess
Sorry,
4-5 is the
unluckiest guy
draw
with
that
this
got
plate.
there.
Every time
4-5
I come
suited,
here, it's like the sickest
possible.
game. And every time I come here, it's like the shittiest.
no, this time I think we
Hard
have very
to
good game.
find too many bluffs, though. Is Barakat
No,
going to
I
make a
think
big move here?
What?
I don't know, I feel it.
I feel it.
He is,
sure
you know.
is.
Wow.
Continuing to tell the story, by the way, though, you got to respect the fact that he's declared that he's got a big ace or better, and he's continuing to make that declaration here on the turn. Of course, we know that Khudinovsky is not going to concede with this holding, so what remains to be seen is how he reacts to the raise, and then once we get to the river, whether or not Barakat's going to have another barrel if Khudinovsky is unimproved.
Oh yeah, he told me. He told me.
Yeah, Barakat very much representing sets here, 6s, 7s, maybe the 4-5 suited in the button range here as well. He can have ace-7 and ace-6, usually the suited variety here in the dealer button too.
No, really was
But a real tough spot here for Chandovsky because he's obviously got a mate hand, but he also has a draw to the nuts.
So he makes the call as another $8,600 brings this pot to over 10K. And on the river, the 6 pairs, a complete whiff for Khudinovsky.
Interesting card for Khudinovsky from the point of view that it makes sets combinatorically less likely. 7s is now the more obvious set. Obviously, there's one combo of 6s out there as well. So
we tend to rule the aces out, obviously, given that Barakat chose to flat call on the button.
yeah.
With microphones.
But did they listen?
I don't know. I think they
Can't imagine that he's thinking of leading out here.
They listen the hand between the
Perhaps a block bet sizing?
Yeah, he's just got too little. There's only 4,950 effective left. I can't really find a sizing you would choose here to block. So I think maybe going for the slow check, hoping to discourage his opponent from bluffing if indeed he has some bluffs, because it's a hard one to call with here. You've basically got a terrible ace and you... Yeah. Barakat, will he pull the trigger here? I think it will work if he does. He's shown so much aggression.
I think no. I don't know.
No, he shuts it down. And I'm very relieved Chandovsky will be delighted to see this one go his way.
Angela. Angela.
Where is the flash?
He's not being told he's lost yet.
Ace.
He doesn't need to be told. He knows and might be lamenting his choice to check back on the end there. Obviously, He took 2 shots at the pot, and once he faced resistance on both of those streets, you can kind of understand the hesitation to take your last 5K.
We can use
Yeah, really interesting decision there to take the 7-8 on the flop and go for that multi-street bluff. Obviously, one more street might have got the job done. So a big pot already. We're only 10 minutes into this cash game.
Nice pickup and start to the session for Budanovsky, by the way, as he is up to 20K in front of him. Pocket sixes. Surfacing once more in the early going here on the button of young Miroslav Georgiev, live cash game pro. Moved up in 8 years from 1-2 to 2-5. Here he is playing quarter 50. Traveling with his girlfriend. You can find them both in the gym, apparently, here at Merit daily before his cash game sessions.
Oh, we'll probably see them there.
Yeah, yeah.
I imagine we'll bump into each other all the time.
I'm probably never going to see him, actually. Pocket sixes turn into a set on the 8-6 deuce board. Albert with just ace high here and a world of hurt.
Yeah, Dar with the betting lead. He's the pre-flop aggressor. It looks like an innocuous sort of board. He may well fire a couple of streets into this one. Question is, does Georgiev spring the trap now or just flat? I like a flat.
I think I do too. It's such a dry board. Rainbow. What are we really worried about? Calls the 900.
Sorry.
Doing a good job to look very casual as well with that, must be said.
Sure.
I like that little interaction with the dealer just to give off a little
anti-set vibes.
Tough card for Dar to fire again on here. Board's obviously straightened up in an uncomfortable sort of way for just 2 overcards. Yeah.
Seasoned pro. Dar checking.
And if Dar has a hand like aces or kings here, he might check again also. So, you know, he'll protect his checking range by having some of his strong holdings in it. In this scenario, obviously he's going to give up when Georgiev fires out what I imagine is going to be a chunky enough bet, maybe something in the region of 2 to 2.5K. He's going to be targeting exactly that kind of hand, the aces, the kings, the queens that will choose to take the more passive line now.
It looks like you're spot on, 1,800. And still unclear whether or not there's any milk left in this udder.
Dar giving it some thought, so obviously feels like his opponent capable of floating this board a reasonable amount of the time. Maybe feels like he would have got 4-bet if his opponent had ace king or ace queen, so worth giving it some pause, but makes the right decision in the end.
I'm calling them, I'm calling. Let me call them. I call you back.
You know I will see it, right?
That's why I will leave it to see.
Bluff, king, queen, backdoor flush.
No bluff.
You have pair. You have a pair.
You have a pair? You have a pair?
I have the queens.
Queens? You know I see after this. Why you like
Really, I have pair.
No, I don't believe it.
You want a bet?
Dice que no entiende cuándo va a ser la reunión, a qué hora.
Albert knows he didn't have queens, and yet is degenerate enough to offer a bet to Georgiev in that spot.
Try one.
Barakat makes it 4x with the ace-jack and has run into Georgiev with ace queen, who 3-bets up to 500 now.
Yeah, choosing the smaller sizing in position here, clearly trying to keep in a lot of hands he dominates.
Barakat taking a quick moment to make sure the text messages are up to speed before plunking the extra 300 in there, and we take a flop with just north of 1,000 in the middle, and it is queen high, smacking Georgiev for top pair, top kick. Barakat appears acutely disinterested in the proceedings as he goes back to the phone on the heels of a check. Georgiev comes out swinging. Half pot. And Hassan puts it into the mug. So a nice back-to-back pickup there from Miroslav.
Finally had a downswing?
Me?
Yeah, never. Yeah.
The last 2 events, I lose $500,000.
$500,000? You?
I run
Played
very
bad
bad.
or ran well?
No, I run very bad.
You played great?
I always play great. What do you want?
Sure.
Maybe I have 1-2 mistakes, but that's
Only 2.
1-2.
One or two.
I'm not sure for 2, but 1 for sure.
Well, if that exchange between
Yeah, I think
Daher
so.
and Georgiev gives you any indication of the kind of stakes that are upon us from time to time here in North Cyprus, they are not for the
Let's play
faint of heart.
51-1.
So you're saying they're not tournament chips they were talking about?
No, no, sir. $500,000 downswing.
Nori,
While we are
It's
giving
fine.
some love to these cash game players,
okay,
as
let's
well we
go.
should.
Next hand,
They're a very important part of the
51-1.
landscape of poker, very important part of this
190 or
poker room.
51.
Right now, in the room, there is the
it's more fun with antes.
Merit Carmen warm-up 2K event going on, day 2 of that. We're pretty sure the bubble will burst tomorrow on that one, and we will probably
51.
be bringing you
GTO
coverage of that
doesn't know
bubble
how to play with antes. You should put
in a
antes.
small number of
put antes.
universes. I think it pops
GTO,
tonight,
but I
but
don't play GTO.
it's less likely. So I think we will have
Right.
that exciting moment to bring you tomorrow.
51.
51.
Yeah, we're fine.
Eduard,
We're fine.
50.
These
51
warm-up
play.
events are structured so well, as good as a main event,
Started for me.
2200s.
We have to confirm, I think.
It's okay, no problem.
I there.
No problem. Anna, we're gonna switch to 51. That's fine.
Oh,
Sergino.
They're gonna ask
Sergino.
for more payment.
Haydi. Yalla.
Did we even get an orbit under our belt before
Jeremy.
Daher's presence
I think we got one.
poured
but that
kerosene on the blinds?
didn't take long.
Yes.
Sounds a bit like a facetious objection by our inbound player there, which will bring us to an 8-handed affair. Certainly by the looks of the graphics team, suggests that we have 5,100 blinds upon us and perhaps a bit of a Lounge Lizard soundtrack as well, which has Lappin in motion here in the booth. Shame you guys can't see what I can now. Or perhaps not a
1970s
shame.
adult movie vibe.
Over the
Yes, yes.
Currently from Cyprus is the answer I got yesterday.
So it is official. We are playing 5,100
I think I
now.
know.
Well, they're not
Sorry,
going to
like
reduce the
4,000?
stakes at any point, so we might be seeing a very big game
Indeed.
in the not too distant future here. If this kicks up one more time, 100, 200, well, some of these guys haven't bought in 100 deep for a 50-100 game, so we might have some short stack attack, although there are some big stacks out there. Look at Dar, 49k.
Getting involved here, flatting the Barakat open under the gun with the Queen 10 offsuit with his Ace 6 suited. And Khudanovsky 3-betting the Ace Jack out of the big blind. On the aggressive side, obviously a bit of a free roll in terms of the biscuits that he acquired early on. And 2 customers, both in position to the Ace-Queen 6 board where everyone's got a piece. It's top pair for Khudanovsky, and unfortunately for him, he is up against aces up for Daher. Barakat adrift with middle pair as we await the direction from Edward Budnowski.
Well, Barakat used his second pair just 5 or 6 hands ago to pull almost the perfect triple barrel. And here we go. Yeah, he's going to get in the mix here with the Queen 10. Dar licking his lips right now. Kudnovsky can't really have any hand that beats him. Ace Queen would have squeezed pre, so he's probably thinking his opponent has diamonds, maybe an ace that's drawing dead or close to it.
So with 2 callers behind him, Kudnovsky takes the 5 of hearts on the turn, and of course you begin to get slightly concerned about what's brewing elsewhere.
Dar loving an undercard to his 6 here. That's absolutely brilliant. What he didn't want to see was a king or a jack or a 10. They would have been the cards that would have concerned him, maybe made him proceed more cautiously. I can see him swinging on this turn. Kudnovsky going for some thin value as well he should. Barakat basically being forced to an all-in decision here. I don't think he can stick around. I think he's got to let this one go. He's sort of been caught in a bit of a sandwich. Good decision there. And yeah, kind of like a raise here by
20
Dar.
minutes is different after this. 20 minutes. It's
Unless
like
you think your
different
opponent is
because
going to
we have
flat ace queen pre, you know you're ahead right
after
now.
this, same shit.
And I think at least some frequency the ace queen would squeeze. So Dar likely to come with the raise.
Well, remember that
Or maybe not.
Kudnovsky was the 3-better
No, he
pre-flop out of the big blind to 500.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Barreling
500.
twice.
You're right. I'm
And
sorry.
now here we are, as Dar did not elect to raise in a very troublesome king of hearts on the river here.
Yeah, I apologize. That completely changes range-wise. Ace-Queen is still in there. Queens are still in there. And obviously Ace-King too. So if Kudnovsky decides to go for a 3rd barrel here, something in the region of 3K, Dar will simply just call. There won't be any further aggression.
Yeah. And I think Dar actually kind of
Give me 10,000.
flatted with the intention of being able to play pot control. There was a lot of pesky cards on the end there. Also, maybe he's able to keep in a 3-barrel bluff from time to time. Kudnovsky does decide to pump the brakes, and now Dar, with over 10,000 in the middle, you can see him. Hamster's on the wheel and in motion, trying to figure out exactly what the right number is to dial up here.
It's a really interesting one because obviously versus an opponent who 3-bet from the big, the Ace-King, Ace-Queen, Aces, Kings and Queens all out there.
Yeah.
But he has decided, okay, I guess my opponent has Ace-Jack or Ace-10 and I can go for some thin value. Great awareness of where he is in the hand, it has to be said from Dar.
Kind of a smirk on the face of Kudnovsky on the end there, given the sizing and kind of an acknowledgement that it's such that the Ace-Jack does need to call, and instead a check raise to 8,500 puts the best hand into the muck.
I had 2 pairs.
So sick. Well, that's the danger of going for that thin value bet with the Ace-6 there, is that if your opponent is capable of such a move, he can put you in the bin because you can't represent the absolute strongest hands.
We didn't see that one coming.
But I'm so stupid because I should just check.
Yeah, a little bit of greed cost him there with against a villain with an uncapped range there. Obviously, Kudnovsky
Ace-King?
aware that he could represent all the best kinds of hands.
Forgot already.
That's a sick one. Oh, he's
tell
going to
you
be... Dar's going to be
Yeah.
so upset to
Yeah.
see that in 30 minutes' time.
Bit of an announcement there, by the way, from Kudnovsky. Let's keep our eye on this gentleman, as I don't think either of us anticipated a world in which he would come with the check raise. And by the way, a modest one in terms of sizing.
Which made it all the more believable. It was beautifully executed.
Sergio.
When your opponent has the range advantage, it's so important to respect that when he's capable as well,
And you?
and not go for those thin value bets.
And Albert immediately got hard on himself there
Trago a lot?
at the end, as you heard him say.
Yeah,
Should have just checked.
I know.
You are getting married?
Ironically, targeting precisely Ace Jack for the call.
Yeah.
Ended up getting.
Yeah, more than he bargained for, as Hudnovsky continues to be involved. Blind versus blind altercation here, where he's flopped the 6 with a healthy kicker. Checking it over to Hassan Barakat, who probes 400.
But you can stay there as long as you want, right?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. You still have
This
to
is
go.
playing on this hand, so
I went to Bahamas after.
just to make sure.
The
When was
PCA thing.
Bahamas? Yeah, I went to PCA, then I went to Mexico. I buy some land. I'm gonna build a house in Mexico.
Such a tycoon, Sergino, huh? Such a tycoon, bravo. Buying houses and land.
Not house.
Even though he is behind
How rich
in
are
reality, I wouldn't mind a bet here from Barakat, something that will sort of freeze the
much,
action going to the river.
everybody
Something in the region of 500 feels nice. He's gone for 11 or
And
1,000
everybody
in
who's
fact.
not, you're very rich.
Balenciaga everywhere. Yeah.
Gucci.
Pretty easy decision here for Hudnovsky.
So yeah, you can stay 6 months at a time or 3 months, 3 months.
3 months, 3 months. Or I can choose to do 6 together, but I don't like it.
Oh, you can do it.
But I don't.
So you just have like the standard visa. Nothing.
So far, yeah. I need to. When I get married, it's gonna change, but I can't get married yet.
But your girlfriend is from.
Flat call and a very dry river card.
Oh, she doesn't even have American citizenship.
No, but she has like some.
Well
Two
played from
quick
both
checks.
players.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played from both players there. I like it. Barakat, I probably would have gone a little smaller on the turn. I think
same girlfriend
smaller
like
bet
last time,
achieves
right?
the same goal, which was to get thin value from maybe an ace high and also to earn himself a cheap check back on the river. But nicely navigated from both.
Sort of important to note that sometimes decision-making on the turn is very much influenced by a desired outcome on the river. So while maybe we know the ace-3 doesn't rate to perform particularly well, a little bet on the turn does allow us not to face a bluff catch moment on the river.
Precisely. And it looks like we may have a straddle here from Dar to 200. Yeah, there it is. So there's a man who wouldn't mind the stakes getting even higher.
New player to Dar's left is Sergio Fernandez Bernat, being referred to as Serginho by the field, who appears quite familiar with him. And here we have Rolf Pepping with pocket 6s,
No, here.
pepping things to 400.
I have nice rooms in the renovation.
Min raise over the straddle.
I prefer the
Hudnovsky,
rooms here.
ace-5 suited, flats. Actually, I believe the min raise would be to 300, would it not? In this spot?
I would.
50,
I hit
100,
here, but
200,
it's near this color bar, you know.
and then another 100 re-raise to 300 would be the min raise open, would it not? I don't
And
know.
I go.
Yeah, I'm
down.
not sure how the straddle interacts in that situation, whether it has to be doubled or is counted as a small
very
raise.
nice.
Obviously, the action doesn't close, so
Quite clear, however, the interaction between the queen tens and this jack-8 deuce board. Gut shots for both players, as the 6s are still the best hand, slowing down given the four-way affair.
Hudnovsky with a few backdoors here. He's got spades, got 2s interacting with the ace and the 5 for the wheel. He does decide to check it back, obviously up against 3 ranges.
7 on the turn. Does not improve anyone's holding.
Dar with the legitimate opportunity here to take a stab. It's been checked through once, and Barakat has checked the small. He can fire out here with the gutter.
I tried 2 times.
Will likely get the job done, although we've seen Barakat take some interesting lines so far, so he might be sticky. No, not on this occasion. Nice pickup from Dar, nice awareness of
so.
how nobody really wanted it.
And you're in that straddle range. Price was right for him to come along for the extra 200.
to like play tournaments for the first time. But I want to do it if I like. Yeah, if I get like enough prop bets.
Mr. Todor.
800?
Todor.
Eight? Why so much? Why so much?
Dar with the King Jack has
On a bad
Khudnovsky's
card, I
Jack
hope
7 in a bad way here.
You have bad cards?
Is there a tip for me to tell you?
Show one time.
Relinquishes, however.
Too professional to show, huh?
Learning from you guys.
Don't learn from me. Learn from these guys, not me. Yuri, Nuri, sorry, Yuri. No, why did I call you Yuri? I don't know. Sergino, it's big Spanish professional.
Yeah. Learn from me in anything you're not talking.
Sergio is professional.
Professional fisherman.
Professional fisherman.
Your land is near to some lake?
You still have your brand or no? Huh? Your brand, the clothing brand. Finished? You told me it was finished, right? But they were cool. I want to buy.
Nice, yeah.
Strado?
We still make some clothes, but we don't have the stock.
Where you buy? Online? Or
Yeah. But I'm not. I have a little bit. I'm not. I'm not involved.
First open from Ohad Geiger,
But they're like oversized shirts and stuff like that, right?
live cash game player.
Oversized.
Yeah.
Took him about 6 years to move up through the ranks here at Merit. To the highest of games in the room,
What
showing
is the
his
shape
range up
everywhere?
front with the suited connector. Of course, the 3-bet from a slightly larger suited connector, showing some range of its own.
Send me the link.
Has been 4-bet by Georgiev on the button, and neither holding can contest. As curtain drawn on that one promptly.
Maurice straddle one time.
Working the double
One
phone
round
there.
straddle.
Is that a
Everybody
power
agrees.
bank?
Oh, maybe it's a power bank.
You are hot, Albert. You are hot from beginning. You sleep good, I think.
I didn't sleep that good, no. I slept like 5 hours.
Yeah?
The double phone is always a
Hi
bit
there.
One
suspect.
round. Everybody
I played
agrees.
with a number of players down the years who had more than one phone. In
Were
fact,
they
well,
good players?
Yeah, I actually had a great interaction on a sick brag here. Going to mention the final table I made in the last 6 months on the IPO final table in Dublin, and
Irish Poker Open.
one of the well-known, more colourful characters in the game.
Okay.
We were forced to sequester our phones. We had to give our phones, put them in a little box. Off
Sure.
the
Me
side
and my
station.
best friend.
But a very funny moment with this particular guy gave up his phone and then
Mine.
just instantly took out another.
I don't
Fantastic.
hear the conversation, that's why.
Say you are huge.
I said me and my new best
So
friend.
you're waiting for me now, are you?
Continued to text message
No.
exchange.
I have a great hand. I'm just very excited. Maybe I can
What do
win.
you want me to do? You want me to play?
I
or do you
really
want me
do.
to
Yeah,
fold?
of course I want you to play. I always want you to
How
play.
much is it? Just because he called me a friend.
Yes.
Very reasonable to continue
luck.
here for
Good luck to
Khudnovsky
you,
with
sir.
this King 8 suited.
Will be out of position, of course, which is an issue against a talent like Dar, but less so now that you have out-flopped the opposition. Dar with the gut shot straight draw. 2 overcards to the 8s that Khudnovsky has made as he checks with the flow of play over to Albert.
Yeah, interesting one for
13.
Dar here. Obviously, this board very strongly interacts with the flatter's range.
I would agree, David. I'm a bit surprised as such to see him follow through for the 1300, but nevertheless, bet and call.
I think it's one of those spots where you have
Present.
to have a consistent plan here. Now that Dar has shown aggression, I think we will probably see him show further aggression down the. Well, this will change it now. He has some showdown. It's not quite the same equation, but I think what you really don't want to do in that situation is bet flop and then sort of surrender. I think if you're going to come out betting, you should come out betting. If you're going to play it slow and maybe get some showdown with the ace high, you should do it that
24.
way. It's sort of one of those spots where you want to put no money in the pot or a lot of money in the pot. Dar genuinely going for value now that he's hit his ace, obviously targeting some Maybe queen tens, some 9-10s, 7-8s.
Don't feel like giving me another
king 8s
present.
indeed.
Well, I
Plenty
gave you
of
2,000
hands
as a
he
present.
can
That's enough, is it?
That is enough. Good hand.
target, but good fold there. Very well played again by Chudnovsky.
We are even?
I had you beat.
We are even?
No.
Not yet.
You won way more. I still have like at least 6,000.
All right. Just wait for it.
Daher really has phenomenal temperament. I've been
It's
around
okay,
him
it was my fault. I played bad. Yes, yes, it is around.
in multiple
It's
poker
okay,
rooms.
Castore, life is short, Habibi.
Vegas, here at Merit, obviously, and just always seems relaxed in his element.
Yeah, we are doing a round.
What are we doing?
A round of straddle.
So we're
Remember,
playing-
this game was 25-50 before Albert showed up. He got it up to 5,100 within an orbit. Now he's negotiated a round of straddle, so we are playing a big game now.
Yes.
Next orbit
Who
is nearly
cares?
400.
Who cares? We are too short. Who cares?
Life is too short.
Life is short.
You go to Mexico, you're buying land. Life is too short, not to straddle.
I know, sometimes I feel like life is very
fun.
long.
You put the money in. What? You only want to put money in with
Not
nuts,
when you're
huh? Like
commentating
this.
on a
Yeah,
cash game
that's
like
why
this,
You want
Lappin.
to play short.
That is true.
Perhaps lesser games, but
Call
Campeones.
Mr. Vorral.
Not
Call
this
Mr.
one.
Vorral.
Come, Sid.
How do you think I win over here? It's
Yeah.
good strategy. Yeah.
Me, I never have anything.
King
Never.
6-5 here as King
Baba.
9 so improbably jumps out in front of the pocket nines, hitting the side card.
You want to play?
Flying on that.
Nice size here from Geiger, allows him to value bet a lot of worse holdings here. He can value bet quite a wide range here at this sizing. Get calls
TV
from
star.
any pair, and
The
obviously
new
pocket
TV
pairs
star.
as well.
Ohan checks it on the turn promptly. A big chuckle out of Chudnovsky here.
He would want to play on stream probably.
No, he don't want stream, but he
So
wants
similar to that other hand, oh, and very nice sizing here. Chudnovsky going for the ultra small advanced blocker
No, I
here,
don't
just
think he wants to
300.
play 51.
That's going to paralyze the action and
He doesn't want to
virtually
play
guarantee a check river, which is exactly what
Fixed by
Chudnovsky. Oh
his,
no, he's going to go.
His rules.
Yes, but
Oh wow, another
but his
300.
heart say, please, let me.
That's cheeky.
No, no.
No, for sure.
You see Geiger
That's
just
what I was looking for. Huh?
He doesn't change.
snap call.
Took himself to Value Town to the
Play stupid.
Unless he loses, then
for the
he won't.
amount of a
Don't
nice
look at
dinner
me
out.
again when you play
I don't
this.
think that he's going to be losing much sleep over that particular line. He almost made an investment in
You
laughter.
just want to play bigger when you lose.
You know this powerboat that's got fire? This cartoon
Oh,
that get fire around Sergio. When he lose one hand, fire.
he always. Last time I put like such a sick cooler on you.
Where? When?
Like that Triton series.
Oh, here?
Yeah, like it was in the Royal or whatever.
Yeah,
Not in
yeah.
September, the
Like
one
not
they did
flush,
last
some
the year before. Huh? It was like not flush against second not flush or something like that. It was something like that, right? Backdoor not flush against backdoor second.
And you like bet super small.
Oh yeah, it juiced you.
I was so happy. I was so happy.
Folded
Yeah,
around
it's
to
rare that you just
Rolf
get snap
Pepping.
fold there with the nonsense.
And 7 suited gets after the straddle of Chudnovsky. Deuce 5 offsuit. Chudnovsky's
When you come to Vegas, you know.
perhaps got some ideas. He sure does.
From what
Look
I
at this,
heard,
Lappin.
Only poker is good.
3-bet.
Only what?
No, a call. Forgive
Only
me.
poker is good?
I heard the dealer say raise. I thought for sure that we had seen something
What else do you fucking
frisky.
do?
But instead, the
What is
flat
good?
bringing the ace
That is
queen
not
jack
good
board.
there.
Neither player
This
in
one
love
or
with
not?
it.
Yeah, but here 2 hours from home, come play 2 hours home.
There's a lot of stuff that are fun.
Yeah,
in Vegas.
Chudnovsky getting a
No,
bit
it's fun,
splashy
but
now.
another way, you know, like it's not.
Yes, but I mean, you're talking. There's nothing else to do than poker. I'm telling you, there's other way that are.
Great
other
smile.
things that are fun. There's good restaurants. There's
He is having fun out there, isn't he?
Great atmosphere at this table for a table that's just been brought together. These guys, I think you mentioned earlier, 5 of them play together a lot. Clearly, we've
like this atmosphere.
entered this with some dynamics at play already.
Crazy people doing.
He's party guy.
I used to.
Now he's made it now. He's live finished.
I'm still, you know, but not as much.
Not the crazy parties.
Are you gonna rewatch the stream?
I'm still gonna do.
Are you gonna rewatch the?
Probably.
You will?
Burning.
Then I might as well tell you, no?
Last burning.
Learning language.
I would never do it for anything.
I want to see how you all play.
To learn language.
Burning Man.
Ah, Burning Man is good.
What is good?
I felt it right.
I heard
Next time.
it got way worse, like last.
Yeah.
You must have gone to Burning Man
Yeah.
down the years.
What makes you say that?
Just you have a Burning Man
Do I look like a man that skips a day of bathing
More,
ever?
yeah.
Get popular.
Is there not a kind of a posh way to do Burning Man? Like where you helicopter in from the 5-star resort hotel you've been staying in for
I
the
do
day?
feel like even if there is, that may
How many times
defeat
did
the
you go
purpose of Burning Man. I think you're supposed to be roughing it.
Okay.
Oh, it's your first time?
Yeah, that's fine.
You want to burn, huh?
Yeah.
You want to burn.
Quite
Yeah, there you
famously, by the way, Antonio Esfandiari,
So to
a
burn
massive
some,
Burning
Nero.
Man fan, who has recruited many poker players throughout the years to join him at the festival in Black Rock Desert in Nevada, back in the U.S. 9-7 tray, all spades here. Zhudnovsky out of the big blind.
Faut commander un café.
Flop spades, but a king of spades working hard for Barakat here
Latte.
in the big blind straddle confrontation.
Yeah, this could get spicy here, I gotta say. Chudnovsky obviously 5-deuce the last hand. 5-deuce suited a lot more playable, a lot more defendable, and that he did. Sort of flops gin of sorts, but we see that Barakat far from out of this pot.
He does have the pair of threes working as well, but a spade will be required for the time being. Quick peek back.
Quite like a flat here, given that he has a piece and the non-nut flush draw, but
The massive bet, though, 3,000 into 1,250.
yeah, it puts the cat among the pigeons. I still think you probably have to. Well, I don't. Yeah, I suppose that's making him feel like maybe now he would be committing so much of a stack that he should just go with his hand. It's dangerous though. Like I suppose you're hoping your opponent just has the dry ace of spades if he's going to go this sizing and then call and then, you know.
Yeah, and a jam here from Barakat, who tended to agree with you in the face of this sizing.
Well, this is no decision for Chudnovsky.
Yeah,
And
he
we're-
flicks in
It's all in and call, right?
a call. Yeah.
We make showdown here.
So we have a 20k pot.
No showdown?
Let's make showdown.
Yeah, for me, yeah.
Let's make showdown, everybody. It's better.
Not sure everybody at the table agrees that they want to just auto showdown here.
I didn't hear a quorum.
So
Jérém, si c'est all-in and call, il y a showdown ou non?
Yes.
Si c'est all-in et call, il y a showdown ou non?
7 outs right now. Some slim backdoor opportunities for Barakat as well.
9,000, how much is it?
All of that put together amounts to 32%.
Yeah, it's 10.
Chudnovsky, well, he's had such a good day already.
Oh no, 9.
I think he started with 10k. He might have 36 in a minute.
What do you want to do?
I don't know, it's up to the table. I don't know.
Let's make showdowns. It's more funny. Yeah.
I agree. But it's up to them, to be honest. I mean,
Well, Chudnovsky taking the bull by the horn is just going to turn his hand over
So
anyway.
always showdown.
Yeah. Every can to make showdown.
You want once, twice?
Well, let me see it first. I showed you. Once, of course.
Wow.
Run it.
Once. Okay. I'll try my luck.
Chudnovsky
How
going to
many
take
times
his
do you want
chances that there isn't a spade
Twice?
You want to do it
headed
twice?
for this board.
Let's do it twice.
No, we've changed our mind.
I do it for you.
Okay. 2 times.
Barakat asking to run it twice here, obviously.
Friendly. Irani.
Looking to chop it up, perhaps. Turn card now.
7-3.
Does present some other opportunities for a victory. The ace, of course, not one of them. So first half of the pot, sealed up by Khodnovsky, who is free rolling to the scoop. Barakat hunts a spade, not available on the turn. And needs one here on this river. No, right color, wrong suit. And Hassan Barakat loses his buy-in there.
What a start for Khodnovsky.
Just white hot, David.
And he's playing super deep now with some of the other big stacks. People like Gar, who bought in big now. He's basically playing those kinds of stacks. Interesting to see if that's a comfort zone for him. Somebody who bought in for 100, you know, 100 bigs would be thinking maybe I don't need to.
It's a fair question. I
Here
think,
with
you know, you and I have
very big stack.
certainly both been in games where there's people who tend to be a lot more accustomed to playing a shallower stack depth, where you don't have the amount of pressure that can be mounted upon your shoulders. But that is not a luxury that is going to be afforded Khodnovsky. No, I think he's okay with it.
Having said that, he does look like the kind of man who might be okay with it.
I tend to agree with you. Doesn't appear like an easily intimidated character.
5.
Great to see here, and great for the game that we've had a couple of big pots in the first 40 minutes or so. I think that's sort of, if you do have a tippy-tappy or a fair, if it's a bit nittier, can often set the dynamic up for the entire session. Well, what have we seen in 45 minutes? We've seen 2 huge pots, we've seen 1 audacious bluff, and we've seen the stakes rise twice.
Yes, yes. And we're just getting our feet wet here. Queen 10 tray here is the straddle of Georgiev. Defended, comes up empty, Daher barrels with the 10s. Takes it down.
Yeah, so even these guys with their 10k stacks, 12k stacks, and there's quite a few of those around. There might even be one 8k stack around. They're not playing very deep anymore. They're playing a sort of 40 to 60 big blind game when we have this straddle on. It will be very easy to see some big pots and, dare I say, more all-ins over the course of the next few hours.
No. I heard they're going to do one here, though.
Yeah. Look, Vietnam looks super good.
As a field, you mean?
So they agreed to one orbit of straddles. Dara's just took the straddle on for the beginning of the next orbit, maybe hoping that that will
I underestimated
set a precedent.
the location.
I feel like he's the kind of guy who might straddle regardless of whether there's an agreed orbit of them.
He's got a nose for gamble, that's for sure. Real appetite for action.
Oh, and this could get spicy. Georgiev, big slick.
Barakat's reinforcements arriving. Khodnovsky now from the button, the ace-8 suited, running into the ace-king.
Does have position, but should he call here, stack to pot ratio won't be much more than 2. Probably a good time to get out of dodge, even with a suited ace. I know he's sort of wishing his opponent was either deeper or that raise amount was a little smaller. Also maybe thinking about how much the wind is at his back right now and can he keep this positive streak going. Giving it some thought. He might even be considering the jam here, given that we are playing fairly shallow here with the 12k stack, 60 bigs. He might be considering, you know, he lets it go in the eye. I think it's the right decision. Again, don't really feel like he's put a foot wrong. In fact, I feel like he's found some really interesting lines.
Well, obviously the check raise on the river with the ace-jack comes to mind as something that neither of us even remotely would have expected out of him. And against the talent of Dar, by the way, I mean, this is not an easy customer. Tremendously seasoned player.
They?
You have the kings?
I didn't think about
You
that.
have the kings? I had one of them. How can you have?
Yeah?
I had one of them.
People are welcome to hear everything. Full disclosure.
Baby suited ace for Hadioglu. Pops it to 400. Now Snowmen, red edition for Pepping. Flat caller. Ace-9 suited awaiting Dar's big.
I feel like Dar can go both ways with this hand here. It does make a reasonable squeeze candidate, but also flatting for 400 would seem like the more standard option that he does.
I think you fold.
Almost.
So we will head to the flop. 4 ways as Fernandez closes the action defending his straddle. And that flop is King Jack 10. Broadway gut shots for Dar and Hadioglu, but of course Hadioglu with the nut flush draw. Round of checks. Fernandez pairs his 4 on the turn, and Pepping's 8s, believe it or not, are still in front of the field. Still no betting. And those 8s are going to be best at showdown, provided that they're allowed to get there.
Yeah, strange little pot here where nobody wants it. Hadioglu obviously had a couple of opportunities to take a stab, but in the end, Pepping delighted with that outcome.
Sure. You surprised at all to see that the pre-flop opener Hadioglu did not ever get aggressive with that nut flush draw on Broadway Gutty?
I quite liked the flop check, but I would have bet the turn personally. I think that's a spot where, you know, you can sort of represent. You could actually go for an overbet on the turn, I think, sometimes in that spot as well, with people showing such a lack of aggression.
Well, on the topic of things that we like, how about a cash game festival and a Triton Super High Roller Series happening at the same time? Come May 10th, it all begins. Just over 2 weeks of action-packed poker from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. The whole poker room is relocated to the largest of convention spaces on the property, and there is certainly going to be no shortage of big games available at that Cash Game Festival for those that have a nose for that sort of thing. And then, of course, you really want to get stratospheric, try your luck in the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'll be here along with Henry Kilbane, Randy Liu, bringing you coverage of that Triton Super High Roller Series. Just got back from Vietnam. David, first time in that country, a beautiful country, very warm people over in Hoi An, a little beachfront community. Had a blast and still haven't gone home. Worked my way over to the Philippines for the first time, set sail around the islands there, which were just gorgeous. Popped into Singapore, popped over to here. My passport's going to get full fast at this clip.
I tuned into a lot of your coverage, obviously enjoyed it very much, but one feature I noticed about that festival was there was a couple of smaller buy-ins which did help grow the field size.
Yes.
A little bit there in Vietnam. You broke the record, I believe, 3 times, is that right?
Sure did, yeah. First 3 events there. And I would anticipate, David, you and I had conversations in our pre-production meetings with the folks here at Merit that similar successes are very much in the near future for this room, as it's been a bit of a best-kept secret, but with these streams, with some of the word of mouth, with kind of the economy rebounding in many places post-COVID, we're going to continue to see larger and larger fields. Wouldn't it all be surprised if we ended up with some alternate lists somewhere down the line as we reach capacity? But these are all good problems to have.
They sure are. Speaking of breaking records, they've broken the record here, I believe, in the Vintage Festival, which I believe is in November of last year. We obviously saw the Western coverage just a few short months ago where the field sizes were huge there as well. And as you said, best kept secret, but not for much longer because Triton coming here, EPT coming here in October.
right.
I think, you know, cat's out of the bag.
You came by yourself, huh? Is that this year now?
No, she couldn't make it.
Pepping was the party starter with this ace-jack.
She had
Gets out of the way in the face of the flat and 3-bet behind him. Jack 5 deuce board as Chudnovsky hung in there. $1,500 c-bet from Georgiev.
Oh my God, no.
Ace of clubs in Chudnovsky's hand is interesting here. He's obviously got backdoor wheel, backdoor Broadway, and backdoor North flush draw. It's actually the kind of holding that can raise sometimes in this situation. Now, it's a tricky one because Georgiev's not very deep. This is sort of a function of all these straddles that have gone on here. We anticipated a much deeper game in terms of big blinds, but actually in reality, with the blinds going up, we've ended up in a slightly shallower game. But yeah, this is the kind of multiple World's Fair of backdoors that actually makes for a good raising candidate. Doesn't have to go big here with the raise either. And he's just going to flat, so maybe we'll identify some turns that he can lead on.
Well, this turn is one that smacks Georgiev for top pair, top kicker, and will certainly make things a bit more difficult for Chudnovsky's purposes, though he does pick up the Broadway gut shot. Note, by the way, Pepping, who started the party with the ace-jack, would have been in a real uncomfortable position on that jack-high board where he'd be thinking top pair, top kicker is good.
Looks like Chudnovsky considering the merits of a lead here with the gutter. No. And at this point, I think it's white flag. Not the best card. Obviously, most of the deck was going to give him some form of backdoor. This is not probably the prettiest one. Maybe looking for a 3 or a 4 of clubs or a queen of clubs for something a little bit more tempting. In the face of this 3K bet, I think he's just got to surrender it now. Far too many hands in Georgiev's range that are well ahead of him now. He's going to give himself the opportunity to get some physical information, though. Chudnovsky sizing up Georgiev.
Mr. Shavit,
oh, look at this. Look at this. A deep reach.
You know, sometimes we will see players do things like this in these cash games with the intention of just keeping an eye on the opposition and seeing whether or not there's any sort of response that they can glean that would help inform them with respect to the strength of their opponent's holding. See him just comes with the call.
Wow.
So he is queen fishing. And there is the queen of spades. The nuts on the river for Chudnovsky, who is running white hot, Lappin.
Yeah, that's a pretty filthy way to get there. There is no way Georgiev will be putting him on ace-10 here. In fact, I almost think if he leads this himself, Georgiev will be in a tricky spot. Maybe still has to call it off, but
I swear, no, I just
should
saw.
Chudnovsky check, I imagine Georgiev might just bet himself.
Asking Georgiev for a count here, 6,500. We're talking about just north of half pot remaining for Georgiev, and that's kind of an uncomfortable thing to have your opponent ask of you in this spot where the queen really is not a welcome sight for ace-king as played. Little does he know it's the ace-10, though, that has downed his ace-king. Oof. Believe it's all on request here, indeed, 7K. And Georgiev does make the call. Apology is issued before the hand is even displayed. That one's got an aftertaste.
You flick in the one chip call and your opponent goes, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
That must be the worst feeling.
Chip, you had ace jack when you check raised me on there?
Chips to the feature table.
You checked already?
Georgiev going for a reload here.
Did you have ace jack? Yeah?
What did you have? I haven't checked yet.
Well, the rich get richer.
But it was a good move then.
But were you bluffing?
Noski's world right now.
No, it was an ace there. But
It's
I
a
thought you
one-man
have,
show.
Ace king, and it was, I think it was a flush there or something, or something was there.
Speculative call on the turn, probably
was
not.
there.
Yeah, and
I don't know what was there, but
Probably
yeah,
not going to reap
have
the
to be there,
rewards
right?
more often than not. But on this occasion,
You're
wow,
welcome.
he got the mother load.
Sure did.
The bully, the bully.
Table bully.
We're gonna play a big pot now.
no,
Yes. Chips.
100K pot
you're ready
is
to
possible
kick it
now.
No, I'm down like 10K or something. I don't know because of you.
Now it's my.
They're over there. I want them back.
Everyone must be down, except for Noski.
I need
Been
the
a
cigarette.
steamroller.
Yeah, wrecking ball.
That's
Gonna
many
bring it
more.
to Miley Cyrus first.
I really need a cigarette big time.
I certainly hope not.
Very good river, huh?
9.
Beautiful river.
The best ever. What did you have? I'm gonna check anyways.
A jack.
Ace king.
Daher 3-betting. Kludnovsky picking on the one man that appears unbeatable here at this table thus far.
For sure. What was it? Bet.
No, you bet.
Oh, he checked also.
You check call, and then he was on.
Set.
I don't even know what to do now. Can't be like you all the time.
At
right?
least call. You cannot fold.
Can I leave the table now? Or no?
No, you're stuck with us.
How much you put?
900, nothing for you.
It's your money anyways. So.
Yeah. It's my money anyways.
I love it. Bully
I
the
loved it
bully,
openly,
the bully.
throwing out the threat to do a hit and run there.
Yeah, yeah.
Bully the bully.
Albert's been bullying me for 10 years.
It's okay.
Daher
We'll
with the
have a nemesis.
salesmanship.
Check.
No
is
reason
it, me and
for
my new best
Daher
friend?
not to.
Check.
No, interesting. Okay.
I'm
I
gonna
say
fold,
no
I'm
reason
gonna
for Daher not
You're
to
gonna fold?
bet this
100.
flop, but
Gonna fold doesn't matter what.
don't think we can fold a
100.
7
You
for
don't want to see
100.
my card? Listen, if you call 100, I'll bet 100 on the
Different game.
river.
I can watch it later on.
I'll bet another 100 on the river, no matter what.
All right. Okay. There you go.
Okay, here, in the dark, 100. You have like, what do you have, like
In the dark
queen high
as
or
well.
something?
In the dark as well.
You call me in the dark?
Hey.
They just got to show down here on the turn.
Oh, cheers.
What, do you have diamonds? Oh, no.
No.
I love Daher in the game. I mean, really just adds that dynamic and that element that I think,
I
you know,
thank you. I just gave you 200 for nothing.
All right, here, take it.
you see what I mean? Like
Take
these
it back.
kind of things
Take
here.
it, take it. Straddle with it.
Non-professional
Straddle.
players
Give it to
like
the
playing
dealer.
with pros
Okay,
like Daher.
Yeah.
He just understands that having a good time and creating the right environment is of the utmost importance in terms of being
And
able
I'm not going to
to
remind you about the 900, right?
Give it to the
continue to
dealer.
kind of attract new players to
So I
games.
remind you about like the 10,000 or?
The dealer is going to be very happy.
And just have continued opportunities as a pro to play in good games with action. And I think it's something, honestly, you know, not to open up a can of worms, David, that I don't see enough of from players these days. You know, obviously, Many just approach things from, I want to become the best poker player that I can, and I don't want to be encumbered with any of the other ancillary kind of duties or responsibilities, if I may even regard them as such. But I think the prosperity of poker in general definitely is aided by the likes of Albert Dar and anybody who kind of
No, why the fuck did I bet? That's
models themselves in that same template.
really, I bet because I'm like, he has ace jack.
Yeah, really well said,
Then when he
Ali.
raised,
Like,
fuck, he doesn't
poker
have ace
gets a
jack.
reputation, rightly so at times, for being a predatory sort of sport.
Next time you're
Like,
gonna
players are out there
behind river
with
next
their
time,
money. There are obviously weaker players in the mix. Trying to get them into your game is a priority for a cash game person, maybe more so than a tournament person who's more at the whim of table draw. So it's so important to see, as you said, somebody not really focus on every possible edge they can take, not every way in which they can sort of, you know, manufacture profit out of a situation, and instead sort of have a much more broad opinion of let's create a nice atmosphere, let's, you know, make everybody happy, and then actually the money probably comes to you anyway by being that way, to be honest, and you've made it a much more enjoyable experience for all involved.
We all broke.
Scarred flash, right?
Can you win the tournament yet?
Get a look at
Not yet, no.
some of the phenomenal costumes that the dealers are always dressed to the nines here, it must be said.
No, I did not.
At Merit, each one of their festivals truly can be regarded as a festival, given that they have a theme. There was the Vintage Series that you talked about earlier, the Western Series, which you, myself, and Dara Kearney were here for, and now here we are with Carmen, a very Spanish flamenco vibe. Georgiev with the pocket nines.
Round 2.
Kudnowski, 3-5 suited. In the saddle here. Jack 8-4, not his territory.
Like a small c-bet here from Georgiev, again, one of those sizes that allow him to bet with a wide range. However, he might not be given the opportunity. It looks like we may be seeing a donk lead here from Kudnowski with a few backdoors, it must be said. He is wrapped around that 4. He's got 3 spades working. He's gone for an overbet. Okay, really interesting sort of line here. I don't think Georgiev can go anywhere just yet. He does block the obvious draw here, the 9-10. So sort of lends itself to maybe some more Jack X being out there potentially. Kudnowski now staring at yet another overcard. Will he decide to go again here?
So much ambition on that flop lead. Georgiev does pick up the gut shot, of course, courtesy of the arrival of the queen.
Hard for Georgiev to know how Kudnowski would construct a flop leading range, certainly one of that sizing. So I think we've left the game tree and we are playing some street poker now. It's going to be very mano-y-mano, however it proceeds. What a stare down there from Georgiev, clearly wondering what is coming next.
I love that he took a moment, already having tanked quite a bit, to go to the bottle of water, refresh, and then barrel once more 2200 into 2150 and gets it through. Bobbin, we've got ourselves a real table captain in Kudnowski.
Nice hint.
Smirking over at Georgiev.
Yeah, that was just pure moxie, to be honest. There was no rhyme or reason to that. Obviously, he got a board where he felt he could maybe donk lead and there were some good turns he could barrel. He didn't get one of those turns, but he did it anyway, and just decided to basically put his opponent to the test. And on that occasion, could argue that nines is exactly the type of hand that should stick around. It blocks the 9-10, which is the only draw. He's up against an opponent who's getting friskier and friskier the wealthier he gets. But you know, obviously the price of poker was getting very expensive there suddenly, facing an overbet and then a pot bet.
Here we see Hassan Barakat with the pocket jacks getting no action. I think it's also a bit of a case study in terms of table image, David. We know that kind of everyone has gotten wind of the fact that the check raise with ace-jack was turning his hand into a bluff of sorts against Dara earlier, but when you know a man started with 10K and he's sitting with 50 and he hasn't lost a pot at Showdown, save for the kind of mischievous $200, $300 barrels he threw out there against Geiger with nines against King 9, you start to give a little bit more credit than you might otherwise. We're all susceptible to the part of our subconscious that kind of is dissuaded from entering into altercations against a guy who really strikes everyone, I would imagine at this point, as unpredictable.
Talking about the viewer.
Yeah, so far from Khudnovsky, we've seen some really good poker, to be honest, some really intelligent plays. That ace-jack standing out particularly as a recognition of who had the range advantage, who could represent what. But also some, you used the word mischievous there, some mischievous plays from him as well, as he's decided to, you know, do some non-standard stuff as well and confuse his opponents and maybe put them on tilt and off kilter. And look, he's involved again and he's got the best hand again.
Five on the turn here as Khudnovsky adds a gut shot to the equation.
Interesting here that Pepping did decide to call out of position here with King 10 on that flop. Clearly a bit of a whiff. And he just feels his opponent is capable of barreling. So is he going to find another call here with King High? The board is very wet now. If you're pepping here, you're trying to figure out, well, if I am going to be a little extra sticky, what sort of hands? Oh, well, actually, he's gone the other way. He's decided to raise this one up.
You know, I had a weird suspicion that maybe Pepping had just kind of made up his mind that Khudnovsky is just out of line.
This is fishy, though. Khudnovsky may well suss this one out because, you know, Pepping's sort of representing like a set, because even as played, you know, will an overpair take this sizing against this opponent on a board that straightens the board up that much? Yeah, maybe he would. So maybe he's got more than just jacks here. He might have his aces, kings and queens, his ace jack possibly. But Khudnovsky will definitely be thinking, well, this could clearly be somebody deciding to fight back against my relentless aggression here. I do have second pair. I do have a gutter to go with. I don't think he's going anywhere. And the question will be, will Pepping muster the courage on the river, one feels? What's the old phrase? Don't try and bluff the rich guy?
I believe that's one of many that would apply to this situation here.
Oh, the pump fake! Chance Corneth, eat your heart out.
I suspect it's getting in there, though. I mean, the 6 has to feel clean.
You know what?
For sure.
I don't believe it unless you're going to put it all in there. No.
Ooh, yeah,
careful,
you do have to be a little bit careful in that spot. And this is absolutely not what Pepping wanted. You saw Budnowski turns right to him and says, I don't believe you unless you put it all in. Well, let's see whether or not Pepping is going to leverage that declaration here on the river, completely unimproved on the arrival of the Queen of Diamonds, which does bring the flush in. Unfortunately for Pepping, he does unblock diamonds with the King and 10 of hearts and clubs.
Diamonds could make sense for Pepping here. He can rep diamonds, I think. He's going to have a lot of diamonds that had a little something additional. Maybe the ace-6 of diamonds, ace-4 of diamonds, maybe the ace-5 of diamonds might take a line of this nature. It's a little funky, and he's not gone for a very large bet.
No, he sure hasn't. And I don't know whether or not, given how deep and in the black Budnowski is, that this is going to get it done. Remember, he said, I don't believe you unless you put it all in. Well, if that holds true, might he look his man up?
At this sizing, you're not meant to have too many bluffs here in Pepping's shoes. So he sort of decided to merge his range, which actually does make it somewhat more convincing to Budnowski, who's trying to piece it together, but there's no doubt the line taken is a little fishy from Pepping. And he's just wondering, okay, am I up against the flush? Am I up against pocket aces, pocket kings, who've taken a rather funky line?
Oh my God.
Budnowski considering a raise, perhaps.
Well, this would obviously just be turning his hand into a bluff. It seems like it would be a bit needless, but
Budnowski can have the 6-4. He could be nutted all the way along, just flatting the 6-4 suited on the button. That makes total sense. So, you know, he's got a 7 blocker as well to some 2-pair combos that would have taken this line maybe on the turn.
All right.
He does let it go. Pepping. Of all the people, I'm not sure I would have chanced my arm against Budnowski right now. But maybe for that reason indeed, and just to put his own marker down.
And Pepping says, go ahead and give him a look. And
sorry, my friend. What you wanted to see?
that's good for the game there.
This is great for the game. This is a great cash game.
May not be good for Pepping's health, but
You asked for the pain. What can I do?
What a great attitude there as well. You asked for the pain.
yeah, well,
That was a very, very interesting.
from an
hand.
unsuspecting seat.
And you know what? I really do genuinely think Pepping gave Budnowski an awful lot of credit to read deeply into the situation and realize that, yes, it was a great price he was being laid in the river, but that made it all the more likely that he actually had a real hand. And he actually he needed Budnowski to be as good as he is to make that one work at some level.
I mean, in a weird way, Budnowski might have leveled himself by telling Pepping, I'm not going to believe you unless you move all in. And in spite of that, Pepping comes with the small, you know, at that point you just feel like my man definitely wants a call. And if he wants a call, then I must be beat. Ace, Jack, Deuce, meanwhile, as 5 players find their way to the flop. Deuces for Fernandez, the only pair.
Yeah, not the easiest one to parse here with 5 hands on screen, but that's why you're paid the big bucks, Sally.
Pepping with the 6 on the turn, now in front. Adioglu with the Broadway draw, continuing to check.
Yeah. Does look like, wow, Budnowski just deciding Oh no, 200. I was going to say deciding to take a real stab at this one with his flush draw. Actually, he's just decided to bet 1/6 pot, and it will probably end up in a battle between him and Pepping again. So dynamics abound.
Indeed.
Well, Fernandez tempted for that price, just 200. Any pair obviously can trip up or make 2 pair and be good for that price. Pepping will be left.
You have something?
Oh no, he's let it go.
No, I'm sorry. I was
Best hand
watching you.
folds.
He's watching
For
me
200.
and seeing my tilted face.
Were you watching? Were you?
King
I can't
Queen
breathe.
in the muck,
You
I think,
see?
Yeah.
on the
Really
turn
can't
there as
breathe.
well.
Would have made it.
For just 200.
I
Oh,
might
Knowski's.
need 911.
Misses the flush
You
draw.
saw what he has?
I saw what he has. I'm very pissed about seeing what he has.
Is Huxnowski going to bluff
Ace
this?
Jack.
He didn't get raised on the turn. He may well
like the
go for
most
this.
random
Give me
hand.
another chance.
Like I would have
Here we
guessed
go.
any hand except Ace Jack.
Amazing stuff here from Chudnovsky.
I mean,
Is he
Oh
gonna
my
get-
God.
Wow! What a call from
Fernandez.
Fernandez.
Do I have anything?
Do you?
No, I don't.
I have a
This-
deuce.
Oh, good on you.
everybody's going to assume there's more to the hand than a deuce, but indeed, it is just a deuce.
Wow! What are we watching? This is amazing. And,
What game
and
are you guys
like
playing?
Chudnovsky,
I don't know, but I was the winning hand.
This was 5-way
That's what, that's what I know.
You fold 5?
Well, flop.
Have you seen the game that I was just playing with him?
No,
Ah,
You got
didn't.
bluff.
He got me on the bluff now.
you doubled him up, I see.
No, I bluffed him.
Chudnovsky's like, rack him. I'm
Who
off.
won? Oh, you bluffed?
Enjoy
I
your
did
game,
because
guys.
He folded.
Oh.
Thank God.
I wonder
And you
whether or
had
not
the
a bigger
bluff.
sizing
Oh, yeah.
works on
One
Fernandez
round
there.
straddle.
No.
I'm surprised any amount.
Yeah.
Every round straddle. What is this? Let's play 1-2.
Let's play 1-2.
I object. 2-4.
2-4.
Wanna play 1-2, Miro?
Are they playing 2-4?
I can play 1-2. Take.
Well, I know what they're not playing, and it is 25-50, which is what this game was supposed to be.
Game
But
is-
it did
Table
not
is
take
going to
long,
close at
as
midnight.
promised.
No, we changed there.
The stream is
Maybe
still
not
midnight?
TV, but
I think
For things
stream
to get a
TV,
bit
but
out of
we
hand.
changed there.
Ah, it's continuing. Maybe because Mr. Viral will join us
For
after
sure.
the streaming.
For
finish.
sure. We will have even better game.
turn off the cameras. The casino restaurant is 24 hours too.
But we cannot ask them to remove the streaming, or we should?
I don't know.
Huh?
The casino closes at 6.
Who knows?
The casino, the whole casino closes at like 6.
The one at the Royal.
I'm not sure about Royal. I'm saying the casino, the restaurant here. There's one here as well.
Oh no, I meant the one that's, you know, the one with the balcony.
In the Royal, yeah.
البير فينا نقول لهم ما بقى يوقفوا.
I need to stop them.
أكيد مجبورين.
Ace deuce suited for Pepping, running into a couple of jacks on the button for Dar.
Yeah, good fold from Fernandez. They're very tempting to be sitting back witnessing a game that seems to be getting a little unhinged and off the rails and decide, actually, I want to get involved here
Yeah.
against the 3-bet with the ace-10 of diamonds. But actually, it's just never really a great spot.
Especially caught in the crossfire where potentially you have action still to
Ace-10.
come from the opener behind you.
Ace-10.
Wow, look at Dar. Immediately saying ace-10.
Is it really?
Fernandez just kind of smiling in uncomfortable admiration of his opponent there.
Huh?
Close one.
I had you. I had it.
You really feel a bit undressed when you're in a game and a guy looks up at you in what sort of seems like a fairly inconsequential spot that they wouldn't have been dedicating too much thought to, and they just spot on nail your hand based on a minimal amount of observation.
Yeah, no question, it's a little spooky when things like that happen. There was information out there, I suppose, that with 2 jacks in your hand, ace-jack being the other borderline
Right,
one,
right.
less likely. You feel ace queen may well go for the 4-bet, so you think, okay, ace 10, or maybe a little cheeky pocket 8, something like that feels right.
Well, on the topic of cheekiness, Daher really pressing his luck here with the Jack 8 suited as Hadioglu limped in with the aces and got exactly what he wanted. Is the back raise afoot?
Yeah, at this depth, you don't want to get too cute here. You probably want to bump it up to around 27.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Speaking of spooky.
Yeah, that is a bit spooky. Prompt muck from the Jack 8 suited. I think it's really important, by the way, for players cut from the sort of cloth that Albert is, that are willing to get frisky, step out of line, do weird things, play all parts of the deck, that you have some real awareness about moments where, okay, this one didn't go my way, and just walking away with the nominal sort of losses, you know, just send the 1K over to your man who limped, back raised, you know, screaming strength.
It really was, yeah.
I do know some guys, though, that in spots like that narrow the range of their opponent so much so that it isn't because they think that the Jack 8 performs particularly well, but rather that with the knowledge of exactly what sort of range that they're up against, they can then take in position pot flops and pots away with the right texture.
You're 100% correct, Ali, and I think if Hadioglu was twice as deep, I think that's exactly what we might have seen there, because I think you're right, he telegraphed the strength of his hand, and a smart player like Dar is going to decide, well, I'm actually going to use lots of board textures against you now, you know, down the streets, lots of lines that will be in my arsenal. But when you do the back raise there to 2700 and basically reduce the stack to pot ratio, that shallow, you know, you don't really have that maneuverability later on. But yeah, no, well spotted, and I think you're right. I think had Hadioglu had 20K or more, that's exactly what he would have tried.
Meanwhile, Georgiev and Geiger scoring off here. Mohan on the button with just 8 high. Looks like he's going to take a little stab at this one for 500. Pure bluff catcher with the Queen 10.
Yeah, cute little bluff here from Geiger, who has been fairly inactive and probably going to use that to his advantage here to get a cheeky one through. It works on this occasion, fair play to him. Georgiev's really had nothing go well for him so far. I know he picked up a couple of pots very early on the button. I remember one early doors, but actually he's been slapped around a bit since. All the ingredients of a game that could just get bigger and bigger as the night wears on.
Admittedly, much to my delight, and I'm sure yours as well, and those of you who are watching us currently on YouTube, pleased to have you with us. Glad to have you front and center for this rapidly escalating cash game. Slated to be quarter 50, up to 5,100 it went, then 1-2.
And talk of 2-4 has already begun. Unless these guys are feeling like they're in really gambling humor, at least 3 players at the table are not playing much deeper than 10K right now. I don't see them really wanting to bump it up to 2-4 unless they do feel like sort of gambling it up maybe towards the very end of the night. Also, I'm not sure if it's necessarily always the best thing for a cash game to end up that shallow, because what we want to see is some interesting hands develop, some deeper spots. I think that's what actually makes it more interesting from the viewer's point of view. So I think the game is pretty nice right now.
Yep.
Unless we see some players reload and get deeper, I think probably keeping it as is going to be conducive to the best possible poker on show.
Georgiev getting after Daher's straddle. 7-5 suited, turns into the bad side of a gut shot up against top pair on the Jack 10-8 board.
using that low equity bad gut shot with the backdoor flush possibility, decides to go for a little lead here. Don't hate that from Georgiev. Will paralyze the action against most of Dar's holdings.
Now he does add another pathway to a straight, courtesy of the 6 of diamonds. But of course, once flatted by Dar on this board texture, you can rest assured Albert does have something cooking.
He needs to go big, I think, on this turn if he's going to continue.
1850 in the middle, and he's dialed up 1200.
Yeah, I like this. And we see it's not going to work yet, at least. But I do like the line. I think he's got to have some leads on this board. I think picking the 7-5 out with the backdoor hearts is a nice combo. And then when you hit that 6, it seems like a good reason to continue. They're going to be sticky, of course.
Making the call with top pair. Board or pot swells to 4250, and the 4 peels right off on the river to give Georgiev the 8 high straight. Runner, runner. And let's see how much he's going to be able to pick off of Dar's stack.
So important in this spot to have a target hand in mind. I think he's going to be eyeing up a hand like ace-10, queen-jack, king-jack. They're most likely holdings that would pay a reasonable sized bet. Don't think he can go for an overbet size given the line he's chosen. I think it's just too likely to get folded. So probably going to go for something around 2/3. That seems like the right amount of greedy. No,
oh my gosh.
So this doesn't have to work as often. Obviously, if it gets called occasionally, it's an amazing result. But I think I would have chosen...
But it is so incredibly polarizing to barrel this much into that pot. We're talking about over 2x.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be hands like King 9, maybe, that are going to be the bluffs. You don't...
Well, you see out there just shooting a glance over, try to get anything that he can.
Going to have a very narrow range here in total. You're going to have a couple of bluffs and a couple of value combos, really, when you decide on this sizing. Queen 9, 7, 9, and then maybe the King 9.
What are your bluffs, Neros? Ace queen, king queen, king 9.
And we hear Dar plucking out the King 9, along with the ace queen and king queen, which he thinks are maybe the bluffs. I think he might discount some of those stronger ones, to be honest, given the line. King queen, certainly possible.
I'm at 11. I don't think I should fold this hand.
Oh, wow, okay. Well,
that's not what 11,450 of Dar's soldiers wanted to hear. That's a lot of phone calls to next of kin if he clicks call here.
King of diamonds in your hand, I'm just thinking back to the turn there where you might have some, backdoor stuff that picked up the diamond draw and then whiffed and went with it, but you have the king of diamonds in your hand, so you don't really want to have that card, I don't think. Thinking more deeply into it.
Yeah, it does block the bluff candidates.
And it blocks
that you need him to have.
Exactly, the king queen is the other hand that he's kind of picked out, or the king 9, so I actually think you need to find a fold here if you're Dar, but he does seem to want to be sticky. Fascinating spot and fascinating decision by Georgiev to go for this. Big polarizing size.
To his credit, by the way, he's given nothing away. I've had my eye on him here the entire time.
Oh, wow,
and he does get paid.
Sick stuff.
Albert with a gut punch. Yeah, just a grin/grimace there.
And you know what? Like I I got it completely wrong in the end. He sized up his opponent as someone capable of calling that really polarizing river bet as someone who would have given him credit for being willing to go for the 3x pot bet on the river, which is astonishingly good. It obviously doesn't have to work as often when you can get paid that big when it does. So it's absolutely brilliant result for Georgiev. I would have gone for the 2/3 sizing myself, but wow, he knew his customer.
He sure did. And we've got a new customer headed into the booth now. I'm going to leave you in the hands of one James Dempsey. Step out for about an hour and a half. Leave him on the comms and be back shortly. Enjoy, David.
Check, check.
Bad.
Big thank you to Ali there. He will be back, as he said there, in about 90 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere, though.
You are the luckiest on the planet, aren't you?
No.
Aural stylings of James Flushy Dempsey.
Okay. You realize that's the only run out.
Sometimes shit happens.
A lot of times shit happens, apparently.
All right, Mr. Lappin. You've been playing some poker in here, huh?
Have you been watching?
I've been watching little bits. It seems
Waiting
like
in the wings?
every time I tune in, it seems like there's a big hand going off, or a big bluff, or big action.
Yeah, like
He just folded.
it's a feature of poker here in North Cyprus. From the relatively small sample size I've seen here at the Merit Western event in January and now already in the cash games, is that these guys all willing to play slightly wider ranges from all seats and willing to find creative lines, willing to take low frequency plays at a high frequency. And yeah, it's been really entertaining. Stakes have gone up already. They might even go up a second time. There's threats.
Yeah, it's funny, when the game first got underway, I was out on the floor. And it was just a few hands in, and Albert comes in the game and goes, come on, let's make this 50-100. And I actually have my reservations. I've got a thing about stream cash games. You know, you want to keep it so every player's comfortable. You don't want the stakes to be too big. People play too tight. It gets a bit boring. But this game clearly didn't go down that route. As you say, typical for North Cyprus. The boys are here to play.
Yeah, picking up on the point you just made there, you don't really want to see a game creep into the 30 to 40 big blind zone, because that's actually the most awkward stack to play, and players don't really enjoy playing those stacks. So it does create a sort of an awkward tippy-tappy sort of game that isn't really what we want to see here. As Georgiev picks up yet another pot. I mentioned there he had a pretty good start. I think he won 2 or 3 of the first 5 or 6 hands, and then basically got slapped around in the middle part of that session, and then obviously found his customer for the one big hand there a moment ago.
Yeah, that was beautiful, coming in here, obviously waiting in the wings.
What did you think of my analysis there? Obviously, I was sort of thinking, actually, on balance, he should have gone for the 2/3 sizing, but, you know, again, the counterpoint being that if you go for the really big size, it doesn't have to work that often. It doesn't have to be up against...
It's not risk because you've got the nuts, but it's the high risk route, right? You fire it in, yeah, most of the time it's not going to happen, but and you have to get called every now and again, and you get your man. And also, it comes down so much, David, in these cash games. What's the dynamic? What's the feel of each other? You know, how much does he think his man's going to be bluffing? We've all played these games where you know the guy dropping 2.5 times the pot just is never bluffing. Right?
Oh, for sure.
So it's. There's so many factors here, bar just the cards. It's what make these cash games so great.
Yeah, whatever.
I saw there that Albert quickly asked for more chips after the hand as well. He's like, come on, reload. Let's keep this table covered.
Yeah, he's eyeing up Chudnovsky, who started with 10k, I believe, and is now up to 45. He wants to have him covered for sure. He wants to potentially get into a very, very big, deep 400 big blind pot against him. Obviously fancying his chances in such a clash.
Fast.
He's had some. He's been the action man, huh? Fernandez.
Yeah, Fernandez on the other side of it, really just going about his business in a sort of workmanlike fashion. Picked off a little bluff there a few minutes ago. Obviously got his little squeeze through with ace-queen.
He missed the blind.
You're a sick human being, Nuri.
Oh, so they are straddling?
Bravo.
I just see you lost.
Looks like he is now. Hadioglu's decided to throw out the 200 this time. So.
Thank you.
Because, you know, 25-50 is not big enough, David. Who wants to play a game that small? I don't want to play a game that small.
So 1 round?
No.
Fuck you.
full of character, this table as well. Good-natured as well. Chudnovsky having thoroughly dominated an hour of play to spin up that 45k stack, then got slapped around in a pair of pots where he got bluffed, and then he had his bluff called by 8 deuce on a board with a lot of big cards and a deuce on it.
There's something about it, David. It's you get called by bottom pair is one thing. You get called by bottom pair is a deuce. That's the slap in the face.
And
you straddle and you just get a hand.
Straddle and he wakes up here against the Dar range, which will contain a lot of nonsense, one would assume here on the button. Actually has a real hand here. No way he can fold to this.
I think
1700, I don't think.
My timing is very off today. It's like a disaster. It's a disaster. It's never been like this.
Yeah, I saw that a moment ago where I'd actually limp raised under the gun with the aces.
Yeah.
Now here he is 3-betting from the 3-betting from the straddle. You see Albert here, you start to think, hang on a second, what's going on here? The limp jam, you give them credit. When they 3-bet the straddle, your mind just starts going places. And here he is with top pair, outkicked.
And he's gone for a bigger sizing as well. Like you can go a third, even a quarter in this situation as Hadioglu, but he's actually gone for that almost half pot size bet here, which is going to give Dar very little way of escape. He's obviously got a call here, and well, there's not much left, James.
Yeah, setting up pot size behind. A lot of scare cards can come, David, but that not one of them.
Pure guessing game now. Hadioglu is going to stick this in for roughly a pot size bet. Dar is just going to be.
Yeah, I was going to say, does he have to? I mean, we 3-bet from the big blind. We're going to have some bluffs. You want to give some give ups. You're up against an action player. Maybe you send a little bit of love out the other way. Give him a chance to pull a move. But
do you go for an advanced blocker now? If you're Dar, do you check it back? You just check it back.
That's a horrible river, isn't it? That's the river that shows the shot, but checked again. Now does. I guess Albert Philbin need to bet something. You want
to make kings and queens pay something,
right? And maybe there's some scraggy handy 3-bet with it's got a jack in it, you know.
And we are ready to start the warm-up. Blinds will be now.
I think the speed of the check as well. You're not too worried about it being a trap. And there we go. He does go for it. Oh!
You didn't have anything, did you?
I will look at this hand.
Ah.
I will watch this hand.
Whoa.
8-7 suited.
You will watch also.
Do my eyes
King Queen
deceive me?
Albert's giving him, you know, King Queen's the only hand he thinks he could fold that
what
fast.
Do you have?
Right?
A better hand than you.
Well,
maybe.
This is not true.
Wow. I don't think you have kings or queens, do you?
No.
Yeah.
He has to put him on a 5.
I folded good hand.
Better than kings and queens?
I don't think so. You are better than me.
He 4-bets ace king ace queen.
You are better than me.
You have better than kings.
I'm better
Rudolph, we make round of straddle.
It's the speed, David. That's what's.
We started round
Albert
of
thinks there's
straddle.
no way he had any hand.
Yeah, of course.
The snap fold.
Now you had
You will
better
finish
than
it
kings.
next time.
You have what?
You had better than kings in this hand?
Yeah, of course.
I wasn't aware.
Really?
Yeah.
You will finish.
What do you have?
An ace.
You have ace?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Why? Why not?
Wow. Incredible. It's not that he folded it. It's the fact that he folded like he had an air ball. There was no thought of calling. This is gonna. Albert can quite believe he's like, you didn't have an ace, but you couldn't beat kings. Wow. He went for the big value bet and managed to get the big value bluff.
For Castore.
Chips.
I gave him a lot of chips for him to eat.
Thank you very
Yeah.
It's funny as well with
I think I need to lie down after that hand.
a player with that kind of reputation. Albert here, like he moves the chips.
Yeah.
We just saw him call off a big bet, lose. You might think, okay, he's going to get a bit fruity.
The usual bullshit.
Not only all the hands that you're chopping with, but like you're up against a villain who absolutely could be bluffing too.
You
Like
know,
you say, I mean, ace
when
king is going to fall
you
back
want something
pre-flop.
so hard,
Okay, ace
never
queen
happen.
might not always.
Ace jack's the only one you're worried
The
about.
one you're
Sure,
worried
you
about, yeah.
don't
But then
need
ace
to
jack
want it
probably
so
doesn't check back
and then
turns.
it happens. You want to stack me so much, never happen.
I don't want to stack you. I just want my hand to fucking hold. Yeah, you wanted the 4. You're like, please, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. And not normal. It's like, yeah. Well, 4 outs. Yeah, it's there. No problem.
3 outs.
You had 4.
No, if it's 4 diamonds, it's different.
Well, Gianowski with the flush draw.
Yeah, he still loses. If
On
it's
the,
9, he doesn't
from
win
the
anything.
straddle here. Maybe with the open ender. Both with nothing. 2800
Oh,
has
maybe
somehow
I win
found its way to the
10,000
middle.
or 1,000.
Well, king high will prevail.
Surely Khudnovsky goes for this. Against a player who just claims to have folded
Right.
top 2. Or well, not quite top 2, but 2 pair.
And we start round of straddle. We start?
Was there a round straddle?
Yes, you see.
يا حبيبة قلبي كيفك كيف صحتك؟ الحمد لله على
He doesn't get to the river with much worse.
Yeah, kind of just how we've got this pot size in. Yeah, I'm with you. You got the 8-5. You unblock. The 9-10s, king 10s. Yeah, that you hope to be up against. There's going to be some other hands you could put under pressure. Even some of the ace highs. I mean, ace 10s going to stick around.
Khudnovsky always takes his time here. I'm assuming the thought process here is, do I just go for a small bet here and try and get the missed draws that beat me to fold? Or do I actually target a jack and try and get a jack to fold here with a very large bet? I assume that's the thought process. Oh, he's actually just checked it. Wow.
How's your luck?
King 10 for you, huh? King 10 is for you, Edward, huh?
Huh?
King 10 is for you. King 10, King 10.
Easy game. Babies, turn up.
That's when I had to.
Gets the river with a king high.
Say about the
I
straddle.
feel like the Khudnovsky of 30 minutes ago would have fired out there.
My friend,
Yeah,
my
I
best
kind
friend.
of piecing together bits. It seemed like he had a
Kind
kind of had a few splashy bets early on. They got
Straddle?
taken apart, and then a
You know you
heater.
started the round, yeah.
Now
I
maybe
think you missed
confidence
it, right?
a little dented.
Yeah, he got
So
picked
you
off for a
always
couple of
straddle,
middle-sized
Yeah,
pots,
doesn't
and maybe that's just taking the wind out of his sails a bit. And he's turning the straddle here, and we're going to see that when it gets back round to him. He'll look down at 9s.
But I don't
Yeah,
want to
it,
stack
was,
you
it
anything
took a
else.
while to come to the check. Almost as much time as I spent at the dessert counter.
Oh,
Not
stop.
half an hour ago.
It's a
David.
dangerous, it's a dangerous place.
I was-
James.
Stack everybody.
I was
Not
frozen,
you personally.
Yeah, but
like
you
a rabbit
feel
in the
very good.
headlights, looking at what to take.
You feel
I
very
did
good if
3
you stack me
laps
too, no?
without touching anything. Just
Or you feel
want to make sure I
Yes,
take the best
but I will
option.
feel the same if I stack
What was it
Sergio
in
and
the end? What
you.
was the best option?
No, equal.
I wasn't
But
quite
if
sure
you
what it was when I picked it up.
No, no.
But it was almost like a
No.
fritter
You'll
roll,
be more
just
pleasure to
developed
stack
in
me.
chocolate.
I saw them, yeah.
no, because
Delicious.
I always killed Sergio and you always killed
So
me.
there is
so,
Yeah, I mean, it's stacked me so many times, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
Speaking of delicious,
For him,
It's
it's
poker,
just
it's
another
always-
Friday.
Oh,
Huh?
Just another Friday.
Gianowski
Really,
and
I
Hadioglu
do
again.
to him what you do to
And-
me. Like,
Yeah.
always
well,
like
I
this.
don't,
There's always
I don't
somebody
see
who
us
run
not
really
getting
good
this in at
against
this
somebody
stack depth.
really
The stack
run
pot
bad
ratio
against.
just 3.
Yeah.
1,000.
Flush draw possible.
But Miro runs bad with
Hadioglu, do you go for the raise or
Yeah,
do you
Miros
just call
is
here?
sun running. He doesn't realize it.
Just
Here we go.
Just
You like the call. You
Like
gotta
this
let your
hand
man
is like
keep betting. He just
completely
didn't bluff
standard,
the
the
last hand as
7-5.
well.
It's
So
just
you don't think
like-
he's not going to
I've
make that
seen it
mistake
like
again?
1
So if
million
he's got a
times,
bluff,
it's normal. And he thinks it's normal,
taking
right?
it.
And like Jack 10-8. How can I win all the money? It's 6-4. Yes, 6-4. Just put it out there. No problem.
Lucky is lucky.
the worst card in the world for
Lucky
him
is lucky.
on the turn. The offsuit 8.
Yeah, of course. Lucky's lucky.
9's still good. Now, is it time to check jam?
Yeah, I think you can spring your trap. Now, there's not much left behind. Another 3,800, laying a great price if your opponent does have
Put it.
an
I want to
overpair.
raise it for- I was spraying for a
Khudnovsky
4
will feel a little sickened by this because he can't get away here. His opponent could have 7-8, but he beats. Could have some
Thank
diamonds.
Thank you. Both energies combined.
We have an agreement that they'll turn over their cards in these situations, so I assume Chudnowski will comply. Good for the game. There it is.
you want? Doesn't matter.
16k pot.
Let's make it 2.
Just 2 outs.
Twice or once?
5.
2 times.
2 times.
2 shots at the cake. Oh, not to be close each time. You know, the 4 o'clock, you're peeling that 6, could be a 9.
There was no chocolate inside that profiterole.
No, that one was that was yesterday.
That was air.
Got thrown back out.
Not for
Man,
me.
that buffet is going to be the end of us.
Oh, stop.
You're like
For those of you watching who haven't made your way down to Merit yet, there's a many good reason. There's these crazy cash games. There's these amazing tournaments going on. But I don't think enough's made about the buffet.
I'm down.
If you want to come down here,
How much am I down?
it's something else.
Counting them.
25. 20.
My favourite thing. Interestingly, I was in there. Obviously, the players were on dinner break in the warm-up, which we're picking up tomorrow. That tournament, rip-roaring success so far.
Yeah, big field again.
Smashed through the guarantee. Something like 611 entries.
I feel I should be winning
2K.
more.
So over $1 million in the prize pool there.
Over
Similar numbers to what they were at the Western.
Yeah, over 200k to first. It's shown as, yeah, guarantee was only 300. Sorry, 700k.
Well, there we see now the rescheduled classic here, Merit Poker Classic. It's been put now to August 7th to 17th. I'm sure there was a lot of people eyeing this one up for the May slot, which of course we now know has been taken by Triton and the Cash Game Festival. So if you're in the mood for coming here for a classic Merit experience, head on over here. 5 million in the overall prize pool across those 10 days. I assume we're going to see the usual fare of a warm-up, a main event, a high roller, and a World's Fair of side events.
And what a beautiful time to come down here as well. If you're thinking about August, the middle of the summer, you dive in the med, you dive in the tournaments. It's beautiful, and the buffet will still be going.
The buffet, and you'll be closer to the really good buffet because you'll be in the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel.
And in fact, if you do come for that one, come see me. I'll tell you the secret way up.
What?
From the Diamond Poker Room up to the Diamond Buffet that takes you right by the door. No one else knows the way up there. They all go the wrong way. They're all fish. They all swim off, you know, follow the herd. There's a secret little way up.
Red or black?
Well, we spoke earlier about how much I like being first to the buffet. So.
Yes, red or black?
This one not such a problem. I think if you can get everyone in the buffet. No, my point was I was out of the buffet during the dinner break, full of players, but still plenty of spots. I can't stop talking about food. But
I'm still a man though. When I see 1,000 poker players in a poker room, I get buffet FOMO. I'm very frightened of getting to the buffet and all the best things being taken.
Yeah.
So I love a shortcut. So thank you for that.
Yeah. There's a way. The secret lifts. I mean, not that secret, but you know, you have to.
But if you're new to the property, you probably don't know.
You have to research to find this way. You know, it's not natural. If you're here and you see the sharky players walking in one direction, follow them. Don't follow the crowd. You know.
Yeah.
Geniuses will know the way. But yeah, that's one that's fun. August down here in the sun.
Yeah, lovely time of year. I know from living in Malta, the climate around this part of the world is just Mediterranean, 30-something degrees every day, little breeze off the ocean, little swim every day in the sea, no jellyfish, they've all gone out to the deeper waters, don't have to worry about them.
David, you scare me with these jellyfish every time. Yeah, it's great. We were here, I was here last year, kind of August, September time.
What was that time, wasn't it? Yeah.
Glorious. And I don't get bored of talking at it every day. Get up, sort of grab a coffee from any number of the hotels here, wander down to the seafront, onto the piers. You got these jetties out over the sea. You can dive off a diving platform. You can walk down the steps into the sea, go for a little swim, come back up, and everything. The water's just bashing away the rocks below you. Beautiful. beautiful preparation for tournaments. They've also got gyms here, I've heard, but I don't know where they are.
I feel like I saw one in my peripheral vision today on the way to the jacuzzi. There were some people.
Oh, is that what that was?
I think there was kind of grunting noises coming from a room.
That was the massagers, I think.
Oh, that's probably what it was.
No,
yeah,
maybe
yeah,
not.
yeah.
Bet 1.2, call, call.
Yeah, an all-purpose resort.
Bet 2.6, pass.
Yeah, just to give you a sense of it, because I'm sure a lot of people are listening here and they're sort of wondering what exactly are we describing. It's essentially a property with numerous hotels on it. You stay in one of the hotels, but you can use the facilities of any of the hotels. So you can pop across to a different buffet, different restaurant each day. There's bars, there's coffee shops, there's little spaces that are on the veranda, little spaces near the beach. It's just great. And a number of casinos.
Yeah, we took you on a lap, didn't we, last night in the casino? You had no idea how big it was.
We came down the lift. I was like, "Oh my god, this is huge," and you were like, "No, this is like 1/8 of it."
Yeah, but I'll bet.
Vegas.
I'd been confused. I'd been here once before, obviously in January, and I was like, it's so big and there's so many hotel rooms. Where are all these people? Turns out they're all DJs and they're all gambling it up in the casino.
Yeah, the casino and the poker room, they're busy places. I was talking to the guys yesterday. They said they got over 1,000 rooms between all the hotels here now. So it's pretty special.
Yeah.
And again, for those listening, you know, a lot of degeneracy, a lot of casino action, a lot of poker room action, but a great place to bring the family. I know a lot of poker players enjoy coming to this stop because you can bring your family, kids areas. So you got the sea, you got the excursions they do. It's a place to be.
Yeah, I can vouch for that directly. I brought my partner and son here a couple of months ago, and there's a kids club, so you can just send your child away. It's just wonderful, really. You can just collect them, bring them for a bit of dinner, then send them back again.
How much glasses?
Maybe
you look very professional.
Thank you.
if you lose too much in the game, maybe top of the marker with a child.
But I
I
can
don't
see
know
your card.
what the rates are.
Yeah, you're steering me down a very worrying alleyway, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's happened. People have put their children on the table.
Yeah.
5?
Interesting. This has been a common theme. You know, the 50, 100 with the 200 straddle and the raise to 500. Kind of a tickle raise in a cash game. You're kind of unlikely to get this through, but and maybe it doesn't get through with the ace-5. Get here defending a 10-7. Gut shot.
Again, Pepping choosing that size we've seen from him and a couple of the other players at the table here that allow them to continuation bet here with quite a wide range. Sort of puts pressure on a number of hands that maybe don't understand how to react. Dar with the 10-7, very much stepping out here. This feels like, you know, certainly if you were wrapped around that 8, if you had the 9-10 or the 9-7, this feels like a nice opportunity, particularly if it was suited variety and had a spade, heart or club. But 10-7 feels a little bit like we've left the game tree.
We're deviating.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of the thing I was starting to get into with Pepin's race sizing and then the flop bet. Is he just happy to take these, invite they're here to take these spots, and he's just going to have to hold on for dear life a lot more often, but create more situations where he's got a mediocre holding but in position.
Yeah, well, Dar, having gone for this sort of bold, exploitative move here, has actually picked up one of his best possible cards. He didn't have that many he could hit, so I assume we're going to go big here. I assume we're going to go maybe like 3.5, 4K. Yeah,
we're going. And I mean, even some of the check raise bluffs might be in there. The sort of the 6-4, the 5-6 type hands have improved as well. So certainly, it's really hard now to give him bluffs that we can beat. Obviously, the 4-5 would be one that probably calls, but sometimes check raises as well has made the nuts. So very hard to beat anything now for Pepping, I'd say.
Yep. So raw aggression wins the day there.
And I mean, you're watching all this, you're seeing all this action, and you're Hidiglu thinking, maybe I shouldn't have followed that ace to this guy.
I think you're also thinking, if you're Pepping here, that maybe I can't go for that ultra small C-bet in these situations where that, you know, obviously it allows me to have a very wide range, maybe even bet entire range at that sizing. But if you are up against someone who's going to exploit by going wider, maybe you can't.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Careful what you want, what you wish for.
6-3 is the best hand.
Because that's your life. It's always like this. But Oliver never has it.
I know.
Correct. I never have anything.
He's running very bad. He's running very bad. He never hit.
Really, I run bad.
Yeah.
What a beautiful setup here as well. That stage. Very special.
But overall, your life, you're not running bad.
My overall life is running good, but in poker I run bad.
This is not matter. Yeah.
Actually, in Hold'em I run bad. In mixed game I kind of run good. That's why
Well, Khudnowski clearly likes this 5-deuce suited. We've seen him play both suited and unsuited varieties of the 5-deuce every time he's woken up with it so far.
So Albert talking about how he runs bad in poker. Runs
I
good
saw
in
you
life,
had
bad in
set,
poker. Does have $4.5 million worth of cashes on the hand anymore. You know, but it's running bad.
Yeah, but he was. The expectation was closer to 10.
The hint I didn't see what you said.
Which hand?
This.
Ace Jack, is it?
Ace Jack.
Must be a couple of very big ones in there.
Like, how does it feel?
Yeah, I mean,
being
he's
a
had some good scores
against
here.
a maniac and just like
The biggest result came back at EPT Monte Carlo, winning a high roller a few years back for 700k or 600,000 euros. Very accomplished player, but more well known, I think most people would say, in these cash games. And as he said himself, they're mixed games. And definitely a character. But yeah, a whole host of results here. Second in the WPT in 2013. Done well on the high rollers here. I'm on the MSOP main event here back in 2017.
I really wanted to just make it 1K on the flood. I was like, let him kill himself. I knew we were just gonna blast it off.
I think your plan is correct.
Yeah, I just felt we were gonna blast it off.
Tempter there for Padbing.
Yeah, I think exactly this. He knows the way he wants to create this game. You got Albert back there. You got some other action players. Maybe a little burnt from that ace-5 hand, but maybe more just, I'm going to win a big pot in this by someone punting off. I don't need to be dabbling with the 9-7 suited. And by punting up, I mean, not necessarily badly, just, I want to have a hand and have someone bet big. So it seems like a likely scenario in this game.
Yeah, it is. It's a good recipe.
Popping it up with the 10-4 from the small.
Knit in the blinds, attack the knits.
He's not lying
Poker
either.
101.
You wanna continue with straddles?
Yes, it was more fun.
I still owe one, so maybe he skips this one. I do the last
can
one.
make it-
Then
And
You
then
can make it like mandatory, something like this, if you want.
I don't care
Two
about that,
straddles
we make too much.
suggested.
Yeah.
3 blinds is nice.
No, 3 is nice.
3 blinds is nice.
3 blinds on 8-handed is fine.
Yeah, definitely
You
not
guys play
getting
with 3 blinds
unanimity
all the
here.
time in Vegas?
I do agree though. That's a
play
structure.
1, 2, 2 or something.
No, I think the dynamics are fun for like,
Yeah, with 3 blinds,
more fun.
I don't care. I know.
Barakat coming in an unstraddled pot. How's he been? Because I've come in, I haven't seen him do anything.
First hand, he lost 5k in a chunky enough pot and has been pretty quiet since then, but he has topped up.
Okay.
So he's a little deeper than he was at the beginning as the stakes have gone up.
This is why perhaps, we look at the hands. Jack 9 offsuit in the hijack. You got Albert behind. We raise, and here he comes with the 5 high.
And look at Geiger's considering something here. Maybe considering a cold 4, given its star.
Nice.
Lovely hand selection to do it with as well.
How much you play, Ohan?
I think he's probably just put in the leverage bet here. I don't think Dar can really flat and
You don't have,
navigate
like,
this one
these are not blacks
long term,
behind,
profitably when they're going to
Like
end up in a
10
stack to pot ratio of 2-to-1.
12.
Yeah, but sometimes you want to stack someone and maybe open up the seat for someone else, see them get hot.
How much is it? 18 and 20.
A man with a watch like that.
Well, indeed. Geiger has been on the tight side, though, so this is a very nice sort of like bit of well-timed. Oh, well, I say well-timed aggression, but here we go. He's going to at least call.
But I mean, Albert's in there with all sorts of junk.
Yeah. Geiger has been probably our tightest player so far. So, be interesting to see. There's a club in the window was a bit of fun.
What a beautiful flop when you've cold 4-bet from the big blind.
You can just bet like 700 here.
Yeah, it's going slightly bigger than with you. It's the instant fold from Albert. Nice little pick up.
And the sigh of relief that you didn't have to put your big boy pants on as well.
You know, like you say, he's been pretty quiet. I gather he's a guy who started here playing the smaller stakes at Merit. Has worked up over the years.
Absolutely.
And now maybe, the bright lights. This is a big game. That settles you down. Okay, I've put my move. I've shut down the sort of most active and perhaps best well-known player at the table.
I had 5 high.
Maybe I get a bit more lively. And yeah, Claire's 5 high. He's not lying.
I think you really like 5 just.
He hasn't lied yet.
No, I had 5-4.
5-4.
Giving up the information for free. That's the sort of situation now. You're like, okay, if I call 4, I think I've got to go bigger sizings. I'm not making 5 high fold.
I used to hit those all the time. I don't hit them anymore. It's so annoying. It just comes ace, king, king.
So Chudnovsky limping in here. We haven't seen too much limping.
I want to see what happens here because Barakat limps behind. Albert has a real hand in 2-8s and raises, but if I'm in his seat, I'd be worried that the guys
going for the limp,
are looking to get trappy. Although having said that, he just 3-bets most hands. Maybe they were just open their good hands.
Me and my best friend.
Well, Chudnovsky's not going anywhere here. These guys are playing really deep, remember.
Yeah, this is great.
And Mr.
Chudnovsky at his peak probably got up to about 46k.
My other best friend.
Down to 35 now after a couple of stationary moments by his villains. And wow.
The deuce in the window. The deuce of clubs got me a little bit excited. Ace, Jack rolls off behind. Barakat takes the top pair. But hey, the worst kicker.
Yeah, Barakat is very sticky, so well, that'll make him feel a lot better about his hand.
Clubs for Chudnovsky though. David, he's happy to check it once more.
Oh, he's checking again, so they are just targeting Dars, loose enough to just start firing off here. And, well, they get there.
Yeah, he's gone small. This makes sense though, right? The 600.
It's a cool bet, because it can fold out some equity as well.
Right. And yeah, you got a hand, so you can get called by someone else, I guess. Unlikely, but the 6s, the 7s. 4s, 5s. Barakat with the check raise. He must be thinking, oh, why don't you bet more? Why don't you bet just 600?
But it's not much, because I guess maybe a function of the fact that Dar went so small to 600. He's 4x that bet, but it's actually not very much in relation to the pot here. And Chudnovsky certainly getting the right price, direct price.
1700 more, cool.
Out of position is obviously very hard to extract value should he hit his flush. But well, he may well do, because obviously we see Barakat has 2 pair. But it's but he's getting the right direct price, so he's not going anywhere. Already 600 in there, so this is just 1700 more. A pot of about 9.5. Pretty much bang on the price.
See? Okay. Thought maybe there was some dirty thoughts. Chudnovsky, no use, no good. Out of position with 9 high. So I'm going to get out of position. I'm going to go with, well, in position, I should say, with the 8 high.
As played, I think Barakat can justifiably target some King Jack kind of stuff here for calling a decent sized bet. That's, of course, assuming it gets to him and Chudnovsky doesn't go for a audacious bluff here.
Yeah, I wonder if it plays in his mind. Like I say, I came in, I saw that hand. I think first hand I was in here with you. The 8-5, and got to the river.
Running it back, like both of these guys limped and then called the large bet.
Yeah, okay, he does give it up.
Pre-flop.
He has to give that one up. Would have been a little wild to do anything. And Barak up. Maybe easy situation. It's quite small, but like I guess like you see, you're targeting not a fairly weak range, right? In Hudnevsky's shoes, he's limp called. He's checked flop, checked turn. Just call the 2 bets on the turn.
Yeah, it does. It feels like you're targeting like ace 5 or king jack is your like best candidate, but that probably does get you the call.
Nice little pick up for the boss.
Oh, I see what you do there.
I'm very simple, David. I'm not going to make things too complicated. I want that screen at home. I'm thinking. Just put the telly on that.
Okay.
How nice would that be?
Football, yeah.
Oh, the football, could you imagine?
Football on that would be nice.
Do you think they'll let me take one home?
Do they have more than one?
Well, you know, there's some screens around here. Do you think they'll notice if I take one? One of the little ones off the side there, you know? The left.
I think EasyJet might.
That's a good point. It's a very good point. They've become more liberal with their baggage policies, but I don't think you can sneak on the 10-foot high LCD screens just yet.
Well, we know Dar has the 4 spades, so he's getting involved.
All right, he got dealt a card. One card's enough. I reckon he's got some funny hand histories. You sit there, sit down with him, he can tell you some tales.
No doubt. Just gets it through, yeah, and it looked like it flashed of a red 9, I think there, or a red 8. So yeah, why not?
It's funny because there've been a number of pots I've seen that have been taken down pre-flop like this, that in a lot of these action games very rarely happens. But on the flip, the hands we have seen that continue end up being quite useful.
Not gone his way so far. Dar has been fighting upstream, but he's playing really deep, and one hand can change everything here. We could see a 100k pot before the night is out.
That's the number you're going for, is it?
Oh.
I think that'd be the...
At the moment, given the stack distributions, we probably need it to be a 3-way, but that's also possible.
Hey, the night is young. They did speculate this one could go late. There's a high roller tournament, I believe it starts. Is the high roller starting to? No, the high roller doesn't start for a little bit actually. Yeah,
Here
so
and there.
hey, these guys might be free tomorrow.
You got places.
Pray for clouds. And then we go long game.
Yeah. Cool city. You've ever been? No. You definitely did.
I've been invited many times.
Hudnevsky. Count shot. These two seem to be squaring off in a lot of the pots.
Yeah, we have a couple of pairings almost, the way it's been going dynamically.
Yeah. Honestly, it's
I
better
mean,
to
look at
live
the two
in
hands here.
that.
There's there's a certain turn card that would
I imagine.
precede a lot of action.
Easy life.
Well, that'll find some.
Yeah.
Secure.
Certainly would. Hudnevsky was looking for the 8, found the 9, takes him the lead, but Adiaglu
Doesn't feel like home.
picks
but
up additional himself. Guessing position. No, that's not bad. Is you very confident that you're not going to get check raised if you bet this kind of spot?
Like
There's certain reason you can have the best hand. Of course you can with that 7 still.
Here on
You don't really need to protect too much, do you, with this hand? A lot of good cards for you on the river.
Yeah, it feels as though he's almost putting Hudnevsky on such a wide range, given how he's played previous hands, that he's just going for this like advanced blocker.
Right. Bet here, can still get caught with some worse.
And then if
check
you
bet
improve,
rivers.
you can bet as well. Yeah, I don't hate that. I think you can go even smaller if that's your game plan, but you know, it's pretty reasonable. Hudnevsky does have to call here. He doesn't really have any other options. I don't think your hand can be good. Your draw could be good.
Makes that cool.
Calm is too far.
No, you said apartment. I understand.
No, I said condo.
Backdoor hearts complete. Oh, he was stashing the change. I thought maybe we're coming out with the.
I don't know.
Quick bluff.
Well played from both players there. These small pots
a lot of taxes.
don't catch the headlines, but they are deft in their own way.
No, property card.
Was that a situation you think you'd need to turn the 9-5 into a bluff on the river there, had a position?
It's a good market.
Yeah, one draw.
Would you like to see him
No.
Okay.
consider
I think it's good because I would
bluffing?
thought about like getting a place in
No, I think the hand is just good enough.
in Waldorf.
The problem with places like Waldorf,
It's like overpriced.
Yeah.
as well.
and then you have to be paying HOA.
I am thinking
HOA
deeply
is
on this
huge,
stuff.
yeah.
I love the chats in these cash games. You know,
I think more.
they're not discussing the ibis.
You own the place, but you still have to pay.
Is the Waldorf good
You
value?
can just like rent it
Well,
out.
you can get a room for
when
$1,000 a
you
night.
go
I
to
suppose
Vegas,
it's
you can
okay.
just, like, stay in.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying, it's super expensive.
Nicest hotel room you've ever stayed in?
But if you rent it out, they're paying it, right?
Ooh, that's a good one. I did stay in a suite with Merit for a few hours once before getting turfed out. It was pretty nice.
Well, Phil, tell that story. I think a certain Phil Ivey arrived and you were supplanted.
We got downgraded. I was invited to take the spare bedroom in this luxurious 2-bedroom suite here in the Royal Complex. Huge terrace, all that, beautiful, beautiful place. And so I've just moved in, unpacked, and we got the message. Or I got the message, don't unpack just yet. I was like, well, okay, I've just done that. And it turns out Phil Ivey is turning up and he wants that suite. So,
yeah,
bags packed.
The Dempsey suite, he said, I want to go
yeah,
there. The Dempsey suite.
He wasn't having any of it. So, I mean, I never slept there, but I did unpack and it was pretty luxurious.
That counts, that counts. Yeah. Chudnovsky, interesting spot here with the ace-10 here, likely dominated. But these guys are playing reasonably deep. Not a particular dynamic between them. Although, wow, everything is dynamics with this table. There's been skirmishes left and right. Quite like a fold here in this, but is 900 that?
You should catch what the open was on this one. That makes sense. 4.5.
Yeah.
But it's funny because if we see Chudnovsky with this hand against some of the other players, it would be easy to continue. Like you say, the battle line that seemed to have formed, the matchups are there. Georgiev, I don't think I've seen really play a hand since the hand I came in on. Made the nuts, or effective nuts. And get paid again.
Wow, wow. What a swingy day Chudnovsky's had. He started with 10k, spun up to 46k, I want to say in like 50 minutes. And took a series of beats to go back down to 34, 35k since then, and now very likely to lose a chunky one.
Yeah. 1/3 of the continue. Again, kind of makes sense. Very broken board. Ace-7 deuce. You've 3-bet. Your opponent just has a lot of give-ups. Interesting turn card. Very interesting. Yeah, Georgiev's going to look back and see, was it the King of Diamonds or the King of Hearts? Okay, it was the King of Diamonds, but...
Will you be wary of the ace-queen in a 4-bet spot like this?
It's possible. I also think you're going to be wary somewhat of some of the suited connectors, the way we've seen these guys. Oh, I've seen these guys over the last hour or so, you know. It's only up in pots, but he is still going to bet.
Tough situation there for Chudnovsky.
Yeah, it's such an awkward card for Georgiev when he bets on this. It's great. He takes up the nut flush draw. But also...
You're trying to figure it out, like you're thinking, well, kings with the King of Diamonds, probably just happy to, you know, get to showdown from here, lest they improve. Does he have a weaker ace? Unlikely, possible, but unlikely.
I think with this size, though, he's gone pretty small, right? 4.2 into 10.
Call here, fold river.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I don't think we can fold yet. And I do quite like this bet from Georgiev. You've got to be pretty sure you're not going to get check raised. Because it's very hard to get value now from 1 pair on the river, I think. So deciding to bet smaller here on the turn, maybe check back a lot of rivers. Oh, wow.
Wow, and not even the 10 of diamonds would have been good here, so this is pretty sick.
Yeah, maybe this turn bet sizing now is really good because, yeah, I don't think he really gets to bet this river now.
You're absolutely right. He's literally targeting ace-jack, and that's just too thin.
Yeah.
And he's going to be sickened by this card. And Guria has been very unlucky in a number of spots. he's going to be well annoyed. I think we're going to see some.
I think the interesting spot in that hand, I think, is actually Georgiev's decision on the turn. If we're going to bet, and then I might have leaned to checking. There's so much of the hand, but he decides to bet small, allowing him to take that line there and safe facing a bit bet himself.
Can you bring a small table?
Georgiev's run pretty poorly, it's got to be said, in this sample of 50 or so hands. He's definitely the one who can count himself the most unfortunate. He got rivered in 3 spots now. Stoical. Not going to take it to heart, but a series of those wear on you, especially maybe that it's on the feature table as well, just sort of amplifies just ever so slightly.
Yeah. The lights make you even warmer. You steam a little hotter. All right, well, you said obviously Hudnowski had that great start. It was starting to tailspin, but maybe that was the little bounce back he needed. These pots are big, man. 50,
Can you bounce back from a tailspin? You're in
well, you don't really want to bounce back. You're quite right. When you're tailspinning, you don't want to be hitting anything. But
I've been treated to. Wow, it's treated to the
I
right
think
phrase. I was trying to find a nice way of saying this, but yeah, Ali Najad and James Dempsey love their planes. It's fair to say. So there's been a lot of aeronautic conversations. Like, it's nerdy, so it's not even like you know, with Ali, he obviously loves his first class, but like it's actually talking about like engine sizes and capacity. And I'm lost, guys. I just tune out.
Yeah, it's bad.
Ali keeps shouting out the phrase, "I'm on the flight deck." I have no idea what that means, but I nod along.
All right, a little bit of something. Barakat with the toppest of the pairs available on this board. But he's got 5 high again, but this 5 high is a straight draw, so let's go blasting. Well, no, let's not go blasting, in fact. Let's let Fernandez have a little stab with the 2-8s.
Yeah, Hudnowski got to get out of the way here. He just doesn't have enough of this, and it's too dark tunnely with players stacked behind him. Barakat's certainly going to call, and then Dara could go either way, James.
Yeah, I mean, Fernandez, I guess, feels mandatory.
Barakat's going to just
just got to text. Lads, what do you do if you've got top pair on a Jack 6-3 in a straddled pot?
Chat CBT or GBT.
Yeah.
What do you do?
What do you do?
God, that's going to be a thing. Have I just like figured it? Chat GBT, could it just pull up solutions to things like
Should
that?
we ask it now what to do with Jack 10 on Jack high board?
If that's a thing, no, let's not. Because nobody should be. Don't do that. Nobody at home do that.
You've ruined poker.
That's just ruined. Could it have ruined poker? Oh my god. Well, Barakat. Bink's top 2 here.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with the clubs, but he has a club himself.
Probably checks through this one. Barakat improves from top 2 to middly flush. Dar with a very awkward straight here on a flushy board. Don't think he can find value now. He's just going to check. He may consider calling in certain worlds. Fernandez maybe deciding, well, could I steal this one away?
Yeah. I mean, what's the pre-flop razor?
Ooh, he's going to have a go.
Saucy. It makes sense, right? He's got the most of the offsuit high cards, the king of clubs, the ace of clubs hands. Although, the flip side, does he check back turn with those kind of hands? I don't know.
Gone for a sizing where I think he can have like the king and the ace. Queen might be a little bit thin to go this size, but maybe just about. Obviously, all of those beat Barakat's jack of clubs right now, so really just a pure bluff catcher. Barakat not going to think his opponent would ever bet the 9 of clubs in this spot. Does let it go, and Fernandez, another one of our somewhat tighter players, choosing his moment ever so delicately scalpel-like, deciding, actually, I think this pot's mine if I fire at 2800. There you go. What a result. Worst hand wins.
It's a beautiful world. Oh, you'll be pleased to know my ChatGPT isn't working for some reason. So I can't tell you what things we should do with Jack 10, but I'll get on it.
Omaha 510, 5 card, Davut. Mr. Costas and Rasides.
We're in trouble. If you make a discovery tonight, we're in trouble. As a
Mr. Bakush.
As a species, poker players are in serious trouble.
Alex, Khan, Samer, and Eustace.
Geiger bumping it up here with Kojak.
Your table is ready to start.
Just constant calls and names in this room for more and more cash games. So you're here. New game, new game, new game. Action as far as you can see in this room. Background there, you see the tournament area. I don't know what day 2 going on, but to the right of us, as you look, a whole string of cash games. Queen 6-5. Little sort of barreling opportunity for Ohad.
You bluffed that thing? Huh? You bluffed that thing?
I had to.
I had to. He did have to.
Daniel, Slava, Khan, Samer, and Eustace.
I had a pair.
Golden 515. Your
I had a
table
pair.
is ready to
No
start. Middle of the room, please.
No lies.
Right? Huh?
8 was there.
Was it 8?
Red 8 were
Wow.
I had to bluff. I had to bluff. I just told you because you're
Neglu, ace, queen, suited. First act after the straddle.
I don't like calling this.
These guys are pretty locked in this 2.5x opens over these. Hudnovsky.
I don't have many more bluffs than
with the 2-8s this time.
I know, I think you always
2-8s at a massage. That's the man who's about to flop a set.
You reckon?
I mean, you can't call in the masseuse. He's getting the back of the ears rub, the head rub. He's got 2-8s. You telling me he's not going to flop a set?
That's like
have a jack
Come
that
on
you
now.
check or like over pairs or.
It's probably the worst hand I bet on the flop.
Wow. Dude is broken. The guy gets top pair.
Yeah, and Hadioglu with every reason to stick around as well here.
Yeah, this is a slam dunk bet, isn't it? You got the gut shot to Broadway. You got backdoor hearts. You got the betting impetus. And you just get to squeeze hands like this. Hudnovsky in the middle with the 2-8s. Got to worry about the big blind behind against another gun opener. Very hard to see him wanting to continue, especially, like I say, with that massage. Just sit back, chill out. Oh.
Wow, it's very sticky here from Hudnovsky.
Now suddenly this... I mean, you're not folding here for 700, but Geiger's not liking this. A betting a call in front.
هذيك الهاند كم ما قال لك؟ ما سبيتي؟
Picking up hearts.
صغيري.
This is fun, because now, you think against one player, it's kind of hard to barrel again. A lot of cards, but because he kind of gets the protection of 2 players in the pot, both of them scared of each other as well. In the hearts, I'd like to see him go big there, but...
Completely agree, James. I would have loved to see a bet here again. Well, it's worked out fine for him in the end, but yeah, totally agree. I think you can really put pressure on so many hands there.
Yeah, and you're not going to get raised as well, that's the thing. You put out a big bet there. If they're trapping you, they're just going to keep trapping you. You get to see the card.
You had the best hand, I had the second best hand, you had the first. I think.
That was me, and then he's destroying the set. Apologies.
That's assuming all of us are saying the truth.
I apologize to those of you at home. James actually trying to plug out the big screen here in the room. He's sizing it up for his extra large luggage.
Nothing special.
Do you reckon I get it through as like sports equipment?
Like I'm bored and I wanted to
check the
talk
dimensions of that.
to someone, and I ask stupid question to start a conversation.
Just think some chips.
Yeah,
love to chat.
What is this? 10 on the river, queen on the river.
Oh, always. The 4 on the river is
no,
always ace 10.
Always ace 10. And I always ace king.
And you had the
King of diamonds.
Yeah. You got 2 outer. That's. Well, I got 4 outer. Whatever.
First time 3, second time 2.
Yeah, that's
What
life.
can I do? That's life.
You want to hit for 3 outers or 4 outers?
Ace queen. Yeah, I need to hit 4. I hit 4.
He wants to hit 10. He buys it.
Yeah,
He
this
said
is poker.
he paid for it. He
Yes.
paid for it.
What did you put? 10? Thanks. Really?
My best friend. Oh my, big raise.
Big raise coming.
Easy poker.
Aces, aces.
Well, you got ask him.
Wow.
My friend, big raise. He goes, okay, I'll give you a big raise.
Ask and you shall receive. Kudnowski,
On the 10.
Krabs, 1200, Barakas, straight in there behind him. Ace queen off. Dar with a very squeezable, also callable ace 10 of spades.
I just like I saw Gilga, like, his cards flash as they folded the king queen off, and he's like, you guys are going to start clicking around with all these random hands. I'm going to play properly. It's a big open. I got king queen off. I'm not playing. As you say. Into her.
How's your luck, Kudnowski? Want to go set mining?
Yeah, yeah. This is such an interesting spot for Barakat, because I was saying, you know, you're going to play these situations very trappy to try and get the player behind you who's playing very aggressively. But at the same time, you end up in a position, you're out of position with ace queen. Things could conceivably get difficult.
I'm going to say it here. If Kudnowski flats, or even if he folds, I think you can back raise shove the ace queen profitably long term against a player like Dar on the button.
Certainly be tempting, I think you're right, if Kudnowski were to call.
Like, in essence, the large open size in the first place has kind of changed the depth of this hand.
Yeah.
And I think with that in mind...
But I wonder if it's changed... If it would change the perceived ranges. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Albert's done it here with the ace 10.
I am too. I thought he would come with a flat.
On the button.
Yeah.
More the merrier. I got ace 10 suited. Come on in. But I think he's just itching to play a big stake game.
I think he does too. You see there, the equity's relatively close between these 3 players. Not unreasonable to think we could go 3 ways in some worlds.
He killed me.
Barakas. It's a very kind of interesting spot. Again, I just do strongly feel like if you're properly sizing up the dynamics here, ace queen, pretty monstrous against someone like Dar.
Yeah.
He's going to squeeze so wide.
Yeah, that's the question. Does he squeeze super wide when the open was so big? Maybe. Maybe he does. I don't know. I haven't seen enough to know. But I think certainly we can just continue with the call here. We kind of keep in some worse like we have here. You kind of, with ace queen, you flop a top pair. It's almost the nuts, and you're much further ahead of the top part of your range if you do hit that top pair. That's what I want to say. But then it's very hard to proceed if you miss the flop, and you're going to miss the flop a lot with ace queen off. So.
And you're going to face a bet from Dar on so many board textures.
Right, and I wonder if Barakat's thinking, look, just my game plan in this game. Am I going to be playing big pots out of position with offsuit hands and trying to catch people, or am I going to maybe be the one beating the drum? You're going to see. I personally would call. I like what you're saying with the jam.
72.50 out there.
Good man.
We get to live in the universe of your choice.
Obviously, when it comes nonsense board, that wasn't my choice. I'm in for the jam. What does Albert think he's up against here?
It feels very ninesy, doesn't it?
There's some. Well, that's again. This is what I was saying, right? So it's a terrible flop for Barakat, but at the same time, kind of suits his range. Hard for her to go crazy. He does check it back with backdoor spades, and wow, there we go. That is his card of dreams.
Pick a sizing here for me for Dar on this card. Do you just
Thing
go
is, if he's betting, what would I mean? We're over at. I don't think he thinks he's up against ace queen, ace jack too often.
Yeah, king queen maybe looming.
So you're still going after the 9s, 10s, 8s. So yeah, I'm not surprised to check back to the one bet. Unlikely to get through against those hands.
just to maybe save your bluff for the river.
Well, it was either if you're betting turn, I think you've got to bet big on river as a bluff, and maybe he's just decided he's not going to get his man to fold those kind of hands. I think this may just be a...
I just think maybe my ace high is good here.
Yeah,
Against
like
Queen
my ace high is
Jack
good
or
against
9-10
some
suited.
suited combos, yeah. And
Check.
yeah, otherwise I'm not going to make those hands fold.
Oh.
Dreamy.
Baraka, I don't think expecting to have that pot shift his way there. I think he would have assumed worse hands may have bet at some point, and he was probably up against a pocket tens that decided to do a kind of a holding thing himself. I don't know, it's an interesting one.
Very interesting hand. Very interesting. On paper, it just looks like a slam dunk bet, doesn't it, for Albert on the turn, picking up the spades. I think just giving his man credit for having a pretty narrow range. Because you remember, it was a 6x open, it's 1200.
And then a
Equal
call
out,
again.
Big squeeze, cool. It does, and like you say, all of a sudden the hands like King Queen suited, a lot of the suited Broadway combos that maybe continue are the ones that have hit on the turn. So you're not going to make them fold. You're not going to make the 9s and 8s and 9s of the world fold. Obviously 10's possible because you've got 10 in your hand.
Have fun.
Yeah, interesting hand. Like far more interesting than it looked when it was just a
Yeah,
3-bet and check down.
for a pure check down hand, it had a lot
there were
going on.
options on every street.
Yeah. Again, a limp from Chudnovsky with the
it's nice
very
that
openable.
if he is limping some hands and raising some hands, it's nice to see that there doesn't seem to be too much of an obvious distinction between the two ranges, because ace jack suited coming in as a limp is lovely. Lovely hand to have. They won't be seeing that come. Very happy to stand some heat.
We might end up like 6 or 7 ways here.
Heads up.
Over limping. Queen deuce. Fernandez thinking, right, I want to get involved in this a little bit. I never seem to get a player hand. 5-6 offsuit on the button, that'll do me. Nut
There's
diamonds. Here we go.
7 for Hadioglu. Queen for Dar. Obviously no kicker.
So will we see these two square off once more?
I like this bet from Chudnovsky. Some people would play this one for a check, and that's got merit too, but I actually quite like thinning the field a bit here. You sort of want to...
What I like is the pots are relatively small compared to how deep they are, but you kind of... Okay, I'll bet here I might lose small some of the time, but let's build a pot in case we make the nuts. None of the other drawers are going to fall for this sizing. They're all sticking around.
Wow, Dar decided to raise.
Wow,
so we're going to get a heads up between Chudnovsky and Dar here in a very interesting situation. Dar maybe gone for a holding raise almost to just try and keep control over what could have been a very messy situation.
Knock the rest out. I hate to use the words, but the odd find out where I am.
Yeah.
Like, if I get more heat behind, I know I'm toast with the queen deuce. Wow.
Oh, there it is.
That is the card he was dreaming of. Find the nuts, but you haven't found the flush. Far more concealed. Very hard that De Geer's going to put him on ace jack here when he's limped.
I do quite like the idea of a bet from Chudnovsky here. Obviously, we can see he has the nuts, but and actually probably unlikely to get called if he does bet. But just given the fact that his opponent did go for that small raise, I do quite like the lead.
Yeah, I love where your head's at. Because it looks like he's always going to check back when he makes that size on the flop. So have some of this, put him under pressure.
A very quick release there from Dar. I think it's already gone. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Can I see the last card?
Royal.
Can we see the last card?
Still good.
Royal not possible.
Some romance still.
I think I put too much for you, right? Or would you put something? I don't know what you had, but...
No, it was okay, but...
When you put a 2, so I thought you had something. I was hoping.
I folded a set of queens. I had 3 queens.
Sure.
That's all smells again now, isn't it? A slight...
The jolliness has returned.
It was a slight depression, but...
Yeah, it was sort of like Chudnovsky steamrolls everyone. The smiles became belly laughs, became full-on chortles, and then he got bluffed, and then he smiled and high-fived the guy who bluffed him. And then he got hero called, And he looked at the guy and gave him a nod. And then the third time someone did it, there was no expression. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm not enjoying this anymore.
Yeah, the fun is finished.
But then the 10 came, the River 10, and life was good again.
Beautiful.
And
Innocuous looking 10.
We make Broadway.
The funny thing is the 10 came, and it went check, check, and he turned his hand over first. And probably thought, oh, I was ahead anyway. You know. Georgiev didn't tell him, how'd you beat? He has since mentioned it at the table. How's Georgiev? This is raised to 400, but it's from +1, so is this another straddle?
Oh, interesting.
Maybe
yeah.
a raise.
Yeah, Georgiev has been going for a small raise into the straddle situation. So, yeah, no, I think it is just that.
Yeah, nice flop for him.
If you are going to keep some 10x in your checking range, quite like the King 10 as a choice.
Just removing that one more overcard that you're worried about.
Yeah. And you know you're obviously not going anywhere across 2 streets, really, unless it's a particularly messy run out. So you sort of guarantee yourself getting to showdown. You get some weaker hands to call turn, maybe. Not this time, obviously, but could work out. Actually, big bet there. So Georgiev actually decides to go big.
Big and delayed on the 3 parent, which doesn't really hit either of them. So. It's kind of fun in these games, isn't it? You pop it up with the King 10, it comes 10-7-3 rainbow. And in some of these pots, that's you're winning 10,000. This is like, why does it come on this board? Why?
Yeah, against this villain.
Against the guy who's not going to be giving it away cheaply. The guy who's, playing for his life, as it were. Give me eye here for the Carmen series. Have you been sneaking any Carmen references in just yet that I've missed?
Look,
or you're saving them for the tournament? Because I'm going to miss all of them. I see the beautiful colours. That's as far as I've got. The black and the red, and it all looks right. But
I was sitting here with an LA skater boy for an hour and a half. I was like, there's no point. There's no point. It's just going to be
LA skater boy. I like it. It's a new name. Skater boy.
Oh, he is small, big.
Yes.
My colleague, Mr. Najad, he does have he's a wide range of attire.
Wow. Well, we saw an interesting outfit yesterday over lunch.
He's got it all. Barakat opens an unopened pot, an unstraddled pot, I should say. No 7 deuce game here.
Oh well, maybe they'll think about that though.
He flashes it. Do you think Pepe's flash to try and get some suggestion? Like, oh,
yeah, look, because we could have played the game. I might have played it.
This could have been a huge pot.
No obvious opportunities to wedge in a reference to opera, but well, the week is young. The fortnight is young.
Yeah, this is day 1 of our streams here, guys, but we got a whole feast ahead. We got a warm up, high roller main event, speculatively some more cash games. So a lot of action coming over the next week to 10 days.
Yeah, as much as the main event is the main event and the high rollers, the 5K. The warm-up is like another main event here. That's the thing. That the guys coming in, this is an important one psychologically for the grinders, the mid-stakes guys, even the higher-stakes guys who love their tournaments. Coming to a festival like this, not only is there just sort of a tournament going off twice a day, turbo maybe 2-day or whatever it happens to be. There's a few 1Ks in the mix as well. But when you can go and essentially play 2 main events, a 2K main event, a 3K main event, it's kind of what they are. I know we call it the warm-up, but it's actually got an identical structure. There's no difference.
And it's a 2K, but first prize, as we mentioned earlier, is going to be over 100 buy-ins. Like that's a big tournament. Tray. A little lull in the action.
Yeah, we haven't seen a 5-figure pot for a while.
Interesting the hands here. Georgiev again more unstraddled, so opening from under the gun.
Every reason for Georgiev to take a stab here. Barakat's going to do it, no?
Barakat really stepping out with the Jack 9. But I like this, understanding that he's from the big blind, he's up against under the gun and the button. They've not elected to put any chips in on the flop. He has a fair amount of AX. He has the normal to 3x. You can even have a deuce that just bets here for sort of protection. But look at this, Georgiev. Interestingly, actually raising this with the king high in the flush draw. But this is actually pretty sick, I guess, because
you could get the ace-4 to fold.
You can get like the ace-4, the ace-5 to fold, but you could also get the weaker flush draws to call in both clubs and hearts and actually be ahead with this king-queen. Would be pretty special.
I love how Brackett still gave it some pause there. It was just like...
That's just saving face, isn't it? Like I wasn't stabbing nothing. I promise I have a decision here. I promise I have a hand.
Yeah, I did have that too that James talked about.
Yeah. Pots are certainly smaller when the here's not the table.
That's what it is. I knew there was something different.
The table's quieter. The pots are smaller. Bring him back.
No one's being induced into 6xing pre.
Yeah.
Being shouted at to post their straddle. Yeah?
Yeah, that's basically it. It's where you often see this in these kind of games when, you know, the big action player, the fish, the whale, we want to call them, leads a table, the game's coming. Albert is not that. This guy's a really, really strong player. But he's still the driver of the action. It's that perfect blend of both roles that if you want to be a guy who's successful in cash games, you've got to have, because people want to play with you.
Yeah, he's the laggy sicko who is happy to lose some silly pots as well, because he sort of gives action to get action.
Yeah. If you want to get in the games, you've got to give it, as you say, give action to get action. He certainly gets plenty, and he gives a lot. 985, we'll see some action. Here we go. The same cast of characters, this time all with a piece. In fact, Barakat's got Jack 9 again. It's like what I had last time.
Yeah, this one could get very, very interesting. A lot of potentially interesting turn cards too. Barakat with the backdoor clubs. Georgiev with the backdoor diamonds. Obviously, as it stands, Geiger pipping Barakat.
Does Geiger have a decision there whether to maybe raise the flop with a 9 that's strong against the two players in the blinds?
Well, the weakest hand has just improved its chances with that flush draw. Both players still with top pair on the flop. Does this king of diamonds slow down the action? It's almost like a brick in a sort of a weird kind of way, isn't it? When everyone represents having some of these middly cards.
Right, I was going to say it doesn't really change much. The weakest hand sticking around, the queen jacks, the queen tens don't get there. The other straight draws obviously not getting there. As I say, the king is almost a brick.
Likely to pick up 2 calls again, I would think. Geiger certainly will have a sort of a tricky enough decision, probably ultimately fall down on the side of call, but it's not great.
With the queen of diamonds, would that be the sort of easiest of these hands, of these strong hands to fold if it does get to him here unraised?
Makes sense.
You know, you want one of these opponents to have the queen jack, the queen 10 of diamonds. If it does go here, bet on a call in front, you'll give no reason to do anything but does call. There we go.
Yeah, heads up, I think Georgiev can certainly start thinking about some raises there, but I think 3 ways it's just too murky. Player behind you as well. Interesting though to even consider for a moment. I'm sure that's what he was doing.
Okay, let's see. Could Geiger potentially fold this spot?
Like, it's certainly reasonable to think you could be up against 2 draws here, I think, and Geiger feeling like, yeah, I got to get sticky.
Just enough with the queen 9.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, he is ahead in these situations, right? Barakat's value betting with worse.
Yep, and he might well do it with 10-9 as well, or a 9-7, so...
Yeah.
So...
Okay. Great river for Barakat and Geiger in theory. Let's see.
Barakat's probably bluff catching now. I think he's probably checking this one to actually pick one off. And Geiger, does he think Barakat doesn't bet pocket 10s or ace 9 here? Would be a bit strange not to. So did he go for some thin value, try and target the...
Peeled small, right? So I feel like you've got to go for value, but you're thinking you maybe get something off Georgiev. But I can't begrudge the...
Love this sizing.
Yeah, nice.
I think you just have to hone in on 10-9 and Jack 9 here and 9-7 maybe, or even an ace-8. Something like you just got to zero in on them.
I always say these spots, you've got to give your opponents a chance to make a mistake. And it's like, you're not going to get called by too much here, but hey, let him mess up.
Now, obviously, Barakat, concerned that his opponent could have some King X that's tripped up here, but I think he probably has to call here for 3. It's not, you're not loving life.
It's hard with Georgiev behind, right?
Hard with Georgiev behind and hard against Geiger, who was shown to a little cheeky bluff at one point, but just once in the whole session, really.
Oh, he's overcalled flop, overcalled turn. There are some bluffs, for sure.
You're not value betting worse. You can probably rule that out.
Well done, Geiger, getting that.
Yeah, really well done, actually.
Georgiev with any sickness. I'm just getting too excited.
Stranger things have happened, but nicely done from Geiger. Really well played through the hand. Sort of definitely didn't know where he stood on the turn, but once it got checked him on the river, very much knew where he stood. And found the perfect size value bet to get the opponent who he literally pipped by 1.
And almost the same reasons that fold is something of a discussion on the turn, holding that queen of diamonds. It almost makes it, on the flip side, a much better value bet on the river as well. Here we go, the big one coming up, David, in May. The Triton Super High Roller Series here in North Cyprus.
You're going to be at that one?
And we'll be here working for Triton for that one. Some real big action going off. And alongside it, in the Diamond Room over at the Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa, will be the Cash Game Festival. I don't know if you're familiar with the size of the room over there. We're gonna split it up. Triton Super High Rollers playing over here. Cash Game Festival the other side. Real create some atmosphere. Really excited for this one. Taking place May 10th to the 25th. In fact, I was just over there in that room whilst you guys were kicking things off. Just having a little tour, real reimagine with the place, and it is a fantastic setup. Is this as good as this is?
Oh, it's the next level again. No, you're absolutely right. What I will say is, I'm not sure how many people are out there listening to us right now that we can encourage to come over and play 25Ks and 50Ks. So maybe what we should instead do is talk about what a televisual feast it is for people to watch that event and tune into the Triton stream.
It is the creme de la creme of poker streams. And this, I've got other hats I wear, so maybe I'm a little biased, but I think anyone who's watched it will know that it is special. Same crew we have here, though.
Same team.
Not messing around.
Great team.
The Sharehan team are the absolute best in the business.
Oh, they're amazing guys.
Some of the guys who be working here for that event, working here now. And really delivering the best products. The best visual product you can deliver, I think, in poker. I don't know how you can make these really any better, these events, the coverage.
Oh, I especially love the sort of bubble coverage where we get almost feels like there's a drone hovering above the arena and zooming in then from time to time on wherever the action is. It's that wide shot actually that I really enjoy. It's a establishing shot as we come in to look at a feature table, but it gets utilized for those kind of moments, maybe when there's 2 tables left or when we're on a bubble, and you really get a sense that these guys are cinematographers too.
Yeah. It's a beautiful setup.
Do you think I did us a disservice there? Do you think there's a secret 50K high roller out there listening to the stream who's gone, wait, hang on a minute, I hadn't heard about those Triton things.
Anybody.
I might go now.
Anybody could be a secret high roller. Let's not kill the aspirations. But hey, what it is a massive cash game festival running this.
Well, that's
so
true. That's
anyone
right.
come over and get involved. Enjoy the fine weather we'll have in May. Catch a glimpse of the Triton action. Catch a glimpse of the biggest names in the game out here playing. It'll be exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it is a beautiful time of year. One could argue the July, August months are very hot. If you're into the really sunny weather, you're into all the water sports stuff that James was talking about earlier, if you're into getting a suntan, well then yes, absolutely July, August. But actually, for me, May, June, September, lovely climate. Just a really perfect climate. Days in the late 20s. Early 30s, you can still get a suntan. Probably wherever you live, it's not as nice.
Wherever you are, viewers,
probably
not as nice as here.
Yeah.
So, any time of the year.
Well, Not much for Dar here. He is contemplating a cheeky move here. It won't work on this street, at least. Georgiev with open-ender to go with top pair. Quite like his decision to check back here. Monotone board makes a lot of sense. Dar just really taking a blind stab at it. Not going to work. River could get interesting. We'll have to see how that goes.
Mr. Yarden,
I'm just thinking, how's Alba going to win the pot? But I said that a few times already, and see if we can find a way.
Yeah, I guess he might find a way on a jack of clubs or something like that. Ten of Hearts going to be a more challenging story to tell. Georgiev's played this one well up to this point.
Yeah. Strategy-wise, in this game, give as much rope as you can to this man. Can't be good with this ace-deuce, he knows that.
These guys obviously have history. That very exciting hand as you walked into the booth, James, where Georgiev decided to go for the 3x pot. And well, is he going to get some of his own medicine here?
He's gone for the huge bet. I love this because, like I say, he's always up against some form of made hand.
Yeah.
But a lot of those are weak. A lot of them are pair plus draw. You know, like what we have here, the king 7. But I would describe more the 6-7s, the 5-7s, the 6 or 5 with a club. The kind of weakest hands that can never stand this level of heat.
Yeah, here we go.
Love it.
Just got to do it. Got to do it. Georgiev, take a bow, sir. That is a very, very well executed play. I almost feel like he predicted, as soon as he checked back that flop, he sort of predicted this is the villain who's going to go half pot, 2 times pot, or something of that nature. So I better just buckle up.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Flop a pair and hold on tight. That's the strategy.
Yeah. Now, really well played. Obviously, he's got the better of those 2 big confrontations with Dar now.
That's, I think, just looking again. When can I get a bit of this? Someone just betting 2x pot when I've got a pair. Sounds nice.
Calling stitch. Calling stitch.
Story repeats itself.
All cut.
Yes.
Right there.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know. Probably strategy?
Yeah.
Not always, but like
For now.
for now.
Geiger with the straddle. The straddle's back on. Pepping. This is the kind of hand you want to find when you're up against the straddles. The ace king, Udneski. Flicking a cool with the old queen eyeing off. And do we get
Chudnovsky.
Oh, that's Albert using the.
Oh, Dar, look at this. From the small. Does he decide to raise or is he? No, I think it makes a nice call here, the king 8, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does indeed. Suited king 8. Pepping was hoping for some sort of action behind with that stack. 100 bigs. And to include that straddle.
A lot of cards that can interact with one another here. We could be in for an interesting one. Well, that's probably...
There's a bit of everything. Geiger with the gut shot 2 overs.
1.3.
Second pair. Hudnovsky with top pair once more.
1.3.
Thanks, Pepping. The man who kicked this one off is the one least interested. It's just like, you're in this game, you sing on this action, you get down ace king, you're thinking, just give me the ace 7-4 flop.
Yeah.
I can win tang around with that. So I see the 9-8-4, and he's going to see a bet action behind.
Back to Geiger. Is he a counter of his outs?
Christ.
See, that was very,
wow.
That was a hard.
Wow.
I think it's time to sub Ali in.
Yeah, I think
I'm just gonna go, guys. That was strained. Worst thing to say is I sort of panicked and thought, well, maybe you guys will have thought of it and will say it while I'm gone. So I've had it in my head for half an hour.
Right, you want to get it out.
Trying to figure out a way to get it out.
Before anyone can steal it.
2,000.
Well, 2 players with history again. Dynamics abound. Dar and Chudnovsky have battled. They've both got 40k here. Dar probably feels like with these dynamics he has to be sticky. You don't love it, but you probably do have to be sticky.
I'm kind of interested in this bet size from Hudnovsky, right? 2,000 into 4,700. When you're in position, I feel like this is the spot. If I'm going to bet on a coordinated board, bet big, and then check back a lot of rivers.
You're not wrong.
As it happens, he's played it in the putt way against the hand he is here because it's going to stick around once more.
And do you go polar as Hudnovsky? Did you just decide, well, actually, do you know what? I just know I have the best hand, so I go really big and polarize myself. I kind of like that, actually.
I didn't talk yet.
Oh, he hasn't acted yet.
I didn't act.
Oh, get your chips back.
I didn't act yet, I was thinking.
I thought you were waiting for me, so I'm sorry.
No, I was thinking.
I'm sorry, my fault.
There's information to be garnered here.
Well.
So now if I check, he has to bet. And if I bet, he can change his action.
No, you can do whatever you want now, and then I can do whatever I want.
No, I'm saying if I check...
If you checked, I think, yeah.
I have to bet anyway.
Yeah, chips went out.
Sure.
That will definitely be the ruling.
Sorry, my fault.
There are some rooms in the world that you lose your aggressive action if your opponent now bets. So Albert could theoretically bet the minimum, and his opponent may only just be able to call. Let's see. I don't know if that's the rule here.
I was hoping you were going to change your action. 4.5.
He might level himself into a call here.
This is brilliant.
Yep. Or did he raise? Wait, hang on a minute. Has he raised?
No, it's
he
good.
just
But I'm actually amazed because I think there was...
What you have?
9.
I think there was some sort of fun play that could be had here. When?
You thought I'm waiting on the flush and I got nothing, yeah?
Huh?
You thought I'm waiting on the flush, is it?
I was waiting on a flush?
No, you thought I'm waiting on the flush.
I may have
either this or
changed my bet size there. When Albert puts in 200.
Actually, you're waiting on the flush.
Just gone bigger.
Just go bigger.
Yeah.
I just had a 8.
Weird situation. Very weird.
Not waiting on the flush. Jeremy.
Well, we said Gar, the man who gives action to get action when he's been giving an awful lot of action. We will have to see if his session improves. I know he's been topping up as we go along, obviously keen to cover the table at all times. He may well do it again after that hand.
Yeah, he's trying to raise the stakes, that's for sure. He's the one who's been falling for the straddles, isn't he? Pulled the double up as we started, as he looks down at King 4 suit on the button.
He hasn't added on yet, so... Oh, very squeezable.
It is indeed. But maybe he thinks this... all depends how he's going to sit to play this game, right? Whether there's an argument for flatting, but I think given the ranges and the wide peeling that's going on, it makes sense to...
I think if you're like 3 ways, kind of the flat is like grand, because you don't mind going 3 ways with a hand like King Queen, where you'll probably figure out where you're at fairly easily. But what you really want to avoid is the 5 ways, and I think then defining your hand kind of is nicer.
And also in this game, I mean, Fernandez can be called by far worse than King Queen suited still. It's not
For
like
sure
you're squeezing here and making Queen Jack suited fold. These guys are playing.
But what's really nice, actually, to add to your point there, is that you can actually make some Ace X folds, which are ahead of you, and you can get some King Jacks and Queen Queen 10s to call. Yeah, that's an interesting.
Can you bring me winter tea, please?
And your Ace Kings and your Ace Queens will probably come back over the top. So.
Hudnovsky does not want to give up his 9-7 suited. 2,300 more.
Yeah, sizing-wise, he could have gone a little larger. Like, it's obviously a decent enough bet, and obviously, because there were so many in the pot, he's laying a big price.
Show one time.
I was interested actually to see what's going to happen. If he called, I think maybe the hit maybe comes along. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're a lot deep on the side. I'm not sure that... okay, yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it was showing up as having 33k. I was pretty sure he had asked for a reload, so I'm sure that was in play last hand. So if
I got you.
If Hudnovsky had called, I think he would have called because those two are paying
super
deep, 50k behind.
Yeah. Did he add on 50 there?
I think he just brought another 50k in.
Wow. So he's added on 20 and now another 50, I think. I could be wrong about that. Could be more. So So yeah, we are playing some
Zit dan 40 spel?
big ball poker here.
Heb
A
je
lot
dan
of money
40?
on the table right now. Got a wide shot of all the stacks. That'd be very cool. Imagine
I can open
there aren't
one
any
hand.
short stacks anymore, and everyone's playing
Yeah.
way over the
It's gonna be
5k
a shitty hand.
compulsory
Yeah.
buy-in.
I know. But I don't
way,
wanna-
way
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, we'll play 25, 50, 5k buy. That was never going to last very long. Come on now.
That lasted 2 hands.
But you get to pick
Two,
which one.
2 hands.
Middle of the room, sharp
Yeah.
card.
Same size pot.
2 hands, and we went, this is boring.
That wasn't
Can we raise
500.
the stakes?
Zero. Pot was zero.
I mean, 2000.
Give me some a stack, please.
Pot was zero. How rich are you? Don't care. $2,000.
Albert's got
Pot
2
is
cards
when
in
the
an
flop
open
comes.
pot, so it's 500 to go.
That is
Yeah,
There's
Geiger.
no money before. Bust?
Mr. Safari. Safari.
You watch?
Hold on
You watch the game?
Safari.
Actually, slightly
are
surprised to see him fold there.
You saw the
I don't think he wants to give
5-7?
Ohad action because, number one, Ohad's
What?
a little bit tighter, doesn't want to give action, but also
Why?
he knows Ohad's less likely to make big mistakes,
I don't
less
know,
likely
but
to
my
allow
friend told me this
Albert to
call
get the
maybe
showdown.
losing
You know,
30 big
he's
blinds.
going to put him under pressure.
Yes.
Even in theory, versus a bot that close everything. It can block.
Yeah, Hudneski was getting a flat in that situation, for sure.
For sure.
Hello, yes.
I know. I said I had that.
You're too rich.
I was right.
You're too rich.
I don't like to fold.
Not many do. And then it's just like, really? You just folded and I got ace jack suited in position? Alright. Clubs on clubs.
I think you only bluff all in that spot. Like your only size is all in. When you're like polar, I think.
Let me think.
Huh?
Let me think.
I love the postmortems.
Let's not assume you have like queen jack or ace jack or like those kind of things.
Maybe I
How
can
much
have another
honesty
one.
is in
I
your
think what-
post-mortem discussion
No,
at the
I'm saying
table?
when your like hand is very polar.
Depends, I guess.
Forget about you having
Yeah.
ace jack.
Not a
or-
lot.
I'm saying it's like
It's probably the
set or top
quickest
two
fairest
bluffs
answer.
or bluff.
Yeah.
In
I
the-
think I have only all in. Yes.
Hmm?
You have only all in.
I think as bluffs you have only all. No, I guess you bluff.
No, like pot is 4.5, I have 11.
I might
Like
Playful,
6,000.
bet of
Do I
22 from
I thought
Fernandez
you
there,
could
obviously
I don't know if you play ace queen.
Something like
gets
this.
the
I
job
don't
done
know.
against a player playing the
Play
board.
ace queen that way.
I honestly don't go for the
Even 50
post-mortem.
was a-
Yeah.
Unless I'm
didn't
trying to
think about
induce a
that.
post-mortem by my opponent
plays.
or by another person at the table.
They
One,
happen though, they happen.
one thing I used to do, I probably just don't bother doing it anymore, but it's actually a reasonably good tip for anyone out there trying to just pick up information if they're relatively new to the world of live poker and trying to figure out how you get these reads or size up your opponents or profile people, is to do that thing of sort of saying like, complete fib, I had tens there, would you have gone with tens? In that
This is,
situation, would you reshove the tens and then the person,
it's,
where it's
when
clearly
the
a reshove of tens, and you actually had sixes,
When it's
but you
making
just want to know where their line is, and they go, oh, nines maybe I
It's
would have,
very
and then you go like,
dangerous.
okay, that's good to know, into the memory banks.
The high frequency.
Live pro checks.
Yeah, little stuff like that. I don't know if I even do that so much anymore. Probably when you're just so familiar with everybody. I just actually don't play a huge amount of poker, not knowing almost everyone at the table.
I'm saying we are out.
I would bet
From
They
the
know
small.
I would bet the under. What would you bet?
2 fools. Give up defending queen deuce
You fold king
suited.
jack
We
there?
play another heads up one.
Oh,
hello.
So bad.
This is a spot where Gilliop's thinking, right, this man wants to raise from the small. He's been pretty solid. There's a chance I'm getting paid on this king queen deuce.
Well, in theory, with king of diamonds, about
Papping should go small sizing here, which we've seen him always willing to do so, and indeed he does there. He goes 1/5 of pot, 20%.
most of his value.
Georgiev, so tempting to go for the raise
And I
when
think they
facing
also
that bet, but he
start
actually
sizing
shows
And they also start sizing bigger on the flop.
Yeah.
a nice amount of composure there to potentially set the trap, because something we talked about earlier on today, James, but like that small bet often followed up on the turn by a very large bet.
Yeah.
One of the tools in the toolbox of the modern player these days. And there it is, like a script.
Yeah, I have a lot of one pair plus straight draw.
So I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, he's
He
not
knows
the,
I don't know. He knows I
biggest
like to station.
15 into 21.
I think it's only bluff size.
2/3. Interesting to see how he goes the river now. I mean,
one pair plus straight draw.
we must know Georgiev's as strong as a queen, minimum.
I don't dislike it.
Some big draw equity.
Yeah, Pepping
Felt
obviously
like I did
feeling
well
like
when you made
the
it.
draws, Jack 10, the obvious one. Is now ahead of him as
Oh, no, I
well,
saw the
so
7 and didn't feel it. It was gone.
it's perhaps a bit dark tunnely. Just fire out again here. What do you think?
Oh, this is, I mean, these are the hands they love to do it with, right? The 4s, 3s, and this kind of board. The cards that unblock all the weak one pair combos. So the king 8s of the world, the queen jacks.
How big does he have to go? Obviously, not going to get a king off his hand,
I
but
think
maybe
big,
get a queen off.
Oh,
Quick call.
yeah, he went smaller. I mean, he still went pretty big, 38 into 5. I mean, I quite like the 38 into 5 because it allows you to still have the strongest one pair combos, right? He's got ace king, he's got aces, he's got king jack, betting that size.
Yeah.
You have to be careful of going really big. You
I
can.
told him I win hand with queen deuce.
I mean, yeah, it's easy when you flop 2 pairs every hand. Plus.
You alright? What can I say?
Your call with king 7 is also plus.
Tell you
Just in time.
the real answer of the question? You'll be shocked. And the answer is, depends the player.
I knew you were going to say that.
That was your best one.
Huh?
That was your best one.
It was a very random bluff. Check.
It was a random bluff. Georgiev.
Must bet spot for Dar here.
It seems like we need these three sort of hands
the
in
breathers.
between each
Yes.
one, yeah, just to keep ourselves alive.
Speaking of breathers, I'm going to take a breather of my own now.
Oh. You're allowed to have breaks?
They do well. You know, I just do other work. I now go out and I'll do some other work outside. But I am going to make way for the great and good Ali Najad. It's been a pleasure, James.
We'll see you in a bit. Maybe. As he makes way. Now he does return to the fray. He's brought treats, but it appears just for himself.
Well, James, I didn't realize that we both had a sweet tooth.
You didn't know that about me? Come on now.
You're right, I did. And nevertheless. On the topic of treats, how about ace-queen under the gun in the straddle for Geiger here?
Yeah.
What'd we miss?
There's been some action. Your
I
boy,
suspect.
your boy Albert's been he's been at the wheel spinning most of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes with the hand, sometimes without. He's got much bigger stack than when you left.
Courtesy of
his pocket.
Ah, okay. I was just thinking the same thing. It was a rebuy situation.
Yeah,
perhaps.
he's continuously covering the table.
Georgiev, meanwhile, the small blind king jack, unimproved on the queen high board, where Geiger has top pair.
Yeah, Geiger's been playing a very nice game. Won a mid-sized pot. About 15 minutes ago in a three-way pot.
Did check back, by the way, on this flop. Heart rolls off on the turn. Now Georgiev does have the gut shot. Neither player with the heart.
Yeah, it's funny. We were saying there's some certain matchups in this table that are proceeding much more down the kind of, I hate to use the term, but the GTO route. This kind of board text, yeah, better check back all this. And then there's some seat matchups on the table. It's just, you get a hand, you bet big. It's beautiful. This is what we love about cash games.
Yeah, we've seen some really unexpected moves from time to time. This does not qualify as unexpected, as we see Georgiev betting the 500, getting his hand slapped.
That's kind of fun from Geiger, though. Checking back flop and raising the turn.
Yeah, I think he'd kind of had his mind made up there.
Yeah.
Plays a nice game, he does. Geiger.
I mean, it's a really nice move when you think your opponent's going to have a lot of weak single heart hands that you do want to deny the equity for. You still beat all the one pair hands.
Certainly.
You're unlikely to get 3-bet.
So now we officially play aggressive.
But let hard straddle, whatever.
His straddle was hand. That's why he buys straddle and it's
What do you reckon the number is? What are the blind levels that Albert stops trying to induce the straddle? Like how just
maybe when they get to 1K, 2K or something like that, he'll just be like, all right, guys, it's only because I don't have enough on me. But if you let me make a couple phone calls, we can keep kicking it up. It's almost like a martingale situation.
You guys are winning? You're only winning 20 blinds an hour, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminds me of some of the games, the stories you hear from the early days of the King's Casino games. When Sam Trickett would tell tales. Doesn't matter how much he wins, he's only sat 100 big blinds deep.
There's more untold tales, I'm guessing, in Trickett than told ones. As we see Hadioglu with the suited connector. Starts the party. Kudnovsky has definitely been the interesting villain at the table.
Yeah, I mean, he had a big slide down, and then he's caught a bit of fortune to get back up, but a lot of the action moves through that middle seat.
Ace 10 for Fernandez, the gut shot Broadway draw, checks it over to the pre-flop aggressor, who then checks in turn with second pair. And wouldn't you know it, Kudnovsky reaches out and touches 500, asking the question. Third pot.
Yeah, no choice here for Fernandez with that gut shot to Broadway, as you're mentioning. Always going to stick around him. Hadioglu. I mean, these guys, when I came to the booth, Ali, Kudnovsky and Hadioglu, look, nearly every hand was pennies too. But the rest were watching. They had a lot of back and forth.
Between Hadioglu and Kudnovsky?
Yeah.
Now the king pairs, sort of a welcome development for the queen jack. Note that he shoots a glance over to Kudnovsky as he checks it to him a second time. It does seem like there is quite a bit of deference being shown to that seat in terms of expecting that he'll be the man to dictate the pace. 8 rolling off on the river after the check back. All players unimproved.
I think Fernandez just really wants to bluff this spot. He just he hasn't really been able to get involved. And he's been dealt a few nice hands, and then the action players are off having a smoke or something. I don't know.
Right.
They're not at the table.
Right.
It just he can't seem to get involved. And this feels like a spot he wants to bluff, but then he's like, these guys just don't like to fold too much.
Even Hadioglu, you see like this begrudging kind of, well, I just couldn't get any value out of Queen Jack because I'm out of position against the one guy who just might do something insane that I'm not going to be able to respond to. There's real value to that, by the way, for Kudnovsky, as you see him just able to call the pre-flop raise with ace-7, take a shot in position, and then have everyone shut down to him the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And you can't really undersell.
Yeah, there's value in that for sure.
Okay, wait.
I'm surprised, Ali. He still has to do well. He started his tick back upward since the massage began. There's a lesson there.
An expensive lesson, perhaps, depending on the rate at which those massages come in. But
Ali, we're playing 50, 100, 200.
It's a good point.
You know.
One does not ask how much the massage costs when seated at a game of this caliber. No.
7 deuce game.
And 7 deuce game.
We should play 7 deuce.
Every game.
We shoot, or 8-3.
I like 7 deuce.
I sure hope that Barakat, by the way, does have an unlimited texting plan on his mobile, because otherwise this could be a break-even session no matter how well he does, as feverishly as he's been pecking away.
Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for, this situation.
I never have anything. With 7 deuces, it's
Georgiev.
like even bigger reason to call.
Obviously, you left the booth just as he doubled up through Albert with the
the
straight, and then he won a nice pot just 20 minutes ago, making a big call. Well, not a big call, but he called a 2x pop bet on the river that was a bluff. And so
From
here we
Albert?
go. Yeah, and now we got this dynamic building up. Georgiev finds the kings here.
And Albert just has a fierce sense of competition on him, too. He really does not like to lose. As you see him reach over and
reach over and look at the kings. Nice Omaha hand.
Yeah. King Jack against King Queen?
King
Jack? King Jack?
Oh, Fernandez.
King.
You're smart.
Didn't miss a beat there, huh?
No.
That's why.
Huh?
I think Albert likes that.
That's why.
That's why.
Papas, papas.
That's why I asked, because obviously.
Well, those three seated right
Castor is capable of bluffing.
around the
I
horn
think he
there
bluffs more than most. They
have a
don't know.
tremendous amount of history with one another. It's quite clear.
You never bluff.
Reaching over and grabbing the kings and taking a peek.
When he's losing, he doesn't.
Not the
bluff.
kind of thing that happens with a
I
stranger.
actually never saw him losing.
I wouldn't advise it.
No.
You really run good when
In
I
certain
play,
rooms,
so
even less than others.
Really.
Really run
For
good
sure.
when I play. It's crazy.
When you are here, I always win.
Now the rich part of the deck
When
hits
you're here, I always win. He just said.
It's like
I spew to him all the time. No, but you run good against everybody.
When you were here, I always win. As he looks down at queens.
King Jack promptly into the muck from Geiger.
Yeah, actually a little surprised by that.
You need him in your life, that's all.
I know.
Yeah, an
That's
action
why I
game.
every time write you.
Georgiev mentioned
Where are you?
earlier on the stream
I need you in my life. How about?
that he'd gone on a $500,000 downswing at one point over the last couple of festivals here at Merit. In fact,
Albert said that.
no, Georgiev did.
Okay. Wow.
Yes.
That's
You got married?
Jeremy,
that's a lot.
You know?
Huh?
Married yet?
No, but
not everything.
Engaged.
no.
Semi-engaged.
Semi.
Fine.
Promise ring.
He needs a couple winning sessions for the ring.
Yeah, just
A couple winning sessions for
reading the
ring.
notes we were provided. That
What couple winning session is
I feel like Ohad built himself up from the smallest games in this very room
Yeah.
for a number of years.
Chanel rings are
It's
expensive.
one of those things. You tell him 8 years ago you'll be losing
I know,
500k.
tell me about it.
Be like, I don't think I like the sound of that. If you lose 500k, it means you've got 500k to lose.
Diamonds are-
Ollie.
But diamonds are forever.
It's been a while since I lost 500k.
It's been forever for me.
All had the ability to do
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Ace 6-3, couple of clubs as Georgiev flops the flush draw. Deuces equity dog, but still currently the best hand.
Go to Barcelona.
You're playing there or no?
Barcelona?
There's games in the casino?
Yeah, we have a private game,
Oh, there is.
but it's not every
They
day.
still do that PLO.
Oh,
thing there.
wow.
The
Hello.
five-card
The
PLO,
deuce of hearts on the turn. Now it's a set
so, but I'm not.
for Geiger.
You know, Christian.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But I don't think Christian.
And we saw this a moment ago.
More
Where
like
Geiger
all
checked
the
back,
French guys.
flop,
Cristiano
and then raised the turn lead.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the same
I don't
action
know how
again?
often.
We are. This is going to get in the mind.
Yeah, sure looks like that as the 1500
I'm not sure.
comes in
No, we have been playing.
into
What
21-5.
do you guys play Hold'em?
And this is our latest spot. We just want to go
What-
really big.
what,
I want to.
We unblock all the
100,
other pair combos with the deuce. The deuce is the prettiest of cards. There's 2 flush draws out there.
And so like,
For the warm-up players,
there's
Yeah,
one
there it
game
is.
that runs, but
5k.
And just thematically,
I don't play it.
the white registration
Georgiev has to be wondering whether or not this isn't just some
It runs
goes inside the back.
maybe
bit out of his toolkit that's being deployed.
Right.
4 or 5 times.
It's a little unfortunate for our pleasure that it was a flush draw because you can just kind of fold the 10 high, but far more interesting if he had an
Ace-X,
ace-x,
yeah.
right?
With a restart at noon.
Doesn't make a meal of it.
For the satellite player,
Puts it into the muck.
9 PM satellite player, we're gonna
Does
play
Miroslav.
through.
Oh, I think I
We
hear
will follow the usual
in the background
procedures.
Christian announcing
On
the end
the
of day
screen, you
2
will find
for the
out
warm-up.
your name,
Huge
The
field
curtain
out
has
there.
been drawn.
Huge field, Ali. Over 600 players.
Bursting at the seams really is a fair way to describe the room here at the early stages of this Carmen festival. Each successive festival proving more successful than its predecessor here as the efforts
weather.
of the staff
Where
here
do
at
you
Merit
live there? Which area?
truly paying off. And in terms of paying off, that guarantee blown out of the water on the warm-up. It was a 700K guarantee. I understand north of 1.2 million total in the prize pool.
Yeah, I think 1.1 something in the end.
1.1. Okay.
Yeah, 200K and change up top, which of course we'll be covering from tomorrow.
Producer Molbitas promptly on the comms to step in to correct. Right when we think we might be able to slip something in under his nose inaccurately. 1.12, he says. Advising us, no way. You're not going to get one by me. I'm here. Good man to have on our team there, the fourth member of the broadcast crew. Meanwhile, we find Kudnovsky up to what might be considered tricks. Raising to 1800. Fernandez decides he wants to play a pot against him. Dominated. Both players suited. And it comes Jack 10-6. So 2 overs and an open ender up against bottom pair and backdoor clubs.
This shouldn't be a lot, Ali, but I've got a feeling we're going to see some action. Fernandez has seen these chips fly around liberally from Kudnovsky over the last couple of hours. Ooh, a lot of chips coming out. Big bet. Big bet.
Into 3850 comes 2500.
This is so awkward when you're Fernandez with this stack size, 19K back. Pot's already swelling, but
yeah,
just has still a lot of hand.
To be fair, I think the choice from Fernandez to take the flop with this holding is predicated upon the fact that he knows he will have an opportunity to play a big one against the likes of Kudnovsky, but careful what you wish for, as now you've picked up the flush draw, the kind of equity you are on the hunt for when calling the 2500, the extra 5K sliding into the pot to bring it to almost 9,000.
He's reaching. He's reaching, Ali. This is dangerous.
And he's playing with pace, too.
Yeah, actually, I've noticed that he's taken his time over actions, and this is very quick and quicker than he usually acts. And
wonder whether or not Fernandez correlates that to...
Right, and the bet size is pretty small considering the pot size and the board texture with 2 flush draws, the Jack 10 combo, and a 3-bet pot.
So now another 7,000.
The good thing from Fernandez's point of view, with that sizing, no choice, just an easy call.
Yeah.
Haven't got to think about doing anything else.
Now whiffs on the end, but his 6 is still the best hand.
Yeah, this is a really bad card for Kudnovsky to even continue bluffing on Fernandez. Obviously continuing with all those jacks. Really hard to bluff here, with both draws missing. Although, on the flip side, Fernandez is going to have a lot of missed draws. But King Queen does block some of those. Back again, very confusing spot. One thing he has done is leave himself a near pot size bluff if he does decide to go for it. But it's hard to give him value when he's bet so small on the turn, but then wants to bet river.
Well, we saw Fernandez make a remarkable call with a pair of deuces, bottom pair with 4 overcards out there against Kudnovsky earlier. As we see Kudnovsky shut down Fernandez, perhaps mindful of the fact that he knows check raises on the end are in Kudnovsky's arsenal. Checks back.
Yeah.
Not trying to get cute, hunting for value.
Yeah, I don't think we can really go hunting anyway there. Who knows who's going to be checking the over pairs with the jack pair in. And they're still going to call with that drawy board having bricked, so yeah, well played.
Fernandez strikes me as a really tidy player as well, from what I've observed. Dar was referring to him as Serginho.
More than you.
For fans of football, you know you get the one-name moniker when you've reached a certain caliber of play.
Yeah, there aren't many players battling out in League One who've got one name. Yeah.
I'm playing.
But that I don't mean League One. I mean League One in England, as in the 3rd division, Ali. I know I'm trying to tutor you through the ranks of English football.
Well, those are the sort of ranks that I don't typically keep an eye on. Do we even call them ranks when they're in the 3rd division? Or is it a lack of rank? That
it's pretty, League One football, that's still some... You can play.
Those people have day jobs?
No.
Just checking. No. I know the hurlers in Ireland. They like, oh, this is the butcher. This guy's the, local baker.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago they'd be semi-professional. But even now, as we continue on the English football theme, down out of the football leagues into the 5th division, you've still got some professional clubs down there.
When he folded, I saw one of his cards.
The ace-9 certainly strikes me as a lower division sort of holding here for Barakat, and it is dominated as we head to the flop, which is queen 10-4, top pair. Top kicker for Dar. Pepping has a bit of an issue with second pair here for the time being.
I'm kind of surprised to see Pepping actually
flat the open.
Yeah, it appears to me he's trying to get in pots with the likes of here. Not because he's thinking he's a fish, but that's how you're going to get paid in this game.
Yeah.
He wants to play with fire, but the king 10 seems even a little liberal, and not just because we're looking at the fact that Albert has a real hand here with the ace queen, because he has been open all sorts of nonsense. But it's just very hard.
Betting a call, and things are going to get harder as Pepping turns the open ender. 3rd pair now. Dar picks up the Broadway gutty. Not going to be particularly fond of that card, though.
No, you're loving life when you've got ace-queen on this board because, hey, you can get some value off a whole bunch of hands. But 2 of those hands, queen, jack, jack 10, just got there.
Yep.
All these kind of hands pick up equity. And a rare slowdown. All that said, I still don't think we should necessarily slow down the spot. But again, perhaps showing a little bit of respect against the players up against not wanting to give action to the players who don't give action, partly.
Yeah. And maybe a function of balance as well. But yeah, Albert approaches each particular pot and each specific situation with the sort of care that is tethered to who he is up against in that spot. And Pepping's going to get a different delivery than others might.
Nice. Big bet on the end.
Yeah,
Gone for pot.
Check back on the turn from Pepping, luring this.
Now, this is one of my things, Ollie, our first time doing commentary together, but I always offer my co-commentators the ability to find me a hand where we see a bet, check, bet that isn't value. It's like it's the perennial value line on the balls that don't drastically change, and here it is again, but it's so tempting to call these ones.
I mean, yeah, I think I'd have a tough time finding a hand that King 10 beats as played.
But it's weird because there's the 2 draws on the ball on the turn. Clubs of diamonds. We've got 3 in the straight, and now our opponent wants to bet pot on the river. So they're saying they've got a very strong one by hand. Not many of those strong one by hands are actually going to check the turn. Kind of a fun spot there for Albert that he's created. Albeit Pepping's thinking, again, looking around this table.
Yeah.
He's looking at the watches on the wrist. He's thinking, maybe I can find a better way to get paid today.
Sure.
But that was actually a much more interesting spot, I think, than initially gave it credit for the bet size on the river, given the turn check. Man, he's got some moves, your boy Albert.
For sure. And I think that's why he gets the action that he does, but he gives action too, to be fair.
It's a much more fun way to make your money at poker.
Yeah.
Get some swings.
Yeah, I mean, the variance, obviously, that he experiences is going to be far greater than the typical player, the likes of, let's say, Hadioglu, who's been very snug. Ace-5 has decided to put some extra on request from Dar, who looks down at King-3, not exactly prime kit.
I can see your cards like this.
Wow, I'm actually surprised to just get that one up this time.
Oh, that's why you called me before? You saw my card?
Maybe just get the next hand go.
Yeah.
You saw it,
Yeah, 1-1. Oh my god,
I
been a while.
didn't show it now, but I can see it if I'm like 10 centimeters behind.
Pepping a little surprised to win a pot.
Why stop talking so much?
Did you see my cards at the King 7 hand?
Yeah, interesting that Pepping kind of a regular in the
I don't know.
mid-stakes tournaments, but
I will
here
see
he
it
is,
later.
playing in this very large cash game.
Club? Deuce of club?
Ace deuce of spades. I had it first.
Well, myself, you, and David Lappin were talking earlier today about an interview guest on Lappin's podcast, Chip Race,
You give me everything.
Yeah.
Danny Tang, who is a regular on the Triton Series, which will be coming here to Merit Poker in
That's why
May,
you should call against certain players.
running alongside a cash game festival. And
Here it is, right.
yet he'll also get out there and play very relatively low stakes tournaments. I've always had a lot of respect for those who just, I don't know if it's a function of necessarily loving the game exclusively, but just don't have a lot of ego about it. Occasionally they'll find their way into a really big spot. Maybe they have a backer, maybe they've sold some action, and then they're right back to playing smaller, and they, you know, it's not beneath them.
No.
It's very
It's important as well because
you know what they have and they
you never know what the future holds. Maybe
That's
maybe
true.
you go back there needing to win someday.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Well,
know somebody has top pair.
yeah, of course you have top pair.
Alright, so this is the last call for the
Yeah, what was it? I think David said the line that came out that was pretty good about thinking in big blinds.
That's right. That's what Danny said. You have to divorce yourself from the value of the money if you're going to succeed playing at high stakes, that's for sure.
Yeah, usually you hear that mentioned as when you're playing bigger games than usual. You go, oh, just
Yeah.
think of big blinds. But in this case, he's going, well, the same thing plays when I'm playing smaller games. I just think in big blinds.
Yeah.
Oh, but I still
Just trying to win at the game.
You don't let the fact that you were playing in a 250K buy-in the other day make you just call off light constantly. As we see Geiger here binking a king to take the lead against Kudnovsky's Queen 8. Two quick checks, third diamond on the turn, neither player with the flush draw.
What's... Oh, right, sorry, I'm with it now.
Geiger was in the straddle here
Geiger was
now.
in the straddle, yeah.
That's the 600.
I have to blast off ever. I don't
Ends
think
the
you ever
affair.
fold in much of them. I don't think when you check call flop, you don't have many check folds on the turn.
Why? If I have Jack 10 with Jack of clubs, what else?
Yeah, only like stuff like that. But it's not
Like, if
but
I
this you
have,
might also see that.
if I have,
Maybe like ace 10, 10 of clubs.
3-3, 3 of clubs, what I do? I call turn? Maybe.
Yeah, but like 8, 8, 8 of clubs, you call 7, 7, 7 club, you call 3, 3 also you might call. Maybe not 3, 3.
Discussing a hand. Given how they're discussing, I'm pretty sure it was the hand where Albert did the double pot river bluff and got called very quickly.
Ace queen, queen of clubs.
Maybe I call turn also. I'm not sure.
I wonder how much of this is truth being spoken.
Yeah,
well, I would have called with that hand. I would have called with that. I'm
yeah.
sure there's a bit of smoke and mirrors.
Some sporting responses.
Here we go. Here we go.
Deuce 4 suited.
He sees the limps. Kudnovsky, Barakat. Now, they've been limping some good hands as well. So this isn't like an easy pickup, weak action.
Note the raise clears the ace-jack of Fernandez.
Yeah, I mean, again, he kind of gets the hand, but now he's in this seat. It's terrible. Last time we saw this action, Kudnovsky had limped under the gun with ace-jack suited. This time it actually happens to have the ace-8 offsuit, but it's not easy to say that his limps are all bad hands, that's for sure. This one, I would imagine. And now's deuce 4 to be victorious.
Last time, please hide your foot hand like this. No, I don't see. I see the white in the end, but
He's like, do you see my hand? Did you see it? Did you see? You see my deuce 4?
we don't play. You know?
You want me to be honest? 7 deuce had me dominated. Dominated.
Dominated?
Yeah. 7 deuce had me dominated.
4 deuce?
Yes.
Yes?
Wow.
I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. This time. When you say I can set, we know.
When what?
We know you don't have.
When you said you have set?
Yes.
With the 6s?
Yes.
I had queens.
Queens?
Queens bye-bye.
Yes, check fold. Queens check fold. Easy.
Speaking of queens, Ali.
Yeah.
There they are, front and center. For Fernandez on the button. In comes the raise to 1,800. A 3-bet over the top of the Dar open to 500.
Yeah, he's a little unlucky here that Daho's got just a hand that's not going to play.
Queen, queen?
He's going to play tighter against Fernandez anyway, but Jackson offsuit. It's just. Wow. There you go. Another good PLO
nice
hand.
Very nice hand on Omar.
Queen, queen, jack 10. Queen, queen, jack 10. Open. Yeah. Okay. Queen, queen, jack 10. Guess who has what?
Jack.
Queen, jack, queen 10.
The tightest fold I've ever made in my life, the hand before.
What hand? Where did you fold?
No, but I had a good hand.
You had a good hand?
King, queen, diamonds.
I just wasn't feeling it.
Huh?
King, jack.
King jack is trash.
Is what? Trash? Ace, jack?
It's queen.
Yes,
No.
queen, clubs.
Ace, jack.
I had a good hand.
The way you tell us the story and then you don't continue it, I don't understand. It's like, he wants to say what it is, how needy he made, but then he doesn't want to tell us.
Because I'm embarrassed.
No, I had it. Very good.
Up the ladder to ace-king goes Daher here.
I had kings.
Yeah, kings. Kings next time.
Kings. Red kings.
Daho, it's not really fair, is it, when he gives all the action point to his king and
Well, then offsuit.
He gets none.
What did you have? You had the king of diamond? You had king queen? Really? Wow.
You had king.
Yeah. Good fold.
These guys are master trollers, by the way.
I see numbers.
Numbers? Small numbers.
Telephone numbers.
Nice plate numbers I had.
Very good.
If they can pull up a straight, it's a good hand.
it's the kind of game I want to be in, Ali.
4 deuce off.
Are you foaming in here?
That's how tilted
Just
I am.
Any hand that can flip a straight's a good hand.
You believe he was
I'll play
off?
that player.
No.
Sign me up.
No.
Neros is too good, you know. He knows. He knows when I lie, when I don't lie. He knows me too well.
Obviously, the boys are being a bit facetious here as Barakat
It's true.
Jeremy, can I have
decided to
chips?
take a flop with this 7-4. Bottom pair against the diamond draw as Dar follows through, 400.
Someone was calling for a re-up there. I had a
Yeah.
shout for chips, not sure who.
Barakat flicks in the call with a 1K chip, gets his change, and to the turn we will go with just shy of 2,000 in the middle. Barakat now draws dead as 8 of diamonds gives Albert the flush.
Yeah, Daher going for the overpop. He is. Big bet 25 into 1,900. Again, Ali, you know, you're up against all those one pair hands with diamond, perhaps. That's a really pressure there, man. Hey, you're the guy giving me all the action. You get to bet big when you get a hand.
True story.
There's not much more to it than that. It's almost nice when he's been caught with the double pot bluff. Kind of that opens up the avenue for the players that are paying attention, of course.
Yeah.
You always worry when you're playing these kind of games. Did that guy see the double pot that happened 2 hours ago? Does he remember that? Easy for us watching every hand.
Yeah, sometimes you're taking things into consideration that the other player isn't.
The amount of times
because
I've made
they
that
didn't pay
mistake.
attention.
Yeah, man, we've all been guilty of that. Sit at the table for hours. You just kind of zone out some of the time. Miss some key hands.
Sure.
Mr. Evagoros. This is open 515, Evagoros. Mr. Evagoros, Amir, and Osman. 615, 15 seconds available.
3 players to the flop here. Dar with a real hand, and Georgiev has flopped second pair.
Seven deuce, huh?
Exactly.
Queens again.
Hand again. Jack 5 into the muck, by the way.
Sorry, Ali. I was trying to plug something in there. I'm not quite done yet. But
well, you know, these European plugs can be a bit tricky.
Stuff over here. I wish I had that bank of 8 empty plug sockets next to your seat there. I might have tried one of those. You know.
Round and round we go in what was officially dubbed a 25-50 no-limit hold'em cash game. Didn't take long for that to jump to 50-100. And now with the straddle on, we play 50-100, 200. Quite a sizable affair.
Oh, you knew that was a lie.
Mr. Osman
25-50, come on.
Oh, and now Hadioglu waking up with the kind of kit he's been waiting for. The 2 aces in the face of a raise in front of him from Fernandez, who unfortunately isn't going to have a whole lot to defend with once it gets back around.
Did you rebuy, Nori? What 8? Did you rebuy?
Yeah.
Not rebuy, add-on. Yeah.
Poker room blue sign table.
No.
Already the registration ticket until 6 included. You will find out your name,
3-bet.
table, and seat position.
Finding no love, Ali.
You can already take
No action for Nuri.
ticket number 61 and dial. You can come over here in the table desk. We will find
You're taking a bit. You're taking all of it. Any action you wanted.
Let's kick it up to 2-4.
Relentless is Dar.
2-4. Finish this.
I can play everybody. If everybody wants, I can play.
So it was Hadioglu who ordered those chips, Ali. This table's getting bigger and bigger.
This card is marked.
Which one?
Certainly is.
What stakes are we going to finish at tonight?
Yes.
I don't know if we'll get, I think we'll get 100, 200 maybe, although some might argue 50, 100, 200, we're already there.
Right.
200, 400, I'm not sure if we get there. The problem being that you know the likes of Albert might put the 800 on. And now you're going, wait, what? This isn't what I signed up for.
Mr. Nicholas.
Hadioglu back at it again, this time with King-Queen.
Yeah.
Barakat perhaps showing some signs of boredom on the button. 10-9 offsuit.
Yeah, it's a little keen, but got the button. Good for him, everyone else folded behind. Not
Bad
so
for him, the King-5 deuce.
Yeah, not the flop you're looking for, but important not to compound, Ali. You got in there out of frustration. Now you don't want to think, oh, I've got to over-rep here because I'm in here with garbage. Just got to.
And you're squaring off against Hadioglu, who really isn't the man to be deemed out of line.
Right.
See him following through with top pair.
Yeah, just 3-bet the hand before. Now opens under the gun. Like he's thinking about this. He's thinking, well, I've come here with 10-9. I came here to do something. And he is going to do something, Ali. I see a yellow chip going in there.
Ill-timed.
This sound is too loud when she speaks on the microphone.
3xing it.
Can we lower it a bit?
Kind of interesting spot because I don't think really want to be raising with too many hands on this board, but there are some.
Really, just like
the deuces and 5s potentially.
King-Queen's got to be pretty darn comfortable here in this spot, given that one would presume Barakat would be re-raising the ace-kings of the world.
Right. The only thing I'd say back about is that I haven't seen Barakat kind of do anything like this thus far. So maybe you'd be like, well, it kind of looks like he might have deuces and 5s. Maybe he has deuces and 5s. But hey, the heart on the turn is going to make the King-Queen feel a lot warmer.
Yeah. Yep. Second nut flush draw.
Barakat's got the minor hearts. He's sort of made a loose one pre. He feels like he's got to do something on the flop. If you do something and a heart rolls off, I guess we're carrying on. 23k he has, 4k in the middle, so loads of avenue for this one down the streets.
But what he also has, as you alluded to, James, is that sort of table image that, much like Hadioglu, who is self-aware about his own table image, is snug.
You can see Hadioglu's face there as soon as that bet came in. He was uneasy. He had readjusted his seat. Sure, he's got a lovely hand. Top pair, king, queen, king of hearts. But there's still some concern here. The sets would have raised. The bluffs, maybe he's thinking they're flush draws. This board has got both worse and better against those ranges. Again, nothing he can do here but call, but I think he wants to take a little time. Try and work out what we're going to do in a whole bunch of rivers.
Yeah, plotting ahead is certainly something that one wants to be doing as a habit, and he gets away from king, queen with the king of hearts. And I wish you could all see the look on James Dempsey's face in the booth here. That is respect on the highest level being shown to Hassan Barakat.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. A fair way to describe that quartet there as they show off the August 7th through 17th Merit Poker Classic on the back end of the World Series of Poker in Vegas. Focus will return here to the Mediterranean with over $5 million in guarantees. It all happens at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa here in North Cyprus.
Yeah, it's a big one, Ali. I think I'm right in saying the biggest of the Merit-only events. Obviously, they've got other partners that bring in things, but for Merit Standalone Series, the biggest one, as me and David were saying earlier, it's in August. There's no concerns about the sea or the sun.
No.
You bust out, you're probably going to be happy with the person who's still playing poker, to be honest. And of course, the buffet runs all the way through August. I've checked.
You've checked, yeah. It never shuts down.
The desserts, they just keep churning them out.
We really should come up with some sort of weight bet just to keep ourselves from being forklifted into the booth by the end of this engagement.
Who can gain the most before the end of the series?
That's a bad way. That's a bad direction.
Can I make that hand, though? I mean, that fold's pretty crazy when we got the king of hearts. But it's not as crazy, perhaps, as a hand I saw just after you left the booth earlier, where Hadioglu folded a really strong hand again, this time against Albert. And given the way he plays, there's two very big folds I've seen him make that I'm not a huge fan of, I'll be honest. I mean, this one there was a bit more to it because you can be up against those made hands, but then with the king of hearts, I don't know, I feel like we just got to call and see the river. And
I tend to agree with you with the king of hearts in particular, but obviously it is the second nut flush draw, and maybe he just puts Barakat there on at worst a set, which clearly we're drawing live against, but every now and again the ace of hearts.
If I was in that seat, I would not be thinking I'm ahead with king queen. Let me say that. I'm thinking I'm behind.
Agreed.
But
Once that turn rolls off and you face that bet after the raise on the flop,
yeah,
I agree with you. I would think I'm behind. As we find a couple of suited aces coming up empty on a queen-jack-6 board here. Pepping, the pre-flop villain, follows through. Coincidentally with the best hand.
Yeah, I have to say, he had the 6 of spades in there as well. It was
Geiger with the easy fold.
And you're going to see a lot more C-bets on those kind of boards, I guess, in these kind of cash games than you might see in the tournaments. Ranges that a little bit wider. You're going to need to C-bet more frequently because you just have weaker hands more often. Albert, he looks bored. You know, just counting out the chips. There's a lot of them there. There's 1Ks. 5Ks perched on top.
Yeah, he's ready for blood.
He's just waiting. He's waiting for those stakes, Ollie. The 1, 2, 4. So he changes gear. He said he's run very good in life, but very bad in poker. Doesn't look like a man who's run very bad in poker with his $4.5 million of Pendamob earnings and all sorts of this. Oh, he did then caveat it, actually. He did say, well, I've run okay in mixed games. which might be something you've got.
But see, when he says mixed games, he's thinking of like PLO No Limit.
Okay.
Right?
Not your
big
mixed
bet
games.
He's a big bet player.
Yeah, that
I
sort of
feel
style
like, for
needs to
the
play
most
big bet. You can't cage him. You can't tell him, I'm sorry, sir. 100.
Can't clip the wings on a guy like Albert. I do think he plays some limit mix when he's out in Vegas.
Okay. There's a seat in your game for him?
Yeah. Not necessarily because I think we're going to get one over on the guy, but
he's going to make it fun.
He's going to make it fun. Albert definitely makes a poker game fun. He makes it challenging. He'll put you in some tough spots, but he will make it fun.
Yeah, this is what we were saying.
And I think that's something that all of us can appreciate, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's stiff competition, it's fun competition.
You get in games if you make the games fun. You're allowed to be a winner.
Yes.
you just got to be a good winner. You got to play open.
Go to toilet.
All right.
Geiger, small blind.
Yeah, kind of a weird spot. The ace-4, not really a hand you want to raise in the spoon with. You've got the big and the shredder behind, but
Sorry.
Hudnovsky's in there. He's happy playing out of position, perhaps. Hudnovsky, some fun things can happen.
Wheel draw, for the time being, is the nature of the fun for Geiger as he follows through. And Hudnovsky with the naked queen high.
Hey, look, he's got the backdoor clubs. He's got 5 connected to the deuce 3, and he's in position. On a board where he's rightly deduced that Geiger doesn't really get to have too much of the deuce or the 3. Can have some 8.
Jack rolls off on the turn. Neither player improves.
So the thing there, see, Geiger's opened up this hand from the small. Kind of wants to get involved with Hudnovsky, but here he is going to be put in a spot potentially. He's going to fold the best hand. Not the card that Hudnovsky wanted to see, of course. A whole host of cards would have given him a draw. However,
wouldn't be the first time that Hudnovsky would get the better hand into the muck.
I'd like to see him kind of check this one back with a view to betting some rivers still, Ali. I mean,
700.
1/3 pot.
Sort of curious sizing. Does it feel like a 3? Is that what it's designed to look like?
I think you can make the argument that, yeah, this looks like he could be protecting with something really weak, like a 3 or a deuce, and even still betting an 8, maybe an 8 bet's bigger.
Does manage to get through, though. And
it's a great price on the bluff, right?
Yeah.
And you get the queen 5. The only thing is, obviously, he's going to have the 4 5s, the 5 6s, the 4 6s, those gut shots. There's a lot of no pair hands still in there, albeit when Geiger's holding ace 4, he does sort of block some of those, but still maybe you go a little larger. I don't know. It worked. These two are fast friends.
Was your idea of investigating authenticity of Dar's accessories there?
5.
All right, here we go. This is a bit more fun.
2 jacks now for Geiger.
The hair with the king 10 suit. That's a hand that can quite clearly continue against 3 bets. And a smaller sizing 3 bet have 3x. I mean, I say small. It's not small, but
it's not big enough to shed the king 10 suited.
Right, and it's not big enough to shed a lot of hands worse than the king 10 suited as well. So.
So how much focus is it actually creating?
Right. I mean, De Geer's still going to continue here with loads of hands. This king 10 suited certainly, but he doesn't really define the range too much. And he encourages a pill, which is fine with jacks. But and wow, look, Hudnovsky in the middle coming along with ace 9 away from the big blind. Ace 9 off. So a real interesting spot that he's created. 7-5 deuce all clubs, kind of an anticlimactic flop.
Yeah, Geiger, the only man with a club and the overpair. Unimproved are the ace 9 and king 10, of course.
I see what it is now with Hudnovsky. The massage is finished. He just wiped the hands. It's time to get to serious business. The ace 9 offs aren't getting folded in 3 bet pots. The queen 5s are continuing. Pretty small, 1/3. I think, Ali, if we're going to bet this flop, as the 3-better on the button, you're kind of declaring that you've got an overpair, and larger sizings probably make more sense, but these kind of games, that logic goes out the window, and you do what you think is going to get you a check raise from one guy or a call from the other, you know.
I mean, the Georgiev 11K 2x pot definitely comes to mind as one of those unexpected moments that was heavily contextualized between Daher and Georgiev, as Geiger doesn't get any action post-flop.
I think Geiger's basically looking at that board going, well, I'm going to bet small. I might get peeled by some light stuff, and I might have to stack off there uncomfortably, but I'm in this game for a reason, and jacks with a club on the 3-club board is it.
I think we need to change the deck. This card is like bent.
Yeah, he doesn't want to pop for an orbit, huh? Change the deck.
At least he said this card and not the 6 of diamonds or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I bent that card like 2 hands ago.
Yeah. King Jack goes to work for Daher. Geiger flats with the oh-so-pretty Jack 10 suited. I'm so accustomed at this point to calling tournaments of late, James, that you see those Jack 10 suiteds find the muck with some frequency, and it's refreshing to see them work their way to a flop here, which unfortunately does not produce any real improvement. That's the story for both holdings.
Ollie, I'm just happy to see a ball with a deuce and a 5 on it. This is a game I kind of understand.
All right, short deck.
Rip out those small cards and.
Can you give me 2 cards, please? Some 2 cards, random.
Thinking about doing something free, but then I realized I don't want to get into.
I think it's because of the chips, because every card is like that. Yeah, but I think it's because of the chip in the middle, because every card I saw, it's like a little bit bent.
Well, we'll get it checked out, Ollie. Fresh deck. I know there's these RFID packs. They're not cheap.
No, they sure aren't. They've come a long way, though. Once upon a time, I remember they were hugely thick cards with like an actual visible increased depth microchip.
You see now?
This
Same.
chap here is.
Only small big?
I wandered past the table earlier. And he sort of came to stick his head in. I was like, what's this game going here? And when he found out it was
We're posting 200.
only 50, 100 with a 200 empty, a 200 straddle, he sort of told them, well, get off the table. You don't get to play TV for that stakes. He goes, my home game's bigger than this game.
Where's your home game is the natural follow-up question to that.
If you want to play on TV.
Is it on the island?
Play 500, 1,000, you know? I think this game's big enough, Ollie.
I would agree with you. Certainly has my juices flowing, and we certainly hope all of you who have bothered to tune in and watch this stream live with us from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino here in North Cyprus are enjoying it as much as myself, James, and David Lappin, along with producer Molbitas.
I grow up. I only play good hands.
Yeah, day 1 of many. Lots of action to come.
Yeah.
Day 3 tomorrow, pardon me.
Just kicking off the Carmen series. Still time to book a flight and get down here if you're on the continent.
You buy land.
What I'm happy about is there's still time for me to
Expensive. I start winning something.
research my operatic knowledge.
And my wife
Because
is watching
David's going to come with the heat. Don't know how he knows his operas, but he does. And he's going to drop all sorts of references in.
You can't say after this I hate ace king.
They're going to fall on very deaf ears.
Well, we got to plummet them. We got to do some research.
I think I need to get kids, so I'll be less careless and more tight. It's a good strategy.
Good strategy, very good strategy. But
it might be the only way
you save? Huh?
I'll be sane. I think.
Pass. You remember we were speaking about this earlier, how you can do it with 25, 50 and etc.
Even 1-2 I can't, apparently.
Yeah. Make it.
Yeah.
Maybe you see they give us the answer of your question.
What?
From upstairs, they give us the answer. Make it.
Couple of jacks for pepping here as Barakat unfortunately has flopped top pair and is in
But you're still
a
young.
real bad spot.
For kid size.
What do you mean I'm young? I'm not young.
I know. 37.
Yeah.
Me?
No. You look like 28, but I think you're 36.
Barakat's taken a couple of
remember.
deviations. We saw the 9-10 offsuit. That one
How old
worked.
are you? You're
This
way
one.
younger.
May get in a little trouble.
You're
I
younger?
wonder if there's any thought in his mind
How
that
much younger?
perhaps even
Not
raising
much,
this one
but still.
with that kind of vulnerable flop top pair. Yeah, he's going to do that.
No, you made this reaction because I gave you 2 years more.
Yes. What
You
is?
gave me 8 years less without a reaction.
Well, Pepin,
But you look very young.
again, I wonder if it was how much attention he paid to that hand that went on earlier.
For sure, it's
I
good.
guess there's a lot. He seems pretty in tune with the table. No reason to do much more than call here with the 2 jacks against this player on a broken board. Allow Barakat to keep putting chips in if he's got a hand such as this, and also allow the bluffs to continue. Great card to see.
Yeah, pairs the 3
Service.
as Barakat
Sebastian team.
thinks it's a good card for him. But
Yeah.
once Pepping calls the raise, of course, we do begin to have some concerns.
It's not the worst though, because the bet was 800 up to 2,000. There are
Sebastian
some
T.
weaker hands that can continue. Some of those overcard combos with maybe a backdoor flush draw.
No, Sebastian.
Potentially
Sebastian look
come
very
along.
young.
The ace deuce, ace fives of the world certainly would be sticking
Maybe,
around.
and he don't have
Very
great
close
hair
what to do here now as played.
because
Again,
he's
this is
blonde.
a very non-standard spot we're looking at as we see continuously in this game. I kind of like this as he's played
I
it.
have great hair. If I
A little bit here.
I have your,
Go check
like
out
your
Rivers.
hair, my hair is great, you know? Grey.
My hair is gray.
2,200.
Mine.
Oh, your
Mine.
hair is gray? I have blonde.
Gray is sexy.
I love
Why
these
not?
games, Ollie.
If you have hair like that, all gray,
Oh yeah, like Nuri.
like
No, what's this?
He's hitting on you.
I like
yeah.
it. Really.
Yeah,
Yeah,
again,
it's nice.
tapping
We
no
speak
decision
that
here.
if some man has gray hair, it's sexy.
Now things become a little bit interesting as the board double pairs.
trying, but I don't get it.
Yeah,
You can always go to the...
But we
I
don't
think
really
hairdresser
presume a
and-
3 or a 4
No,
are
you
in
can
Right.
Barakat's
increase
range
your-
here.
it's a great card ready for Pepper
Bluff.
because you're thinking,
More stress every bluff.
you know, some of the hands that might raise the flop 3s and 4s, obviously far less likely now. Kind of, he has checked it.
You see?
I wouldn't hate even seeing some kind of lead here because you want
If it
to
was bluffs, I would have had a lot
potentially
of
get
gray
value
hair.
off these kind of hands that
I
have
probably would have white hair right now.
given up. But as played, I think check is completely fine. It's a bit of a weird spot. You don't know what you're up against. Let's just play the simple.
My
And
dad
Barakat
had
does
complete
shut it down as Pepping
white
is
hair
able to
at
haul
like
that one in.
35.
full white hair.
My dad had gray hair around 26.
Had gray hair.
Yes. 26, 27, something like this.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I've seen a lot of like people like even when I was younger, people like from my generation that like already had gray hair.
It's lottery.
Hmm?
It's a lottery. Same like going bald, you know? It's a lottery.
Yeah.
Whole life is a lottery.
Yeah.
Genetics, diseases, poker with Miros,
It's never easy.
all the lottery. Poker and Miros is like
Can
a
I get-
certain thing. You're
7.
always gonna get outflop or rivered, one of the two.
Barakat, I think you're right. I think he just got a bit of, a bit bored. 3 8-9s, the 10-9s, the 7-8 offsuit combos all.
Trying to get to a flop cheaply, but that has not been an easy proposition in this particular game as we see not one but 2 raises coming in behind him from Georgiev and
Yeah,
the button, and then of course Geiger, who ends things with the ace queen.
And I'm much happier with that 3-bet size, 4xing to kind of open, albeit what should be a kind of lighter range given there's a limp in front. So
It's very good to
Jack's
outflop the
little
people.
small ace queen, much better.
It's 2 certain things in life.
Tell me.
Death and getting outflopped by Miros.
Dar, really.
You are Castori forever.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Two certain
I show you
things in
what my
life.
friend do for me?
Death and getting out-flopped by Miroslav Georgiev.
I send it in the group, but I think you didn't.
In the old group or new group?
I think the old one. No, I will search. I think I had it in videos.
Budnevsky 2-7s. Raise and take. A rare thing in a cash game. Now Albert was clearly served a drink.
You see?
Wow. But I invented the name.
Yes. But he liked it so much.
Who is he?
You don't know.
Ah, it's like Bulgarian.
Yeah. But I forget the coin. Next time I bring it. I make it like Mr. Vural.
Yeah.
On the card. Card protector.
I love people with card protectors.
Budnevsky, a 6-8 suited. It's a hand that. This is a hand that man with 41k in front of him is going to want to see a flop with, are they? Ideally in a 3-bet pot. Ideally against the man with 83k. Here we go.
Dar with pocket queens. 4xing. And you'll remember Hudnovsky has kind of shown a willingness to get involved with Daher, kind of as almost a courtesy, given that Daher gives action.
Exactly that. They've been giving each other plenty of action.
Here he is, calling the extra 1200, 9-4 deuce. Nothing cooking. Lack of a heart on the flop, an issue.
Who dealt that one? Oh.
Just a 1k flick.
Just the snap call to 1k with 8-6 of hearts early on the 9.
You never know, fishing for equity on the turn, not getting it.
Now it's got quite a big sizing. You bet small the flop. Got such a strong hand. Really go after. Oh, that face says it all. Obviously, we can see the 8-6, but the secret's out. But yeah, you go big here, Ollie. You put a lot of pressure on some of those one-pair hands. Jack of diamonds on the turn means you get to have a lot of bluffs yourself. Obviously, Daher is going to continue with the king queens, the queen 10, the diamond draws, as well as, of course, hands like queens. Hudnovsky didn't want to go with that 8-6 still.
No, party's over once the jack of diamonds
But
rolled off.
He still has a little think. He's like, well, maybe I could do something here. He's fierce.
To be fair, so is Albert.
Albertinho.
He's got a lot of stuff around those wrists.
He sure does.
I mean,
is that a Rolex? Is that an AP? None of the above. I'll tell you one thing I'm willing to bet on. Wasn't
but it's
a
worth more than
thrifty
my
purchase.
Fitbit?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Is that what that is?
Oh, yeah.
Fitbit?
It's got my
It's
steps.
not working very well.
My heart rate.
Just for the record.
Imagine if I didn't have this.
Jack 10 for Daher this time. Really establishing himself as the most active player at the table over the course of the last couple of orbits here.
Sorry. It's mine.
Be careful. Be careful.
Yeah, and they take a flop once more.
10-6 tray, and again, Hudnovsky, the customer, coming up empty, out of the straddle, checking.
7.
Daher top pair. That's 700.
Pretty reasonable. 10-6-3 board, Ollie, against the straddle defend. The opponent's going to have fair amount. There's pretty wet board, lots of cards that continue. We've got top pair plus an overcard heart.
Now rake is always.
I get the sense that Kutanovsky wants to do something heroic against Albert and show it to him. I don't know why. I just get this sense.
At the moment, he just keeps check calling with very little equity. But yeah. Hey, the cameras are rolling. Nice.
Tidy fold.
Do you think there was any? He's got the glasses on there. He picked 700 up. Was he squeezing a little look out to the left to see if he gets a reaction?
I don't know.
You think he's too smart for that?
He's got some chops. Make no mistake about it. You know, he's not adrift. Kutanovsky. All right, Georgiev definitely needs to let us in on whatever's happening on his phone.
He's just like, yeah, keep winning part after part.
Supremely entertaining.
I think I'm breakable, like winning
5,000.
something like this.
Who's winning?
Hmm?
Who's winning? I don't even know. Ohad, I guess.
Ohad, Nuri, the gentleman. I think Sergio.
Here we go. A little bit of fun from two of the more conventional players.
Yeah, fair.
At the table.
King, queen suited.
Yeah, I can't fault this. You know, Fernandez is on the tight side, but he's still opening wide enough that we want to build pots with the hands like King, Queen suited. Comes in with a 3-bet. Yeah.
Yeah, we've observed some opens and fold to a 3-bet out of Fernandez, so certainly Pepping will try his luck.
Yeah, and we're starting 100 effective here. Fernandez is just looking at a whoa. So oh yeah, sorry, I thought he was slipping the chips for a call. This is shallow enough that he won't love getting ace-king off in, but kind of forced into it. Interesting spot here now for Pepping for 3 and a bit more with king-queen suited. Plays pretty nicely against those 4-bet bluffs that Fernandez is going to have. The ace-5 suited the world. And some sort of king-jack offs, those kind of hands. But again, looking around the table, I don't know fully Pepping's history. I know he plays a bit of cash. He plays some of the smaller tournaments, the 2K to 3K. So perhaps, I'm just guessing, maybe taking a little bit of a shot in a game of this size. So thinking, I'll look elsewhere to try and win a big pot and not having the ability to go into the pocket perhaps as much as everyone else.
So he's button. Never mind. I thought he was. Okay.
Certainly be regretting having to fold king queen suited before the flop, Ali.
Yeah, the 4-bet from Fernandez, though, clearly places that king queen suited in a very awkward position. A lot of hands that could have it dominated, crushed.
This is why I love these games, though, because you've got not just the, I'll use your word, Ollie, the delineation of playing styles, but stack sizes as well. You know, some of these players are playing 400 big blinds deep, some are playing 100. Infinite number of possibilities that come up. Those two fourths to play like a normal hand.
Try again. In like a TV game? No.
Try again. Says Pepping. Seems to get dealt ace-5 off a lot when it's Albert in the straddle.
It's like a 15 or 20 player pool. They play a 2.
Got her with a nonchalant defense.
Yeah, throw in 300. Listen to the story.
King 4 board, neither player in love, but presumably Pepping will be looking to maybe take it down with a modest follow-through.
Yeah, a ball that he could bet really small on. Exactly what he does.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet even with a hand like this, doesn't really want to continue. Might think about it for 300, but 10 on the turn. This is where things could get a little amusing. If this were to go check, check.
Seven on the river.
Yeah, it does go check, check, Ali. And now But with kind of the weakest hand he's going to have in this spot, albeit a hand that can win at showdown, does decide just to try and check and win it at showdown, which is reasonable. Is going to allow pepping. And actually, pepping's going to try and knock out maybe some of those 4Xs. Quite nice. Yeah, kind of nice that it would be easy just to check back and win with the A side, which he would have done, but just a little bit on the river, just think that little bit, make potentially the 4Xs fold. Small margins in small pots. Kind of stuff that's a bit more important in tournaments than it is in these high stakes cash games, especially the splashy games. You got to go after every chip, Ali.
You can always rebuy if things go awry.
Well, until you can't.
Well, yeah, that's true. Button attack from the Queen 9. Fernandez.
Well, it's 800 open. Hudnevsky does have a variety of opens. The 500, the 6, the 8. We saw earlier even open the 1200 at one point.
Watch his cost. It's like 200, right? AP. Turbulent. Turbulent, right?
Skelet.
Skelet.
Sets up, right?
Who? Yeah.
Someone told me, I didn't know.
Huh?
Someone
Here we go.
told me recently.
Pepping's go with the ace king.
Well, I offered them
You paid the rake? I think.
no.
Saw him just have to 3-bet fold king queen suited
Yeah,
against this
yeah,
hand
I
a moment
think he
ago.
went broke. I mean,
I feel like he's due something happening, Ali. He's due to get
actually win that much against him.
a little
He won
action.
like 200. I mean, he was playing with us like 5K, 10K every day. I mean, he must have had
We know a
more
little hand.
than
Geiger
200. And he was
certainly going to
winning.
stand with
And
queen
after that session
10.
against me, he just like completely.
Last trip I went.
Well,
like
5, 6, 8 board. That
Yeah, none of the Broadway stuff showing up here.
yeah, it just it doesn't seem to be Pepping's night.
Yeah,
These
I think he
boards
lost the next day also.
never seem to give him a chance.
Mix also.
Checks back.
I'm assuming it
Board
was like 2
pairs.
session
Of
hits
course,
or
big range advantage
And it
here
was-
for
it was
Geiger as
crazy
the
to me that
defender
it was
from the
actually,
straddle
like, full bankroll
Yeah.
on this
And
that
texture, and
game
he's going to
was,
be
like,
well
so
aware of
swingy,
that.
you know, it was just like-
Yeah,
But I offered them like
he is, and he seems to be reaching for
I
chips.
think 15% both ways.
I mean,
something like that.
I don't think this is
Yeah, something
mandatory,
crazy.
but only
Like,
imagination.
If he
Pepping is going
wins,
to check back.
if he wins, I pay 15
Some good
more, and
hands
if he loses, he loses. I think 10 or 15. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there you go. Can't even make this ace king.
For him. And it was like.
Well, Ollie, with that,
two-game mix, like,
I
we
think I'm
each-
going to take a little spin outside.
Yeah,
Go
I
see
think
if
we
I can
each
find
picked
any
a
more
game.
desserts.
We each
If there's any left.
You play only 2 games.
I see David shaking his head. I think he's
we each
implied
picked
that
a game.
not that the buffet's closed, but that he's currently consuming all
Didn't feel like it.
It was me no limit.
all of these said
This
desserts.
all
So I'm going to
limit.
leave you guys for a little bit, and
You choose
catch you
no limit?
shortly.
Yeah, versus me.
So Dempsey
I'll play you heads up anytime,
You're the best.
exiting the booth, and
Didn't feel like calling.
David
I
Lappin
want to play with the best.
making his way back in
Am I
for the
crazy?
home stretch here of our cash game stream.
He chose like pot limit triple draw. Like the weirdest game of all time. Then
Another
Ace
ace
two
king
tight.
popping up here. It's time for Hudnevsky. Predictable open, takes it upstairs.
and it was like heads up, big blind ante, and he was like folding like in both games like 60% per year or something. With big blind ante, it was really like it was impossible to lose. Like,
Second time.
it was like win one hand or whatever. And, like, you know, it was just like losing
Second
back.
time in a row.
No takers.
Yes,
No,
but
but-
sometimes ace king is not the best hand.
Played
I know it's the worst hand. That's why I only put the
501K. I think we play 501k, but with like a cap.
I would prefer ace-10.
60 bigs.
That has been good for you today.
I don't really.
Twice.
Or 40 bigs.
Remember that the rest of your life.
For you, 25, 25, no limit on that. Temirland.
The big bet games are always cap in the mix. It's not super fair.
Maximum.
So Ali, by way of catching me up, but also maybe
Look,
catching
I
up some
played
of the
to
latecomers
get
to
to
the stream,
sure.
what has happened in the last hour and a half?
Thanks
When
God
I
that
left
I played.
things, it was dynamical. There was some big stacks going to war.
You know, I would say the theme, for the most part, that's emerged since your departure would just be that which I don't even know is an emergence. It's more just a consistent thread of Daher being the man that's been most active, participating in a wide variety of pots. Granted, he's had reasonable kit with which to do so, but just more of a willingness to see flops, sitting deep, and I think a lot of players may be showing some reluctance to lock horns with him as we see him once again. The opener here does flop the gut shot straight draw on the ace-high rainbow board, pepping with an 8. Does check call after defending from the straddle. Now, 5 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't complicate matters for pepping.
Can imagine a world where Dar goes big on this turn here, pressurize 8s and 7s to the max here. Possibly bring an overbet strategy into play, possibly just go for a 80% potish size as well.
Discipline.
I feel like it's going to be one of those things. Maybe the overbet.
Funny guy, man.
Yeah, did feel like one of those situations.
You know, you hit the bottom, what you do?
3,200.
Dig out.
And really, it's the kind of bet that's designed to put maximum pressure on hands such as this one.
Exactly right. Now, I think from Pepping's point of view, problematically, he knows he's up against somebody who maybe overdoes those types of bets, maybe moves into the exploitative territory with those kinds of bets more often than other people, maybe takes low frequency lines at a high frequency, but really placing you in a guessing game for a huge amount of your chips right there and then in that moment, building a big pot in a situation that, like, you're sort of comfortable playing a nice small to medium sized pot. You expect it to be like that, but then suddenly in comes the overbet on the turn, and you sort of know same guy might come in with the overbet on the river, and suddenly it's a huge, huge pot.
What can I do? What's the magic to hit? Tell me, Miros. Karma?
No, it's like we spoke earlier about you are both or not. 5.
I'm what? Both? What?
Like bout health. You know, you sometimes born with it, sometimes you don't.
Oh.
You understand?
Yeah.
Not sure he does understand. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I did say you're born with it.
Sergio also runs
or
bad
you're
on
not.
the field. You run bad in poker also. Like,
I feel like there's a natural
bad
segue
runner.
to a
Like you run
hair care
worse than
commercial.
Like you
in
run
there.
more bad than you run good. I've seen you run bad so many times. Yeah. It's crazy. I always have that picture of you like, it's so sick, it's so sick. Like,
It is sick.
Yeah, it is sick, I know. Like,
when you run back, you see Sergio's picture.
no, when I see
"Oh, okay."
Sergio, I like
Okay.
I can never picture like Sergio with like a winning poker face. He's always like losing. I'm super tilted.
I think Sergio don't have tilt.
Ohad is always winning. He's always happy. He doesn't know what a downswing is yet. It's like the young generation are too happy all the time. You also, you still very sun running so far.
Well,
Oh,
you
and
wanna talk
casual
about
as you
sun
like.
running.
Casual as you like.
2 aces for Daher opening here, praying for a customer somewhere.
Yeah.
Do you know what? He's not going to get anyone. You
I
have
get
got
very
to be
good
kidding me.
Really?
He's going to show this because he's sick. He's sick
don't
about this.
Yeah. Aye. Can we see the flop, please?
Flop, what you have? He doesn't want to show.
That counts as a bad beat right there.
That really does.
What was your very good
You're in
card?
there with all sorts.
Hassan,
Dolly
you buy?
mixtures for the most
You have
part.
to put-
And then you actually wake up with aces on his gun
Yeah.
and it gets all the way around to the straddle.
Hassan.
Jack
C'est la
eight.
Khadine ici. C'est la Khadine ici.
Who?
C'est la Khadine.
Saladin, yeah, but عم بلعب هون شو هاي الساعة جيت هلا
500 with the fives for Geiger,
Yeah,
who's accused of just sun running and being too young to have experienced a downswing.
How many language?
Food. Huh?
How many language you know? 5?
He too gets no action.
3.
Or 3 yesterday I saw you speaking German.
In German?
It wasn't German?
No.
With your friend.
Jay.
What? I don't speak German. No. French.
Maybe I missed it. I heard German, you know? And I was like, how many?
It's probably the language I understand the least.
German?
It's like, I don't understand anything. Like Spanish or whatever, Italian, I like understand some words. But like German, zero.
Zero.
Ace-8 suited for Rolf Pepping. Upstairs we go as the
Pass.
linguistic talents of Daher are experiencing an inquisition from Georgiev. 9 deuce experiencing middle pair after defending up against bottom pair, as it were. Checking with the flow. Check back from Pepping.
Yeah, both players probably have just enough of this to check it all the way down.
Prophecy coming true thus far as a 4-line straight rolls off on the river.
9.
Win. 8. I have.
Ace 8.
Oh, show the other. No, don't be...
I'm just trolling.
Ay, ay, ay.
He just knows. He just knows it's a shitty card. Suited.
I think it was one of
You
these
don't
two.
announce the kicker. When you don't announce the kicker, it has to be shit.
It has to be a deuce or a 3.
You watch Guy Ali?
Stupid 8. Too good of a hand to go bluffing.
I
Too
love
bad to
them.
win.
I've yet to indulge
It's
because I
annoying.
fear
Sometimes it's better to not have anything.
just how
you know?
big a degenerate I would end up being as soon as I break the seal.
It could
You
be
know
your
the best.
next
I know the
collectible.
best.
For sure.
With Albert, it's never too bad to win, you know? You can win with anything.
Yourself?
Yeah.
No,
No, we did no. For
don't think I
sure.
ever
My
owned one.
strategy
Maybe
is
a Casio
to always
as a
rep the nuts no matter
schoolboy.
what I have.
Because
It doesn't matter. If I have top pair, I still rep the nuts.
Does it work a lot?
That's why I get called all the time, you know. He knows me too well.
Ace-Jack suited here for Barakat, who facing the $500 open with the
One day I will
Ace-5
run
from
good again.
Kludnovsky.
Guy.
I watched him step out there with the 10-9 against the, was it the King Jack or King Queen on the King High board while I was munching down some late night food and tuning in, of course, to yourself and James. So he's, you know, shown himself to have some moves.
Yeah, did
Barakat.
re-raise it to 1100 and now promptly flops top pair here
give you
as
one.
Kludnovsky comes up empty.
I want to give you this. Bluff. You remember the hand? Bluff.
What you have?
Yeah,
He's
hard to
like-
whiff harder than this with the Ace-5 here. Can't imagine this and getting to a turn.
I have 40K. I had like 10K invested. Like 5. Sebastian also was involved. And I had ace king and I like thank God. What do you have? I asked. I thank God or
1K follow through, and we've seen Hudnovsky peel light. I don't know that this is the candidate. Oh,
wow.
Just when you think you've got a beat on Edward Hudnovsky, he shows you something you don't expect. King rolls off on the turn.
I'm interested to know what the plan is here, because he's obviously had to check again here now on the king. Barakat has options to bet or check. He does check, so he will be calling any river bet. Maybe, just maybe, that turn check will embolden Hudnovsky. One would suspect that he won't think his ace high can be good often enough on this board. Hard to pluck a hand he's ahead of right now. Queen 8. This will get snapped off. So good check from Barakat, who maybe recognized his opponent, maybe
the grinder
trying a little out of position
How
float.
old are you, Ahad?
Nicely done.
Huh? 30. You're 30?
Got him.
Sure did.
He's the life bro.
And that's going to be a nice breath of fresh air into Barakat's stack, which really has just been dormant for the most part. A couple of spots he's tried to slide in there with a limp and promptly been punished.
The wife bro.
Unable to take the flop. Hassan, obviously,
That's his nickname?
wants to get in the mix. You get invigorated a bit when you pick up a pot that consists of more than just blinds.
Oh, look, chunky pots. Like, they're all pretty big now that the blinds are as high as they are.
The live bro,
All of these guys playing 4x the stakes they were originally intending this evening.
To be fair, though, none of them have exhibited any measure of tangible discomfort over that development, though. I know, for one, if the blinds were kicked up 4x to what I expected them to be in any game that I was playing in, I would be very disconcerted at that development.
Yeah.
Not this
Yeah,
group.
for the very reason that we tend to play at the highest level that we enjoy
The live
comfortably
bro.
playing.
Yeah.
He doesn't even hear it.
Really? Ask Sebastian. Okay, you can ask Sebastian.
Can you just tell us?
No.
Sebastian is too busy. He's running the poker player union.
This is Sebastian's dream of being the head of the poker union. This really is his dream. He loves it.
I thought it's a good group.
You guys miss the days when Sebastian used to run games in EPTs. It was like the funniest shit ever.
I watch videos. I watch videos.
It's
really.
so funny. What video?
I have one video. It's the best. I know the one is the best. You know.
Oh, when the interview?
Yes.
Oh, this is the best.
This is the best.
I'm a cash game player.
Pass.
I don't play tournaments.
It's the best. It's the best.
Unclear who this Sebastian character that they're talking about is. Allegedly of EPT cash game orchestration fame.
1.7.
Well, far be it from producer Mulvitas to allow us to be uninformed about anything. Pops in promptly to advise that Sebastian is a tournament director who would normally be here, but isn't present on this particular occasion. Also advising that he's got a great sense of humor. Well, nothing funny about Jack 9-4 as Georgiev's pocket eights have been pipped by Hudnovsky. $1K bet. Peel from Georgiev, who now picks up the gutter, but so does Hudnovsky.
Yeah, mandatory peel on the flop probably becomes a mandatory turn peel as well. Only because that 7 does connect him somewhat. And the fact that it's just a 1K bet.
Again, more money into the middle as a queen leaves both hands unimproved now.
9.
Unovsky hits the brakes, says 9, and will be quite pleased to have Georgiev say take it. I've always, by the way, been a massive fan of the unlit cigarette dangling.
The Farha.
The Farha.
Yeah.
I just have very fond memories of the beginnings of televised poker. High stakes poker in particular. Sam Farha front and center for so much of that. Always dressed in a sort of blazer, dinner jacket, kind of button-down shirt.
Yeah, both his presence on those early seasons of late night poker, but I apologize, high stakes poker, but also that maybe one of the most famous heads-ups of all time against Moneymaker. A similar vibe.
Oh yeah. The David Goliath of its day in poker back in 2003.
I love how he speaks about like the GTO bots.
We did a analysis of that
About
hand
the guys
actually
that come
on
that play
Chip
live.
Race. We'll plug for the
like Russians or whatever.
Chip Race podcast.
These guys?
Something we love to do actually, Darren and I. And we
Recently
don't do it,
or way back?
A while back, but it's something we like to do, not very frequently, but maybe once every 3 or 4 months. When we do our strategy segments, we try and pluck a famous hand from the past and sort of put it through the solver tech, put it through the modern things and see how it holds up. Some hold up very badly, as you could imagine, but some hold up remarkably well. And actually, interestingly, in that hand, it does hold up reasonably well from Moneymaker's point of view. Not so much from Farhaz. He probably stepped away from game theory more so, but yeah, it actually gives a lot of credit to Moneymaker.
You're talking about the final hand?
The final, or the big one, yeah. Yeah.
Ace 5-4 here as Pepping's King Jack coming up empty. Same story for Hadioglu, who got in there pre. No improvements on the turn for either player after a round of knuckles.
Five. The name, I would tell you on the name of the video.
Pepping just betting the best hand, as it were. Second nut, no pair.
Indeed. Sorry, just to correct the record, not the final hand, but the bluff of the century hand, as it was dubbed for many years, when Moneymaker did manage to scallywag the pro.
There's a word I don't get to hear on my side of the pond very often. Scallywag.
We've just recorded another one of those types of hands, the Scotty, you call it's going to be all over, baby. We've just put that through the thing. That'll be on a future episode. But that's another fun one to put through the lens. And surprising results, I think, for the audience.
Scotty win.
Yeah.
That was the World Series of Poker main event, or was it a...
98 main event.
Yeah.
Vince Van Patten on comms. The one time he did it.
1800 from Fernandez pre. Daher wants to take a flop with his buddy. And flop
my
the
goodness.
9 high straight. Fernandez 2 overs in the gut shot. 2 quick checks.
Oh,
wow.
Ouch.
Now the 9 rolls off on the turn. Fernandez somehow hops in front with the 10 high straight. Daher checks again.
Good check from Daher.
Astutely.
Very good check. No question he's going to have to call once, but he may well be able to get away on the river.
Boy, what a nasty development this is. Calls 2100. Backdoor diamonds show up. Neither player holding one.
Check.
Dyer checks again.
I think Dyer can get away here if the price is something in the region of 4 or 5k. It's not a situation where Fernandez can go particularly big anymore because of the diamonds. Yeah, he has gone 5.5. I think Dyer can get away from this actually. Needs to piece this together here. What hand would check back flop, bet turn and river on this run out, and I think he will perhaps come to the conclusion that
I flopped the straight.
That he's beat.
always a challenge not to get married to a hand that you really felt like you deserved.
Like one bluff, it's like ace jack.
He's right.
Only fucking bluff.
He's right. I think he'll piece this one together and make a good fold.
Queen jack, ace jack, queen jack suit. You don't bluff king jack, right?
Mr. Shahram, Texas Hold'em 515.
Ace jack.
4-5.
9-5.
Playing solid.
I won a big pot with that hand yesterday. I had to play it.
Good fold.
Yeah, Daher eventually finds the muck as the post-mortem exchange between he and Fernandez
Very crazy game yesterday. If you win big pot,
involves a revelation that he
then
flopped
you lose.
the straight rather with the 9-5, and Fernandez I don't believe has tipped his hand.
No, I think he declared 4-5 for the
I think he was asking whether
minor
or not
needle.
when
Oh, yes.
Daher said that he flopped the straight if it was 4-5.
No, that makes more sense.
Stand Diamante.
Only one thing.
No diamante.
No Diamante.
When you look back through the annals of poker and those famous televisual moments, of course you were part of so many of them going back all those years, but is there a moment in time where you felt like the game shifted in one production, in one hand, in one moment? There was a changing of the guards even. Is there? Did you pick out moments like that when you look back on TV poker?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I think the one that most would be familiar with is the one that we've just alluded to, being Moneymaker and Farha and the David and Goliath moment, which really changed the face of poker altogether. For me, one that's lesser referred to
For sure.
I was thinking that, you know.
would be the arrival of Tom Dwan.
Oh, if you say the hand that I've been thinking of this whole time, I'm going to be
And you ask Dauber,
eerily impressed, because you've just said the person that I think is involved in the hand that really just changed the guard. to some
Listen, if you
level,
have
and
a bigger
pick
range,
it,
it's harder
oh my
to play.
goodness, Ali, we are in
I know.
simpatico here.
Okay,
But you have experience.
are
are
you
the best heads-up player.
referring to his presence, I believe, on
Not
High
the
Stakes
best,
Poker?
okay, but
Correct.
one of
He
the
played? That's where your mind is? I can't pick out a specific hand from High Stakes Poker. I was thinking about when he faced off with Phil Hellmuth during the Heads Up Poker Championship and played a hand not in an entirely absurd manner, but one that
The
really
tens and aces.
triggered exactly
Yeah.
Phil Hellmuth and led to one of many famous blow-ups and diatribes that he's had throughout the years.
Heads up.
But kind of, I think, encapsulated the manner in which Dwan came in and rattled
Seems like
everyone.
Yeah.
And I think he did it on Poker After Dark as well when he came in and played cash games there right around the same era. What was the specific hand during High Stakes, though, that you have in mind? I'm glad we at least zeroed in on the same player.
For sure. For me, it was the moment where he flatted the king-queen against
like this game
Greenstein's
anymore.
aces and flops
Yeah.
top
Yeah,
pair,
game, I think.
flush draw against
It
the
is a
aces.
really cool, but I enjoy the others more,
And
like
they get it all
it
in,
switches.
more or less flipping. I think it was like a 49-51 kind of situation. And Greenstein historically never
Casual.
ran anything twice. So Tom goes, "Well, do you want to run it twice?" And he goes, "No, I just run it once then. But we can take some money out of the pot if you like." And Tom went, "No." And they
on
instantly
7.
dealt the flush cards. And that closed the door. And I just thought, well, that's a moment. This is like a 25-year-old or whatever he
Sure.
was just went,
34.
Sure.
"No, leave $1 million in there."
Pretty remarkable as Daher Not content to leave 700 in there, pumps it up to 3,400. Promptly clearing the field. Note, by the way, that Hudnovsky was out there with the 9-4 suited as a flat caller, and now you just see he doesn't like to concede to Albert in particular.
Huh?
You want me to play?
Of course.
I can't play like that.
I always want you to play. Even if I have a bad hand and you have a good hand, I want you to play. It's more fun.
When you play?
Yeah, I mean, folding is so boring. I don't know.
Oh, my Chenga.
Well, that Carmen music cues a promo here and alludes to the fact that we're going to have a double header of sorts on our hands between May 10th and the 25th when Merit Poker will be running a cash game festival concurrent with the Triton Super High Roller Series, as no longer is this little gem on the Mediterranean a secret. More and more people getting wind of exactly what's going on under this roof, and Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa will be buzzing with action. Certainly book your rooms now, as the hotel will be selling out without question during the Merit Poker Cash Game Festival and Triton Super High Roller Series tandem event coming your way, leading right into the World Series of Poker nicely. Weather ought to be beautiful right around then as well.
Oh yeah, so nice. Such a nice time of year. I was saying to James in the last segment that it's sort of my favorite time of the year, May, September, this part of the world, because of course summer is summer and it's very, very hot in this area, but it's almost like May and September are like the best summer's day where I come from in Ireland, certainly. Just wondering, it's only 5 weeks after this festival ends. Are you going to make it home, or are you just going to maybe find a little snug here in North Cyprus?
I might have to start looking for an apartment out this way as often as I've been coming through, but enjoyed each and every trip, this one included.
How many Tritons are there each year?
4.
4.
Yeah, 4 Triton festivals. But with Merit, as I was having a discussion with some of the staff the other day, there were 8 total festivals last year.
Yeah.
And that is a tremendously packed calendar. I mean, it really takes a lot of planning, a lot of effort, a lot of logistics to pull one of these things off. You know, you think about Triton runs them quarterly because a lot goes into getting one together. To run 8 of them really is a monumental effort.
Oh, it certainly is. Do you think the 4 Triton stops is the sweet spot? Like when you talk to the Triton regulars, these 50K businessmen, but also high rollers, would they like it to be 6 stops, or do they think, actually, no, it's about the right amount?
But you know what? I think, honestly, a little bit of scarcity, a little bit of a sense of lead up is not a bad thing when it comes to that. Over-saturation is, I think, something they can work. You can get too much of a good thing, so to speak.
I think everybody will say that you wouldn't go all in, but
it's not cheap to come out and play a full slate of Triton events, and it's not a given that you're going to be in the black at the end of one.
Certainly not. We were talking about a couple of players who would be regarded as the absolute elite of our game, and how they started off poorly in their results at the beginning of Triton.
Yeah, Seth Davies and Nick Petrangelo in particular.
That he like never has bluffs. And probably doesn't, like, people start folding because they just see the nuts all the time, so they start folding. So probably this is where he has bluffs. Genius.
Barakat.
They can't see bluff if you don't bluff.
Opens to 500.
If you only value bet, it's never bluff.
Geiger wants to take a flop, and so does Hadioglu.
It's the best feeling.
Huh?
The best feeling when you have it.
The best feeling.
A lot of interference, but not a lot of connection
my
as
life.
it comes ace 7 deuce.
Never have it. I'm always in spots I shouldn't be in.
But you still don't have gray hair. That means you're good with stress. You handle it okay.
That's why I should just play limit poker, you know. you can't bluff so much in limit.
Yeah.
Nice follow-through barrel there in a three-way pot. In position from Hassan
Here, it's
Barakat.
just like,
I think this is your worst game.
wait, hold him. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
If I want to play more seriously, I don't think really my way.
It needs to be big.
Huh?
It needs to be big.
And David, we've talked about
I need to be in the mood.
how fond we are of this particular property and how, as we were pre-gaming, you, myself, and James down in the spa earlier today, there really are a few places that hold a candle to this one in terms of our perspective.
That was a production meeting, Ali. That was,
Right,
we only spoke about production things.
Yeah. I assume right now producer Olbitas is wondering why it was that he didn't receive the message that we were having a production meeting in the whirlpool. Of course, that was a small oversight on our part.
To be honest, I was just trying to cover my own ass there in case my girlfriend's watching. And I
Right.
told her that I'm here to work.
We were working. We were working on relaxing. But that is just one of the aspects, and honestly, I've run into numerous poker players down there. Sauna, Steam, Whirlpool, getting into game form before they come in and do battle on the felt. Kind of allows you to decompress. It really is a place that is set up perfectly for the rigors of high-stakes poker and the tournament grind.
Look, for some people, poker holidays, they want to go to a city where there might be an art gallery and a bit of culture, and that's lovely, and I like a bit of that in my mix as well. But actually, if I'm honest, my absolute favorite stops, and I can think of a few as well as here, are these places that are almost like summer camps. They're almost like you go on, you're all sort of locked in together in the one area. There's restaurants and bars around. Everyone's socializing when they're busted the tournament or taking a day off or in the spa in the morning or whatever it is.
Everyone's in one of like 3 places on the property. You're either in the restaurant, in the spa, in the poker room, and that's it.
And you build so much camaraderie as well from that. I think that's like one of the secret sauces to building a poker brand, building a poker tour is actually giving the players a little bit of downtime together to form friendships, to decide that they, like this other guy, and maybe they'll go to the next stop he's going on, and they do the circuit together. And I think, stops like this are just a little bit magical in that way. You feel like you are 10 years old again, going off to summer camp where you get to, do water sports and play with your friends.
Uneventful one for Fernandez there, taken from
Not so much.
I actually had the chance to visit yet uncharted territory here at the Royal Diamond facility. The salon.
Oh.
I was in a bit of need of a trim.
I was not going to say that, but yeah, okay.
And really was handled about as well as I think anyone has ever handled me in that setting in terms of
I'm feeling very disturbed by the choice of words here.
Yeah,
you were
I get
handled,
it.
You were handled.
But
back sack and
I
crack.
went in for just a haircut, and I think I ended up walking out of there having experienced every service on the menu that was available. They're like, oh, you could do, a little bit of hair dye as well. All right, go ahead, sign me up. Oh, what about this? You've got a little bit of fuzz on the earlobe. We have a waxing service for that.
Sorry.
All right, go on, sign me up.
Hold up.
It'll happen to you too, Lappin.
Earlobe fuzz waxing.
Yeah.
Why do we need to wax the fuzz?
Well, my DNA is particularly vicious when it comes to unwanted
So it's a wirier fuzz.
Yeah.
Okay.
But lovely, nubile, and supple are my lobes now. Lappin. Daher hauls another uneventful one in. And it didn't stop there, by the way. So we had the cut.
God.
We had the dye.
The light.
We had the earlobe wax.
No, it's not only the light. Even
Actually, it
when
was the whole ear,
when I
if
was
I'm being
eating
honest.
Was there a flame involved? I heard
No, I heard about the flames from Kilbane.
Yeah.
I think that's the other barber in the other over at Royal.
What's that? Like they
Not
just like
diamond.
they light like a sparkler and just shove it in your ear.
Listen,
What-
whatever it
what's
is,
going on?
I don't want fire in or around my face. I strike myself as a flammable sort of object, you know.
Pass.
Certainly could.
I have
see
never had a
something-
manicure or a pedicure, but I have for the first time in my life, at the age of 41, I now allow the barber to shave my beard to
Ooh.
get a better line,
Okay.
because I'm one of those people who has like a weak chin and no jaw anymore, so I need the line of my beard to pretend for me
Right.
that such thing exists.
To help define.
And I used to do that myself with varying degrees of success, but now when I'm in the barber, I just go, "Do you know what, while we're here, that for me is a huge luxury. That's
Wow.
my day in the spa."
David. Our definitions of luxury are a little bit different, but Georgiev looking to take this luxurious king-queen suited to glory. As Pepping, the 6-4, is going to take a flop. Now, off of a stack of just 19K, this is a considerable investment.
Yeah.
And a gut shot straight draw with backdoor diamonds
Wrapped
against
around
what
that
is
five
top
of
pair.
diamonds. Yeah, this is a must continue situation for Pepping here, wrapped around that 5 of diamonds. He cannot surrender to a bet of this size, particularly because it's just far too important for him to have some continues that aren't pairs. Could feasibly raise over a bet of this size. Would not be unreasonable at all. Coming with the call though.
Yeah, content to just flat. Another 2,400 into the middle. Now a double gut shot, courtesy of the 8 of hearts, which further incentivizes Pepping to continue. But let's see what the number is that Georgiev comes with.
If the number is half pot, then shoving is not out of the equation for Pepping here. Actually reminding me of a hand I played in the Turbo here a couple of nights ago, very similar to this one, and I did shove turn faced with a very similar bet size stack to pot ratio type situation.
North of half pot, though, to 2/3 is the sizing precisely.
Yeah, if he had 3 or 4 more K, you would prefer that move. Or if you were facing a bet of 3.5, you would also feel it. But is it possible he's going to come with just a call again and maybe decide, should his opponent check rivers, find some bluff situations?
Oh, wow.
Or just do that.
The 3 of diamonds rolling right off.
Poor Georgiev. He's actually been on the receiving end of some of the worst runouts today.
To be fair, that big 2x river pot where he made runner straight against Dar was meaty, and you always know when you jam
Full
there,
nuts.
get snapped, that king queen isn't going to be a winner.
And Georgiev now down to just 8.5K. He may well top up here. Or
What a big pickup, by the way, for Pepping, who really has been kind of at or near even for most of the session. Small ticks up, small ticks back, as you see.
That's just unlucky.
Budnovsky.
210. You bet how much is the floor?
Kind of a
2,500?
sympathetic nod over toward Georgiev.
Georgiev did nothing wrong there. Shoving river, pretty standard at that
Yeah.
point. His opponent can't have ace king. He's basically targeting king jack, king 10.
Wow.
He's got to look to get value. If he's behind, he's behind. He's going to have to pay it, so he can't be reverse free rolled.
And, you know, obviously he's got a demoralized look upon him here, and you see Pepping kind of shrugging his shoulders, but I don't think that Georgiev really gave Pepping that sort of range in the face of that pre-flop raise size.
Well, that's true, actually. The
Off
pre-flop
of that
is
stack, the
maybe non-standard
2,500
bit.
is a big commitment, and then never mind, the 5K on the turn is...
Oh, I agree with you. I think calling the
also
5K in the turn
beefy.
is questionable for
Yeah,
sure.
as opposed to jamming.
Oh, wow, that was a big risk.
Big risk.
Yeah, I feel like Georgiev wants to give a piece of his mind here. We'll probably.
Yeah, he doesn't appear particularly amused.
You had the flash draw as well, did you?
7 was also good for me.
Making the case for his 18 outs there and position, which obviously could have resulted in a different sort of victory there had Georgiev checked river. Maybe waving the white flag, he would have had the opportunity to turn his 6-eye into a bluff in certain situations. Maybe Georgiev has a hand like ace queen and checking it, kind of throws in the towel, and then the 6-eye gets to steal it away. There are a few other scenarios to lend credibility to Pepping's play, but certainly a gamblier approach.
700.
Geiger's going to wake up to a couple of 9s in the straddle, but first, Budanovsky with king-queen from the button, making it 700 to go. Just a flat from Ohad.
Why am I always laughing when I'm looking at you?
Ace 7-4.
1.2.
Quick check, quick bet. Ohad must tear one off. Turn doesn't rate to be of consequence. Nines checking once more.
Budanovsky, obviously, with the obvious blockers there, the ace-king, ace-queen blockers, could go again, decides not to. Doesn't mean he won't necessarily turn his king-queen into a bluff on the river here. Maybe still eyeing up, targeting a 7 or a 6 or a 4, all of which could be in Geiger's range in the end now.
Shut it down 2 streets, though, as once he got called on that particular flop texture, I think he sensed that Geiger, who really has been tremendously passive, I think, in terms of his lines.
Yeah, selective aggression, selective moments of stepping out, but yeah, much more even-keeled than some of the other players at this table who've been, well, positively wrecking ball-esque with their approach. Sometimes the wrecking ball swinging back in their own direction.
Sure.
See there, Hagioglu in the straddle, sporting a W coupe polo shirt, which I think you only get if you win a W coupe, or you get sent. I feel like there's something like that you only get these kinds of things sent to you in the post when you have a result. So maybe doing a bit of advertising that he's a tournament guy.
A former W coupe winner down on their luck. eBay.
Well, yeah. I used to have a lot of those full tilt I knocked out a pro t-shirts, and I did sell a lot of them on eBay. So the story checks out that some people will do things like that.
2 10s for Georgiev here, running into a 3-bet from Geiger. Does look like he did add to his stack after being struck down by
to the tune of 15K, I think.
Pepping.
Extra.
Yeah. And it's going into motion rather quickly here.
Yeah, this could just get in. Well, we could just have a 50K flip here. Ali?
You think the ace-queen calls it off?
Yes.
A jam.
I do. No, he doesn't.
23-7, no, snap fold, yeah, from
wow.
Okay. Geiger.
Okay.
Thought it might be a little bit too rich.
Thank you, Albert.
It was a big shove, I suppose, but they were in late
Why are
position.
you bluffing the guy who just lost the big pot?
It was small blind, big blind. I know there's a straddle in play, so it's not exactly the same, but
Like 101.
those 2 hands rate to get in for 100 bigs most of the time, I think.
Very bad bet, Oli. Not.
How does it work?
Me?
I just buy it next time.
Maybe more so in the tournament streets.
Next time I will do the same thing. I'll wait one.
Yes.
You can make the counter argument that with any sniff of ICM around, you can justify it not getting in for those stacks on the tournament streets and being more straightforward, chip for chip. Look, I think it probably in reality, and I think it's something you're thinking in this moment too, that it's just a little bit too much. It's basically Geiger's entire stack. He's had a very good day with this selective aggression, and when he really wants to bury down into the ranges, is he going to be up against King, Queen or Ace Jack very often?
No.
Even if it's a smaller pocket pair, a pocket fives, pocket sixes, it's going to be a flip. So
I think
maybe just avoiding that scenario.
I think you need to pay me.
Absolutely. You are absolutely fucking right. You are right.
Yeah. You need to pay me.
Just need to
Good
tell
energy
me.
for you.
You need to tell me just the numbers.
Hadioglu
3K.
picking up a couple of customers. Unfortunately for him, one of them has an ace. That is Hudnovsky, who has outflopped the Cowboys.
55 to 50, 3K.
Like a small bet in this situation, 400, probably the
Think about
right
it.
amount.
It's better to go from losing to winning. You know? Like
Yeah, this is good from Hadioglu. You have to do it.
When you're right,
You can still get value from some draws, some 7x, some 5x. You have to target those, but also you don't really want to surrender the betting lead.
In percentage.
15%.
Awkward now with Hudnovsky raising. I think you actually have to call here. Yeah.
What do you swing on average? 2, 3 buy-in?
And pairs the board.
Something like this.
2, 3 buy-in.
Again, he checks. No hesitation from Hudnovsky.
We've seen this from Hudnovsky before, where once he takes control of the pot with that clicky-ish raise on the flop, he likes to keep it small. He milks it along these small bets. Clearly a man who values taking control of the pot, and then once he has it, probably going to check here.
Yeah, playing the queen kicker on board.
Just in case he was up against ace king there.
Nifty pickup there for Hudnovsky as Hadioglu's kings go down in flames.
I really start to love you, you know? Absolute. Pure love. I have pure love.
Pure love.
Declarations of
Make a hot jealous.
Yeah?
From Georgiev toward who?
Jealous.
Albert?
I think it was Albert.
Romance in the air here at our streaming feature table.
They've been side by side for quite some time now.
Well, so have you and I, but I've yet to hear any of those sorts of declarations out of you.
I brought you a
David.
drink.
Actually, you did. and I watched Planet Earth, and I believe in the avian community. Oftentimes a token, a trinket of sorts by the male bird at the roost.
Is to bring a glass of Turkish lemonade.
To try to attract a mate, which I don't know how to disappoint you, but tab A to tab A is not going to yield offspring, Lappin, if that was your intention.
Offspring is getting a little ahead of ourselves, you know, but, you know.
Top two is getting way out ahead of pocket deuces here on the Queen 10-4 board, where Fernandez still checking and hoping to get Hudnovsky to put some chips into the middle. Well, he's done it, but at the very modest sum of $200. Check raise to 1,200 leaves Hudnovsky.
Sticky.
Calling. Oh my goodness. The deuce of clubs on the river.
Wow.
Giving Hudnovsky a set, and this is really, I mean, save for the ace-5 that maybe Fernandez is going to be able to give him. This could get pricey.
Oh, this is being blindsided in the most profound way.
This is
facing
being
an overbet.
swiftly kicked in the nether region.
Question is, do you raise over an overbet? He's bet about 1.25x pot.
Know how much I'm down.
Maybe, just maybe, you just find a call in this spot. Maybe, just maybe, you think to yourself, unless I'm literally targeting Queen 10 here, 4s beat me, 3s beat me, 10s beat me, Queens beat me. Draws are not going to call a raise.
Yeah, what hand is going to pay me off here once I put a raise in?
Yeah. I think if Fernandez bets like 1,500 on the river, he gets a bit bumped up to 6k. But when he makes it 4k himself, I would not be surprised to see Khudnovsky just call here when he sizes it all up. It's an interesting situation because obviously you've called it, you've literally hit the Miracle River. He is going for more value. He is being greedy here. He's gone up to what, 10k maybe?
Looks that way.
Gets called.
Snap
so he
called.
finds his customer. That is so disgusting. Fernandez, cool as a cucumber, taps the table. I would have been a bit more
animated, shall we?
Yeah, I'd have been a bit more eyes out on sticks going, what?
On the bedside of the table.
Yeah, that was a very, very sick
It's
situation.
being thoroughly under-acknowledged, by the way, by the field.
Anyways,
Pepping sort of nervously darting his eyes around going, did anyone else see what I just saw?
Nobody else think that was a optimistic turn call?
Big rivers.
What'd you have?
I love Nofsky's laugh.
Finally, the tension broken.
You don't bluff.
He was bluffing.
Sometimes.
You don't bluff? You don't ever have a bluff? My tooth could be good. You're
why you
King
call?
Jack.
I was curious.
He wanted to see what you had.
You should have just asked. I will show it to you.
Lovely.
This hand was amazing.
It was a luck.
It really was amazing.
It was a luck, I'm telling you.
How did you feel when you hit the deuce?
I was just watching like that.
You didn't believe, huh? It came a deuce.
Just a call from Hajioglu.
Yeah, Fernandez back in the saddle with the suited connector. 2 unders to the jacks. Tall order, especially given that he's up against a set of jacks with just bottom pair on an ace-high board.
So under-repped here.
Checks it back. Now he draws dead.
Mr. Alex Rauta, Poland 515, sit open, Alex Rauta.
Still checking back, and the king on the river. See whether or not Hajioglu wants to do his own bidding. The answer is yes. And Fernandez promptly puts it into the muck. It does feel to me, David, and I'm curious as to whether or not you two have sort of observed this thematic.
I didn't believe when I put 200.
And everybody's looking to trap everyone out. There's just a disproportionate amount of looking for a check raise, looking for, you know, kind of.
You might have the best hands.
If I had to put my finger on why that is, because I think you're absolutely right, that is a theme of this. I think it's a dynamic that's been created by Dar. I think Dar has created a sense of that he'll do the betting for you. And then sometimes it's just people get into this habit of like someone else will do the betting for me. This is a table where you slow play your big hands because that'll happen. But actually in reality, probably 5 or 6 of these guys sort of make more sense to do your own betting. Unless you are specifically in a hand against him or maybe Khudnovsky.
Sure.
I think you probably have to be a bit more standard in your approach. That being said, a little non-standard not to 3-bet the jacks there from Hajioglu, but I do think the 9-10 play their hand perfectly by just trying to get to showdown and then giving up on the river. And I do think the check on the flop was right from Hajioglu. So it's really just the decision to not bet the turn, and again remembering that the turn did bring a flush. So, yeah. But you're right. It was all a bit trappy. It was all a bit slow play.
Albertinho.
Castore. What you want?
Nothing. I'm enjoying the time we spent together. Our energy.
I don't believe it myself.
We're losing, Castor.
Huh?
We're losing.
Sometimes.
It happens.
It's rarely, but
It's
fine.
Same like you, but the 3K.
I know what it feels like.
Very noticeable at this point that the shortest stack maybe at the table is 25k. When you think of how we began this session of
Right.
poker.
It was a minimum of a 5K buy-in, 25-50 game.
Yes,
A couple of people did buy in for around that number. And now things have escalated. What's the biggest pot we've seen? 25, 30, something in that region?
It would have to be the one between Georgiev and Dar, right? The 2x pot on the river with the backdoor straight. 9-5-8 here. Second pair and a gutter for Budanovsky has checked. Just the gutter for Barakat. Double gutter, rather. Checked as well. Just the gutter for Georgiev. Close the action. 3 on the turn, and now the pair goes to work. Leading 800 into the field. Double gut shot just promptly put into the muck there by
Oh wow, I'm very surprised by that.
Barakat.
Because it's a double gut shot and an overcard as well.
Didn't end up coming in. As you see, Georgiev with far less than Jack 7 in terms of the straight draw equity.
You had 5?
Why did you check?
Made the call.
Shit, I thought I had the 5. I thought I had the 8-5. My fault.
No, no problem. It's
No, no,
good enough. This is good enough.
I think I'm getting tired, man.
This is
I
good
thought I had the 8-5, the full house.
Yeah, and
Man who spun 10k up to 50k, just throwing in the. I feel a little bit tired. Just, you know, I've been here for 4 hours since I built this stack, so
You wanted to trap
would
me,
be
huh?
reasonable time to go to bed.
with the 8-5.
Nobody could accuse me of anything. Nobody could say I didn't, you know, reinvest those chips.
I'll tell you what, the thing that tilts me the most when I'm playing in a cash game is specifically that. When somebody sits down, you've been grinding all night. In the matter of 2 orbits, they pick up everything that you're stuck in, then some. Most of it off of you, leaving you further in the hole. And then suddenly in comes a yawn. I got to be somewhere. Some excuse.
Oh,
yeah, the phone call. I mean, you name it. And you're just like, buddy.
Just go.
Just go. Just don't humor me. Just go. Ace Queen suited. Georgiev facing the open from the 2 8s of Hadiolu. 3 bets.
How much are you playing?
2,500.
No. You're in for like 20? You're in for 10?
Hadiolu goes set mining here.
I thought you were in.
I was winning.
Queen 10?
Good flop for him. 7-7-3. Of course, provided that the 8s aren't running into an overpair, which as we can see they are not.
Yes, like.
Impossible.
Georgiev barreling 2,500.
5?
Just about half pot.
It's pretty sick. It's pretty fucking sick.
I wonder if
So many miracle waivers.
Georgiev would have identified Hadioglu as the kind of person he might be able to build a little pot here with on the flop and turn and then get off on the river. Essentially turning his ace-queen into a bluff in situations where he doesn't get there.
I mean, remember that Hadioglu has really conceded in a few spots where both you and I were a bit surprised.
Yeah, in particular that snap fold with the aces full earlier when both players were playing a queen sort of made no sense.
No second barrel out of Georgiev as he pumps the brakes. Now for Hadioglu, a check back here strikes me as being tidy. But he disagrees. Doesn't want to let that river roll off without charging for admission.
Yeah, the benefits of this play are he is charging and he is going to, you know, get some hands like maybe the ace-queen to fold away their equity, which is always a good outcome, but it's also opening the door, and this is the dangerous part of it, for a shove where he will be in a very, very serious guessing game, representing the kind of hand that he has. You know, looking pretty face up for a hand like 6s, 8s, or 9s. You know, yes, maybe 10s, but like probably more like 6s, 8s, or 9s. Not too many 7x there to defend with, so.
Yeah, well, Georgiev, that is, probably didn't think there was a lot of 6-4 in Pepping's range when he ran into that.
Indeed.
Straight on the river. And you can be a little snake bit also as the queen comes in on the river. Perhaps some anti-venom for Georgiev. Really had a rough session.
Yeah, similar to that spot earlier, Georgiev, you know, didn't want himself to get negative free rolled when he had the king-queen, so he did his own betting, obviously ran into the 6-4 in that situation. It was tough luck. Identical in a way, this one, he won't want to check and give his opponent a chance to check back, so he has to do his own betting here. Looks like he's just going to come with 5k, target 8s and 9s, and maybe a 10-9, a 10-8 that may have stuck around on the flop. Fold from Hadioglu. Got money into the pot when he was ahead.
Yep.
Didn't pay anything when he was behind.
Didn't really make much of it on the end either, just promptly into the muck. So I'd say it was good stuff on both sides of the fence. Advantage Georgiev on this occasion. And looking to right the ship here. As I'm being told, we have just about a half hour left here in this cash game.
Ooh. In the straddle with the queens.
And it's Dar.
He'll be lurking. He'll be lurking later on now. We'll see what happens as things develop in his direction.
Fernandez lighting the fuse. Not sure what that was, ace what, for Hadioglu that found the muck. And let's see how Albert chooses to approach things.
If past informs present, I think he's going to make this 21-2200.
There it is, the ladder.
Roma, where is Jeremy?
2200 total.
Gitti mi? 10, 10, thank you. Bana.
And there's interesting potential interactivity between these hands. Not so on this board.
Paired rainbow flop here. Fernandez defended. His open for the extra 1700. Does wrap around that 8 of spades. Might be hunting equity, but no, promptly into the muck in the face of the $1,400 c-bet.
She's deaf. She's deaf.
Showing some respect to his seatmate.
With that information that these guys are going to play 25 more minutes or whatever it is, do you think there's that sort of chance of a bit of extra looseness, a bit of extra gambliness as we enter into the next 20 minutes? It's always kind of a tendency in cash games when it's sort of winding down and people know there's a terminus.
Yeah, I know that a lot of times, especially those people who are stuck, if they feel like, you know, now's my last chance to make a final push to get in the black on the session, you can really see some things. I don't know whether or not this cast of characters here, in particular the guys who are stuck, you know, the likes of Georgiev, are going to be guilty of those sorts of decisions. King 10 suited for Pepping was the razor. Picked up 2 flats before Georgiev decided to make it 3K. Certainly.
Pepping definitely with a callable holding here. He does let it go though, and Chudinovsky will certainly not be interested. And Barakas, well, he's certainly shown some amount of gamble, but this 3K bet does define ranges somewhat. No, Barakas does let it go, and Georgiev happy with that outcome, to be honest. Never any harm to get your squeeze.
If I hit, I show. Aye. Turn.
King Jack suited.
River.
Ace.
We're rabbit hunting the entire board here.
I told you if I hit, I show.
And Dar went to grab Georgiev's cards and got his hand slapped. so it's becoming a physical contest out there right now.
You know, he got away with it a few times, and now I think Georgiev's had enough. Yeah. I'm getting mild Hossein Ensan vibes
from
out of Hadioglu.
Yeah, I see it.
I see it, just a touch. Not ready to declare a full-on doppelganger, but just shades.
Cousin, maybe.
There you go. We're all cousins out here. By the way, I would be remiss if I didn't say Happy Persian New Year, David. And
thank you.
A remarkable, yeah, I'm sure that's what you were waiting for me to tell you. A remarkable number of Iranians have made their way here for this particular festival. And, you know, I remember I was struck during my first visit at the presence of Iranian poker players, you know, unknowns to me, who had some chops, given the fact that poker is certainly not legal in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and yet somehow, some way, games find their way into homes here and there, and as such, players surface and make their way over to legal grounds to enjoy the hobby, as we see Georgiev with the spade draw, barreling and taking it down. And I guess I just learned today that during Persian New Year, everyone in Iran gets 13 days off. And so everyone travels. And obviously, what better time to send people to a festival than now? Yeah, it's only the French, I think, that would really...
The French have 365 days off, but like 13 days, my God. It's a proper holiday.
It's a proper holiday, isn't it?
And it can fall all over the Gregorian calendar in terms of it could be summer weather, it could be winter weather.
It's the first day of spring.
Okay.
Is Persian New Year.
Fernandez turned to squeeze this time.
We really have seen a tremendous number of pocket pairs. Jacks are better.
Georgiev says give it a spin here. Doesn't connect.
No, queen high 2-spade board. Not in his zip code. Postcode, I should say. More appropriately for our international audience.
Air code to an Irishman.
Really?
EIR.
No point of thinking.
Don't know why that seemed important, but I just wanted to make that distinction.
No
EIR is Aaron. It's like Irish. EIR, Aaron.
On the flop.
Air code.
I had 2 diamonds. Down
Fernandez
to
following
spades.
through there with the 2 jacks.
Paso doble.
Used not to be a thing in Ireland. There's no such thing as a zip code in Ireland until about 7 years ago. Very strange when you were in America and they would ask for it and you go, we don't do it. And they go, no, I have to fill in this box. This box must have something in it. And I'm like, we don't do that.
Yes.
There is no
Finally,
such thing.
your government had just had it with complaints about.
Probably.
They were just like, fine, we'll give you the code thing that you speak of.
Pass.
Imagine how they feel at the Vatican. Certainly no postcode there. You can span the country in a minute. It's a nation state. Nation, city, state. What is it? I saw the line for the Sistine Chapel and I went, nope, and walked right out.
I've played poker against people whose designated country was Vatican City. Yeah. Not telling a lie.
Bless you, David, for you have sinned.
I don't
Actually, they have sinned.
I assume they've sinned, yeah.
Kludnovsky sinning with the king 3 on this occasion, turning it into top pair against Georgiev, who is barreling away. 400 on the heels of his open. Getting called. Queen of Spades working, some backdoor Broadway stuff. And the 10 of Diamonds does bring the gut shot draw. Now Kludnovsky decides to lead out. More of this unorthodox sort of stuff you see.
Yeah, he's full of these small bets.
The fling in from Georgiev.
Probably do it again. May as well throw in the blocker one more time. Yeah.
That's exactly what he does.
It's pesky. Georgiev may consider turning his hand into a bluff here. He is the queen blocker for the straight blocking, but he can't really tell a great story doing that. So
no.
Thinks better of it.
Into the muck it goes.
And Kludnovsky up to 53k now from a 10k start stack. We commented that he got up to about 45, 46k very quickly. Then went back down to about 32, and now back up to 53. He's had quite the adventure on this Merit Poker feature table.
No, call. Pop, king, 5 deuce, rainbow, half pot, small bet call, turn 8, 5k into 7k call, river 3, all in, 10, call, 6-4.
King 5 deuce of
8,
he turned the double gutter.
Yes. Standard.
What? No flush.
Backdoor flush draw.
Yes.
Recounting the pot against Pepping is Georgiev, where his king-queen was down.
A lot of funny rivers today.
Yeah, a lot of funny.
A lot of
A lot, like a lot.
I wish I hit a funny river.
You hit a funny river, he hit 3 funny rivers.
The thing about a funny river is it's not so funny to the person who's ending up stacked. As a 3-way pot.
8.
Bruise. No meaningful connections. Dar. The villain barrels away, 800. The deuce 4 suited must be a hand that he is known for having a fondness for, because I remember Georgiev specifically picking it out of a hat as kind of his holding when he said, my 7 deuce was dominated. The 7 deuce dominated me, and he said, no, the 4 deuce, which turns into a pair of 4s somehow after Kludnovsky with the 3s tore one off and was in front.
Funny rivers, huh? If you've arrived late to this particular pot, you might be wondering how $3,150 is in the middle on the ace-9-7-4 with these two hands.
47.
Bit of a fork in the road for Albert, and he comes with the overbet.
Step by step.
Ironically enough, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And I think this line is custom tailored to the opposition.
Can I see the last cut? Can I see the last cut?
The 3s put it in the muck. He's asking to see the last card because he called with deuces earlier on.
You hit?
Made the set on the river. This time he did not.
Diamonds.
Huh?
Diamonds you have.
Well, not the 2s, but the 3s.
You got 3s?
True story.
But you put too much, you know.
Excuse me?
I had you big beat.
Thank you.
Confirmed.
Not by much, but I had you beat.
Also confirmed.
I'll watch the game. I'll see what you have.
Literally the very
big
next hand.
Remember
in
this
the,
hand I had a really big hand.
in the order.
On the river.
Very big hand on the turn.
On the turn?
On the turn, I had a really big hand.
5-6 diamonds. Oh. Can you give me granite ball? Oh, pomegranate ball.
I feel like Dar could get frisky when this gets back to him with the 10-9 suited.
Yeah, I thought you still had that.
It's funny when we have the straddle out there, so we get the effective big blind in the game. We get to see that hand rate sort of prejudices as we go around.
Yeah.
How much?
I could see Dar 3-betting this 10-9 suited
Sure.
here.
Ace deuce suited open from Kodnowski.
Yeah, they're
He
really
won't
deep.
mind playing in position against him.
Yeah, 2K.
Registration open. Quick reminder for all the spectators is a 30-ticket guarantee for the.
You feel like playing or no?
We can be pretty sure
You feel
Kodnowski
like
not going anywhere. The wheel ace.
Let's play a big one.
I thought he was going to look over and say, do you want me to play, like he normally does against
I
Albert in
want
this
one
spot.
of us to double up.
100k pot I would love to see.
Oh, hello.
Club draw for Kodnowski on the paired flop.
Dar is certainly going to come with a C-bet here.
Yeah, we'll see just how much life he looks to breathe into this one. Just 10 high.
14.
Oh, I thought it was 14K for
Yeah.
a moment there.
Had the double check.
You have to be sure with this guy. Could be either.
Right.
Oh, look at this, Ali. Bloody Mary. Maybe one of those beetroot drinks.
I'm thinking it's a watermelon juice, if I'm being
Watermelon
honest.
juice, okay. Going to give it the full swish. Maybe take a sip.
It's no
Put it down
Oreo
and
at
then
the
think.
ear, but it is going to correspond with a call.
This guy is the best.
Truly.
I love Kodnowski. Oh, wow, look at this.
3 of spades.
Dar certainly capable of firing the second barrel, and now Kodnowski with the wheel draw to go with. He does check it over to Dar, throwing out some rope. Well, what an interesting, don't know if it's our final hand, but we're coming towards the end. Maybe we're going to see some fireworks before it's all done and dusted.
6,900 out there, and 5,800 is the figure dialed up by Dar. I don't think Kodnowski's got an appetite to find the muck, certainly after adding equity.
9 or 10 of clubs could be fun. Mightn't even need a fun card. Dar might just empty the clip.
5.8.
I love this.
Stir,
Oh.
swig, and decide.
Mr. Hassan, Holden 515, Hassan.
So, in Dar's mind, he's up against a hand like 5, 6s, 7s, 9s.
Now the board has double paired. As Kodnowski fails to hit the club or the 5, let alone the ace. And wholly unimproved.
Dar might feel like he's got to go
Just
like
ruined you
30K
everything.
here
Huh?
to get the job done.
Just ruined you everything.
You ruined everything?
No, the last 3 ruined you everything.
Why, you have a 3?
You have no 8.
I have no what?
You have no flash draw. You were checking me out. So go for it. Let's try again. Either check me or
What do you think I have?
what do I think you have? Can't tell you.
What do you have?
Wow.
You have an 8?
I don't think you speak like this with an 8.
I don't think you have an 8, do you?
No.
Otherwise I would put on. Otherwise I would put some money on it.
I think you have like 2 jacks or something like that, right?
Maybe.
You have 2 jacks?
Maybe.
So 2 kings are good?
Love this, by the way. That entire exchange, by the way, very much helping shape Albert's decision on whether or not to bluff here on the river.
30K, yeah. 30K is coming here.
Jack, is that what you're saying? To pay you 5.8 with a 2 jack. So you thought I have 2 jack with a and pay you 6,000, right?
What would you do with 2 jack?
That's what I'm saying. You just said you think that I have a 2 jack. That's what you just said.
No, I think it's a possibility that you have 2 jacks.
2 jacks.
Not jack deuce, like jack.
I thought you said 2 jack.
Oh, no. No, I know you don't have jack deuce. That's for sure. Maybe.
I don't have jack.
You don't have jack. Maybe you have jack deuce of clubs.
Deuce of clubs is certainly in there. But relevantly,
enjoying the
so's
last
the
hand,
ace.
I think, for the stream.
Which does make for a tremendous bluff catcher.
Hadi.
Double paired board.
23,000.
And a bet of 23,000 comes in from Albert. And what a gut check. No one has put Khudnovsky in this position thus far on the session.
Told you, Ali. This was coming. This was coming because the speech play made it so it almost helped him be able to make this convincing.
Agreed.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think it's in Khudnovsky to make an absolute hero call here.
Also agreed. You know, the thing is, we are coming upon the end of the session. And even Khudnovsky, for whom the money doesn't seem to matter so much, is not immune to the sense of wanting to simply not have all that we've worked so hard to accumulate throughout the entire session evaporate in one fell swoop with a bad decision. Of course, as you and I both know, and everyone out there streaming right now,
Good bet.
it would be a good decision.
The right amount.
Nadar's going to love hearing that. And I believe that's going to make an official mug.
Can pick one.
Doesn't matter. We'll watch it. It's the last game. It's the last game now. Anyway, we'll watch it.
Is it the last hand?
Yeah, I think it's maybe one more.
9-10. I told you it's the right amount.
He had a big hand.
There's a great attitude when he just got bluffed,
He had a big hand.
but it's been a stormy session for Dar. But what a move and what a play right there.
Too pricey, huh?
Huh?
Too much.
The heart of a lion beats in that chest.
I was curious bluffing.
Why?
Because it's the last hand.
So we're gonna continue off stream though.
Yeah, but anyway, nobody sees after this the bluffs, you know. After the stream, nobody see your bluffs.
My bluff? What do you mean?
That means now you bluff
He
because
wants to bluff on camera.
yeah, you want to bluff with camera.
Oh yeah, because
they can
usually
remember- so
if
they can
it's
remember
no
you.
camera, I don't bluff.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, you make image now.
I don't
Allegations that the stream has influenced Dar's choice?
bluff. I lose all my money bluffing all the time.
I knew you don't have the 8. I knew you don't have 9.
Listen, I'll tell you one thing. I never have anything. It's insane. Really, I swear. I don't know why I never have anything. But I can have like aces. It's fine. You don't think I can have aces?
You? You would play differently. You would play differently.
I would not play aces.
If you would have ace, you wouldn't put 23. You would put maybe 12 at the
Of course
end.
not. You never have an 8.
Because I'm so stupid. Why did I fall?
How much you start the hand with?
It's okay. Let us win one time. You won all the pots against me. Against him, you killed Castore.
It's not about the money. It's about that I lost on something that I felt.
You bluffed
I
me
should.
before. I mean, I don't know if you were bluffing, but it turned out to be a bluff with the ace-jack.
Merch. Value bluff.
It was a value bluff. It was a value bluff.
Surprised you fall for it.
What? I folded 2 pairs to you.
That's what I'm saying. Why did you fall? It was less amount. It was on the...
I thought you had better. I don't know. I don't know how you played. Now, after seeing you play, I would never fold in a million years that hand. Like, 0 chance.
Guys, any chance you accept he has 9?
No.
Top pair for Fernandez here against second pair for Pepping.
No, Baba is 9.
Wind things down here. Not looking to step on the exchange, of course, between Dar and Kudnovsky. Wildly entertaining.
I don't know. I don't want to be the decision maker. Okay, you can place
$1,200 lead and call.
I mean, I'm not the one doing
King on the turn.
I really don't.
Fernandez still best.
I don't mind also.
I will wait for... I'm on the first one. Someone will...
5 o'clock I go.
5, I don't stay.
I'm probably gonna take like a 1-hour break, so you can like play over or whatever if you want.
Huh? I think we need to break, like.
To what?
To eat. Also.
Yeah, you need to eat, need to chill.
Second barrel of 2,800 makes a believer out of Rolf Pepping.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Fernandez will haul in the final pot of this first, call it an event, first stream of the Carmen series. Sad to have the music, by the way, fade out on us there toward the end. Ali Najad, David Lappin, of course, James Dempsey absent here at the tail end, and producer Mobitas out there holding it down, advising us that we're going to come back with some numbers tomorrow. Still some distance between the players returning for the start at, I believe, noon local time. An hour delay. Our stream will start at 1 o'clock for day 3 of the warm-up, which will be tomorrow's coverage, David. 130?
130 players left, roughly. 71 make the money. So we're probably going to burst that bubble. Maybe the second session of tomorrow's coverage. But I have to say, and it's sort of a rare treat, so entertained by that cash game table. I hope we do some more cash games during this festival, because that's a little different, and it's a little special when you have someone like Dar driving the action, Hudnovsky willing to mix it up as well.
Yeah, once I realized that Albert was here and he was going to be a part of this, I very much perked up and thought to myself, we're going to have something special on our hands. But far be it from Dar to be the lone person responsible for our entertainment. Hudnovsky also really establishing himself as somebody that we're going to want to keep an eye on, provided that he's going to be out there in these events as well as in some of the future cash game streams that we're hoping to be able to deliver you. But we are just getting our feet wet, things underway here at this Carmen series at the Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino. Merit Poker truly establishing itself as the preeminent room in and around the European continent. Certainly hope you enjoyed today's coverage. Obviously, mark your calendar tomorrow, mark your alarm clock, whatever you need to do. Come and be a part of the stream tomorrow. It'll be 1 o'clock local time here in North Cyprus. Do the math and be back on YouTube as we're going to bring you day 3 coverage where we're going to burst the bubble in our massive warm-up event. A 1.1 million plus prize pool on a 700K guaranteed. Tremendously successful. Any other final thoughts, David, before we say goodnight?
Not too much. I suppose what I want to do is basically get everyone buzzing and excited for what will be initially bubble coverage, because that is always exciting. There's going to be a lot of ICM. I hope that's in my wheelhouse. I'll try and guide you through some of the more tricky spots that people will be making big folds and probably putting each other under the cosh. Love that phase of the tournament, I've got to say. Sure. I think it's really fun. People trying to eke their way in. People obviously trying to build big stacks in that period. And then, yeah, we're going to charge from there straight through to final day coverage, which I imagine we come back with 20. So we're going to go from like 130 to 20. A lot of bust outs tomorrow. Going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, there will be blood, but it will be of the entertaining nature, and certainly the type that will... the type of wounds that will cauterize quickly and allow people to get right back into turbos and the whatnot, as so much is going on out in the room. But in the meantime, on behalf of producer Mobitas, James Dempsey, David Lappin here in the booth, Ali Najad signing off, and we'll see you tomorrow for more coverage from the Merit Carmen series. So long.